That's right, Frankie. We have elimination on the line where regional teams have to send each other home. We have XLG versus DRG. And the last time these
Hi guys,
two
what's
faced
up?
off in the
Welcome
best
back
of
to another live
yes,
stream.
XLG came on top. Now we have Paper X Wendler with us.
Actually,
Here's the coach
welcome
in
to
China
Watch
last
Party.
year. Who are some of the players we should be keeping our eyes on? Of course, we've been talking about Rark and Bukashu, but who else?
I think WS Leo is a big one. He's the IGL for XLG, so
Stored
assuming that
second.
these star guys can give him enough time to call and read the map and make sure that he's comfortable in this spot. Elimination stages are hard, so they need to make sure to support him as best as they can. From DRG side, we're looking at Spirit Z1, very strong player coming out of China, puts up big performances in China when he needed to, and Nick is also a very strong flash initiator for them as well.
Yeah, I think for DRG side, especially on this first map, it's Spirits and Life for me. I think that they're extremely good at this map when those two players are playing as aggressive they should be on that defense side, going for the trap plays, letting Vukashu do his thing on the other side of the map, and the same story on attack side. It's Spirits and Life going in and letting Vukashu work the other side of the map. This is the time for them to win their first map at a global stage.
And we're speaking so much about
छोटा
Spirit
करता
and
है.
Life here. The two, Waylay and Neon, is what we expect from either of those on this map. And I think that this is obviously an identity that we've covered that has been
Yeah,
really working in the Chinese region, and now we need to see how it happens. Then we get to see that regional matchup on the global stage.
Yeah, I think there's no excuses today. You're playing against people you know, you're playing comfortable. I don't want to see any nerves today. I don't want to see any stress. I don't want to see Raga crumbling once again. I want to see him confident in full force. I want to see the whole team around him. There is no excuse today. You're playing against opponents you know their playbooks, you know their tendencies, you know the players.
Now, Wendler, we saw DRG ban out Lotus. We were expecting Lotus to come in here, but looks like they have some learning lessons. Do you think this is a positive sign?
Yeah, I would expect it to be. DRG is looking at just, hey, we're going to come into this, we're going to take away their best map, and we're going to try to target their weak maps in the pool and just get through this series clean.
If you're DRG, your back is quite literally up against the wall. I want to kind of echo
Where
the
were
thoughts
you?
that
I
Vinny
was
had
on
there, that
little
you really
vacation.
have everything to put on the line here. This could be one of these teams, well, it is one of these teams last time up on that stage, because let's not forget, one of them will be eliminated after this. So you need to kind of come out, show that best showing as best as you can, really.
And
Haven is going to be the first destination
ये
between
बहुत
these two
गरम है
teams.
coffee.
Let's see what we got on the Asian roster.
Yeah, expected here for DRG, similar compositions before, the same compositions before. Life and Spirit spearheading the team with the double duelist. They're going to be following that Sky Dog when they're on that attack side. On defense, so where they're starting, it's all about the trap plays. It's about the early round aggression. I love watching their Haven right now, and I'm hoping that it sees it out today. XLG side, they've gone for a composition
I got
switch.
plat one
Usually
yesterday.
they play
Oh,
the Gen G style
damn.
composition, and I have my
Nice.
criticisms.
Congrats.
They're way too passive on the map with that composition.
Welcome
and I
to
hope with this new
another
double duelist look that they're going to bring out the fire a little bit more.
Yeah, the big question is, especially between the two initiators, DRG working with the Sky, they have a little bit more info they can work with combined with the Cypher camera, whereas XLG are just stuck with the Sova. So after they burn that drone, it's going to be, can DRG force that drone out from Sova and kind of eliminate information on the map and then find where they can kind of blitz with the double duelist and end?
I think if you're XLG as well,
अभी
we're
next
seeing
week
this
I
now
guess
coming
plateau
into
हो
London,
जाएगा.
that it looks as though
Okay,
Phoenix and Jet has
okay,
been their
okay.
read on the meta. I think they need to be able to make it count, especially starting on this attack side. You are going up against a Waylay and a Neon
Actually,
on
ये
the
सही
other side
time
who are
है
going to be pushing out
rank
those
grind
extremities,
करने का.
fighting for A
देखा
lobby.
जाए
We'll see
तो.
that paired up with the Sky as well. How synergized this DRG team can look,
मेरे
I
पे
think is going to be one of the key things
में
starting
क्या
on
है
that
क्या
defense.
पता क्या है मैं
Spirits
भूल
is
गई
on that
खुद.
Waylay, and he has another duelist to work with him.
मेरे को
He
इतना
is
पता है कि
phenomenal.
मैंने
I think look out for him today in this matchup.
All right, well, thank you guys, and thank you.
एनर्जी को डाला था और एनर्जी हार गई.
This
I
regional
guess.
matchup of China, we have Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It's looking to be an action-packed day. DRG XLG backs up against the wall. Elimination is on the line. Only one can stick around here at Masters London.
Yeah, I mean, so much to prove here for both of these teams. Some rough outings for them in their beginning series. They couldn't get any
ऐसे
maps.
give back
Even
bundle
though
देखा.
XLG
I
did come
saw
a little bit
leaks
closer,
उसके but
against NRG. It's still
मैं
not
कल ही
what
आई
you
by
wanted
the
to
way
see
घर
out
पे
of
और
this CM team. So
मैंने
we hope that today,
For sure.
जब से
whoever
stream
comes out of
नहीं
this,
करा तब
it's
से
a
मैंने किसी को
momentum
हाथ भी नहीं
builder, it's a
लगाया.
confidence builder, and they could go into that decider series and make their way into playoffs and represent the region.
Well, that is a very quick clear on the cam in mid. XLG going to be suspicious about this potential lurk forward. As Spirit in position to maybe try to get the catch on Happy Way if he continues to scale forward, but it's going to be Flex and able to find the first kill as Raga's going to be taken down by Happy Way. Finds one in reply.
ये प्रॉपर वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ मैं. क्या बोलते हैं अपना सब खाना वाना लेके.
Happy Way now going to be encroached upon and taken out. Kashi with a repeat into garage, able to find no man at the same time. Lyser now fighting forward, taking the fight right to their doorstep. They bring it back into a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Being tapped on live. Now just Leo backpedaling away. 70 HP finds.
ये क्या हो रहा है? चाइना वर्सेस चाइना और पैसिफिक वर्सेस पैसिफिक.
Will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, so just some good trading early here for DRG. They do a nice job as well as sneaking some players up the gut, up the middle early. Find that little bit of extra oomph to this to make sure that Happy Way has no real hope of getting out of that situation. Bukashu, a big kill there with the swing back into the doors. And then, of course, WS layout all on his lonesome at the end. A little bit tough. Got one, but again, the trade's good for DRG.
ट्विटर पे यही चल रहा था.
And a really nice early kill for Flexen through the smoke, so it's a big difference maker there. Hopefully, oh, look at this though.
Yeah, full force.
Wow.
Stingers across the board, full armors as well for the majority of these players, anticipating that outlaw on the other side of the hands of Akashu. For now, we'll be looking to circumnavigate him. They are going into a stack, and it's a
Regional
very
matches
quick pivot.
international
DRG trying to slow this up. That drone's
matches.
going to be sent down first and foremost as Spirit. Swing in the corner, able to find a good amount of damage. No man going to be taken low, but not taken down quite just yet. They can't align that Stinger, but the rest of the team absolutely does. XLG looking incredible. It's a very snappy shot here from Bukashu.
Spike planted.
He's going to need 2 more of those. Right on top of the boxes, Raga and XLG. They take the gamble. They win it all 1-1.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot this event, where teams on their opponent's map picks, if they
SSG
lose
का
that opening
performance
pistol, they're wanting to
round
go
1 wasn't
into
that
that
good.
force buy. You know, NRG's done it, so this is, I think, a pretty
It's
good
okay.
strategy where
It's
you know
their
that
first time.
your opponent is maybe a little bit better than you in some ways at this map, so there are certain advantages you can try to take.
That's an eco round, baby. Nice one, sir.
You force spot there, no man, like, I would. Still, it's the right call, and it works a treat.
a punch to the gut for DRG. Nomad now with that outlaw. Ooh. Getting pinned into the corner. Life wants to try to collect his kill. Slides into the corner himself, and now the tail went out. The updraft to open the corner. Nomad with the movement, able to get himself out to safety, and Life just cannot capitalize. Now has to back away. And he has nothing but a classic in hand.
Yeah, beautiful paranoia
Hey,
there
जो
from
भी है
Lysor
इनका
as well
जल्दी
to
खत्म
make
करो,
sure
मेरे
that
को
no man gets out of dodge.
ग्लोबल esports का मैच देखना है.
Very clean exit. That could have gone a lot worse.
Well, with the re-clear with that draw on the curveball going to be sent in. They know exactly where he's at, and Raga will be able to fish him out. Life eliminated Molly over to the corner. Can also just step into that, get the heels going, and Raga suddenly is just one away from having that run it back online. Would love to not have to use it in this round. If it comes down to it, will commit it just to ensure they gain the lead.
Yeah, XLG paused, though. That gave DRG the time they needed to get into place to try to set up this defense. They get a little bit of a spot, too, so it still is maybe going to get a little dicey for XLG.
Swap of the weaponry. Get that outlaw passed over as Nomad will take point, but it's going to be Spirit coming away with two with that Bandit and Hamid Lysor. Backfilling that space. Gets a couple eliminations as well. And Flexin, well, he's going to have to go TPing past. This one will not be noted, no one in audio range. But to try to find the round win from here would be miraculous. So XLG, well, slated to move up 2-1. Just a question of how costly can this be made. Player on the angle, and Raga to take him down. XLG, clean stuff overall, 2-1 start as we get ready to go into the first real buy round for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing some encouraging signs here for XLG. Raga looking really sharp to start. Spirits as well. I mean, he's really impactful on this map when you go back to the last time these two teams squared off on it in the lower bracket finals in China. It was Spirit, Z1, and Vukashu who were leading the way. But here for XLG, even more important, you're going to be coming into this round with two big ultimates. Like you mentioned, the Phoenix, we also have the Hunter's Fury for WS Leo. So you've got a great opportunity to get a 3-1 start here as XLG. If you can find your opportunities. Nothing found there with the early util to gain a little bit of space at the very least, but
अक्षय ही होता है वैसे तो मेरे को जितना लग रहा है.
For a Hunter's Fury opening pick, seeing if you can maybe punish Vukashu, that would be great if you could catch him out. But so far, DRG playing a little bit further back, looking to re-clear some space.
No man, just watching, waiting for this. The pop flash not going to be connecting onto him. Goes for the peek, is able to find Spirit Z1 immediately. Re-peeks it, gets himself a second, but it's going to be Nick coming away with 2 kills as well. Both duelists now eliminated, and that run it back out of the equation. Does eat an immense amount of damage and obviously cannot heal himself back up to full and happy way. Well, continues to be on point with the aim. Immediately gets him back into an advantageous position. The C site opened up. WS Leo pushing forward, clearing that space. Camera still is there. Will now be cleared out, but the plant can come through.
Love to see
तो किक मैसेज करने वाली हैं क्या? A lot of people are thinking and talking about kick lately. बहुत पहले ही मेरे को एक friend ने बोला था. Like before everyone switching there.
Always a player to be respected. This happy way now needing to try to clutch this out. An incredible player in his own right. The double approach.
But मैंने नहीं बोला.
Jumping up to lumber, but Vukashu is on the angle, and he has them dead. A massive 3K to tie it up at 2-2.
Got to question this post plan a little bit for XLG in 2 ways. Not only the Hunter's Fury, but
so you will find me on YouTube only.
You have all of your Cypher util out watching your flanks, so you know that long is likely to be still clear, or at least maybe there's one player there that you have to worry about. But I think you could have set up for the long post plan and made that a little bit easier on yourself. Don't give Vukashu those opportunities, because he is electric and he will capitalize more often than not.
Let's go.
It is going to be a glass cannon buy for Life, though. DRG able to get that win, trying to scale into something bigger. Still a lot of ults, but really close to a bunch are DRG now, too. 1 away from 3 out of their 5 ults. Back off a Spirit.
And minor damage going to be something. Nothing they can't shrug off for now. Nearly a stacked deck available for XLG. 2 charges away from having 5 ultimates. DRG still trailing in that department. Would love to get these online. Seekers in particular, going to be great for that info gather.
Let's see if they have the confidence to just make this A hit go. Looks like they will.
Well, that is a hell of a shot. Just to immediately shut down that ultimate. Relay bolt as well invested just to try to slow down the approach. No man still does go diving forward. Spirits going to be taken down. This starts looking a bit more difficult for them, but Leo has been tagged up. Can he get into a deep position, though, to try to utilize this Hunter's Fury is going to be my question. For now, we'll just set out with the drone, sending that up into heaven, spotting out 2 to 3 players. Good amount of info going to be gained. It's like one of the try to go for this entry, slides down over the top of the box, able to find the first, looking for that transfer over to Lysor, but Lysor will be able to take him down, but Kashu rallies back, 2 kills of his own. Drop down going to be coming in. Nick with the barrel stuff is able to find no man, and now it is all on Happy Way. Once again, the Seeker going to be sent out.
I'm betting on DRG.
Happy Way gets it into the 1v1. Nick just scaling forward.
Whoa.
Closer and closer. Has that elimination. Gets over onto the defuse. Makes it decently close, but cannot win the round. It's going to be DRG once again into the lead.
And again, these post plants are really shaky for XLG. And
Yes.
you hit on a point that
Ace मारेंगे.
I'm concerned about here is that WS Leo, he's the one planting, he's the one who's already got
I
it all.
swear,
He's the one who needs to be
मैंने
in the
दोनों
front
teams का
line.
match
They need to
कभी
spread
नहीं
out,
देखा.
give some space to kind of set up the crossfires a bit more. I'd like to see personally. Wouldn't mind seeing the coaching staff, frankly, get involved here early for XLG, because I think there's a lot that you need to tweak. Don't give them the opportunities, and some frustration with the coaches, because you're giving yourself advantages in every one of these, and then you're giving DRG opportunities to run it back with some big
I hope मैं कुछ cover नहीं कर रही हूँ.
some good retake.
मेरे कैमरा की वजह से. Let me see.
Going to be a pacey hit onto the C side.
Pretty much everything is visible.
Plenty of players near enough by, though, for DRG to try to get a swift retake going. Required for now, going to be holding Happy Way back. The Paranoia going to be sent forward, and Fukashu forced away, but no man as he tries to push up in the window. He just gets taken down.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Finds himself another
भाई
kill.
ऐसे round खत्म कर रहे हैं ये लोग.
Overstep as Lysor will be able to find that one, but they're still so
What the
very
fuck?
favored. Leo dead to the dog, and DRG now moving up 4 to 2.
Well, you give Bukashu the opportunities, and a little bit of help there from Flexen, who sets him up nicely. He's going to throw a little bit of util in there, right before the flash gets through. Swing in that corner. And again, you know, I know this one's an eco, but you're chewing through an alt cycle here for XLG, and you're giving DRG a shout
China
back into
very
this when you
different,
should have had them on the back
Easy
foot
win,
quite
no,
heavily.
no.
Instead, they've strung 3 together. You might be kicking yourself at the end of this one, but let's see how they want to change it up. Looks like maybe
भाई मैंने कभी नहीं देखा है भाई कि एकदम slow जा रहे हैं.
widely avoiding it. I think, you know, early in the rounds, because, well,
अभी slow जा रहे हैं.
Bukashu's going to be
Never
over
mind.
there, and that's often kind of the strategy you're going to see CN teams employ is avoid
दोनों
Bukashu
duelist
at all
C पे.
costs early and try to put him in bad positions in post plants, but so far
ये
XLG
कितना
has
forward है वो?
accomplished that. Oh, there's
What the fuck?
trade.
Nick, yeah. Will be the only
That-
casualty thus far. Relay bolt able to be avoided. The Paranoia as well.
बच
Going to be
गया
essentially
भाई वो.
trying to get this trap play sprung on WS Leo. This is way out of there, but let's have a listen in.
Come here, help you.
T-spawn के window
안쪽 어디야? 뭐지?
ले lock है
Carry now.
ले lock
Window.
I'll go. Let's just go see. Oh, recording 10 seconds. I got so.
अरे यार किसी ने
CT well le play care flank now
I think you better fight CT.
ने 3
I think
kill ले
go
लिए.
flank
I have recon. I can recon.
And now the contact
yeah.
here, backside
Atam.
rocket trying to push forward, but
One enemy
not
remaining.
ready for Flexen to be in that position.
Oh.
Clean turn back, Leo able to
Atam.
find himself a second, looking for that third, but will be Spirit C1 to sit him down. DRG continuing to string together these round wins, now up by 3 from the defender's side. And you have to question XLG, are they going to be calling that timeout?
They have to. There's so much you need to be talking about here in terms of some weird setups where you're leaving your Sova late
my
to try to watch
God.
the flank with a drone when you've given up a ton of space to DRG early, and that's the spike too, by the way. And again, WSEO, he's putting up numbers, sure.
Which rules
He's
will
been
get
sitting on that
first?
Hunter's Fury for 4 or 5 rounds.
Because I am
Not gonna have much of a
controlling.
voice keep going like that, but
कर तो रही
able
हूँ.
to find the win, avoid that elimination.
पहला वाला
It
मिस हो
will
गया
be
था
that
बस.
timeout call for XLG. So we take a look at the Coinbase win condition. A lot of these ultimates that have been built
Are
up
we
just
getting
have
a
not
new
been able to
map,
get
by the way,
committed
guys?
into these rounds.
Well, it's
जानने के लिए
it's kind
बने
of
रहे.
their own making. It's not like DRG has put them in position.
Oh, yeah.
Then I'd say that previous round. That's the only one where I'm like, okay, I get it. You really didn't have an opportunity. But it's XLG at the time. They have the opportunities to position around a little bit more. And I really hope that's what Pavoya is talking about here with the boys. This, you know, that you've given yourself some really good opportunities in some of these rounds in terms of finding the open space on the map, getting to a plant relatively safely. But then your post-plant setups are wanting. So, you know, it is a different comp here for XLG. It is a change of ideas. So, some still kind of uncomfortableness with all of this, with this Jet Phoenix composition that they're running, I suppose. But still, I think some absolutely basic fundamental things that need to be tightened up quickly for XLG.
There.
Controller की तरफ आई.
Still able to get themselves a bye going into this one. A couple players with half
कोई
armors,
जा ही
but no
नहीं रहा भाई,
outlaws
never
inside on
mind.
the DRG side. I'm just looking for a quick check down towards that sewer, and nothing's going to be spotted. Meanwhile, Refract activated.
wow,
as
इसके
Fitzy
बाल
One
देखो.
wants to go on this push down into mid.
Spirits के.
We'll have that expire. Just takes the double dash out to safety.
The shot dart missed. I think it was supposed to clear the trip.
I think it was recalled.
Scout destroyed.
That or a late placement from Fukashu. Either way, they're avoiding having the Sova get rid of that util nice and early. Drone up through the window. I think that Flexen might have slipped that net.
I actually have some
Spotted,
tea
but
to share.
isn't going to try to press the issue either. Decides to just back away.
Yeah, happy way. Gets away with one a little bit there. But this whole time, XLG has had 3 players sitting here holding control, looking for that DRG push out. They are going to get confirmation of presence, and look at the heavy rotation from DRG. They have phenomenal reads right now. They've really started to kind of figure out this XLG game plan.
I mean, Noman's just trying to swing a corner, and Nick just finds him on a timing. That is catastrophic. Raga now having to do everything. That Hunter's Fury finally going to be invested. Raga able to find that first elimination, but quickly gets traded out. Nick off the flank side. He's able to find the kill. He gets himself a third.
Got your trail.
And XLG are
First
getting
blood
shut
किसको
down
मिला?
at every twist and turn.
10 seconds left.
The DRG just feels like they have the read, they have the aim, they have every key advantage. That's another ult committed to no avail now for XLG.
Yeah, again, nice sharp shots from WSAO. But it is going to be Wukashu right at the end that takes him down. That's going to be another gun dropped at the end of it. There was no time left on the clock there.
Initiator को मिलने लगे था मेरे को.
Yeah, he did pull it, you're right. He grabbed it right in time. Really heads up stuff from Wukashu. Nick has been really sharp over here at Long A. Saw where he got those 2 kills earlier where there was that 3v3 scrape, and he's just locking it down. I mean, that is so scary.
भाई अगर Resident Evil खेलना
on one side of the map who's
तो
going
कौन सा
crazy, Nick
खेलूं?
on the other side. So the extremities of the map are completely locked out.
मैंने कोई भी नहीं
Puts
खेला.
back to another thrifty attempt.
गंदी वाली सेल लगी है एक तो Steam पे.
Sheriff's a bandit and a stinger to try to make a go of this one. As Raga looking to lead the charge forward into the C site, but again, the heavier stack from DRG is leaning on this side of the map, ready to counteract this. Meanwhile, Lurk, okay, not going to go punished. Happy Way, lucky to be alive, as that cage is about ready to fall. Plant does not go through, but Raga hits 2 belter shots. As Flexen and Spears, he wants to be taken down. The ult can be popped as well, and it's enough of a distraction. And Nick wants to try to collect this. He will be able to find Raga after all.
बाप रे.
Gets himself a second no man eliminated, but Lysor gets this into a 2v1. The plant can now come through safely. Happy Way scaling forward and will be able to land the shot. It's going to be a MasterCard thrifty for XLG to find their 3rd round win.
Okay, that one looked pretty good. Able to just
How many
take a little bit of a
ultimates?
confidence push, a good
Okay.
call off the rip.
2.
And Raga has been pretty good, honestly. don't think it's been rough for XLG, but Raga's looked pretty sharp with the aim. A huge kill with the stinger there for No Man, up close and personal, protecting that Phoenix ult. Very nicely done there.
Can't always be sunshine and rainbows. A bit of dismay there, but DRG still with a pretty healthy lead. Is, oh my God, No Man.
Come on.
It's just catching strays left, right, and center. Cover going. Another brutal way to try to kick off this round before into the cage. And Raga will be outdone. Lysor only able to find the one in return, and now it's a 2v4.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to TP to. Happy way. Oh, got dinked, but able to kill anyway.
Oh, and it's close to being taken out by that wall bang. He's gonna try to rescale this position. Kashu still very suspicious of it, and with the swing out, yeah, will eventually be able to find it. That leaves Lysor now in a 1v3.
एक भी ult use नहीं हुई.
Swing in, the spot out. And it will be Spirit C1 to eliminate him. DRG
Question
up
ही
to
गलत
7. A lead confirmed at the half. And now it's just about how big can they make this.
I suspect pretty big. Flexen just taking shots off the smoke drop. Just says, well, if you guys are pushing this way, I'm probably going to do some damage at the very least. Now, still the op in play. I don't even know DRG's fully aware that it was bought by Life. I don't think he ever had to do anything in that round, but
इनके इधर से आवाज आ रहा है क्या
he did,
ये?
and now you've got the convergent paths as well for Spirit Z1 again. So this time they learned, don't lock out after the smoke. Couple guns in the hands, Happy Way and Lysor. Otherwise, Bandits and a Sheriff, which frankly XLG looks good with.
Spirit C1 has gone back, ready to go. The saturate into the board of the double dash forward.
Oh my God! Oh, nice.
Floor, No Man only able to find the one shot, and now it is just WS Leo. A 1v4, a hopeless endeavor. No way to really make a go of this. And no util to even try to assist in it. He has to give his life over.
हमेशा यही
Can't
किससे बच
survive this
जाता है?
round, no weapons to be recovered, no spike to die to. Just has to pick left or right and see if he can find one, and he will find none. Nick will get him in the end. It's going to be DRG now up 8-3. They have been running away with this map.
Yeah, really just steady stuff overall. Trying to sell a little bit of a
Round 12.
fake or trying to create an extra angle with Varga there. He's all on his own. Goes down to Bukashu. Then Spirit Z1 does a great job. He's done a solid effort on the waylay. Taking a little bit of contact, refracting out, making sure that he's not giving anything up early. Getting a little bit of info for his team as well. So DRG ahead in a lot of different aspects of the game right now. Bukashu's going to grab an Odin.
Slide in, relay ball, not going to pop the overdrive in behind this as well. Life just trying to see if he can find anything. Catch any stray shots through. He won't be able to, but this does establish an immense amount of map control for DRG around A.
And it gets Nick very close to a Seekers, one away. So all that space gained gives you a ton of map control here too. Kashu's got the early warning system right on the C site. Looks like a bit of a crunch.
If they take that space, they just get Life set up on a line with that operator, and now everybody else can continue to lean between C and B.
Exactly.
DRG are playing this incredibly well. There's Lysor just TPing back out, and No Man. I don't believe in curses, but at a certain point, I'm starting to become convinced. He's died 3 times, and they haven't been able to see him.
Your Preds at this stage haven't convinced me.
Fair point. But here's that op. Never clearing it out, and Life. Oh, he is just picking them to pieces. He's looking for another Lysor. Will be able to sit him down, but again, it's going to be a 2v4. The neural theft invested. I believe the third one of this half is Bukashu. She's been racking them up so quickly.
Spike planted.
Plant gets into play. There's a Hunter's Fury, but yeah, no opportunity to use it. Bukashu immediately is there. Shuts him down on that exit back over to Long, and now Convergent Paths sent out. Lysor slowed up with no real angle to try to play around. The hinder will expire, but the defuse is being stuck. He is dead. Bukashu's got 3, and DRG get up to 9.
I mean, just ahead of the curve pretty much the whole way through. Yes, XLG threw in the force buy, threw in a little chaos, got themselves 2 rounds, but outside of one more, that was all they could muster.
And this needs to be one hell of a defender side from them. Attacker side is where that bread should be buttered, but they just could not really get the gears turning on this XLG side. So a quick little break to try to gather the thoughts to put some plans together. Whether or not they can enact is a completely different conversation, a completely different matter. But with elimination on the line, they've got to be feeling the heat. And DRG got to be feeling pretty damn good. In the halftime, though, let's go ahead and send it down to Frankie. He's going to be standing by with a very special XLG fan.
I am here with Maria, who is No Man's girlfriend.
I believe in you guys.
First of all, it's quite convenient that Masters is in London.
No Man's girlfriend, oh my god.
Yeah, well, I live in London. So
Hi, Siri.
I just came from work, ran here just to watch him play. And I think like every other fan, I'm just watching this right now.
girlfriend
I can imagine, but you've literally seen No Man's life change because you guys got together before he became a Valorant pro.
Yeah, we actually met in Exeter University.
There will be a flawless round in the second half.
Yeah, his life has completely changed right now. I currently live in London. He lives in China. But we manage this very well because we support each other in anything that we do.
Who is more competitive though, you or him?
Oh, definitely me. 100%. And I love playing against him because it just brings my more competitive side, and I love winning against him.
So you ever play Valorant together?
Well, we've tried, but he definitely doesn't let me play his ranked games.
That is so mean, but maybe you
ये
can
क्या हो
jump
रहा है?
into
मैं
some
switch
games
कर रही हूँ
of
इसलिए हो
deathmatch
रहा है क्या?
together. So if you could say anything to him right
मेरा
now to get
ही
him back into the
सीधा
game,
हो
what
रहा
would
है,
that be
never
very
mind.
quickly?
Honestly, I just rushed from work, got into many tubes, run here to make it on time. James, lock in.
Lock
हाँ,
in,
वाले में
James,
easily मिल
okay?
जाता
You
है।
heard the woman. Good luck.
He fishing for one. नहीं भाई, I'm not fishing for anyone.
We'll see if he can lock in, because at the moment it has been a rough showing for XLG. Everybody very close in the kill department on this squad, but
Let me refresh. अरे hey, ads. Ad. Drop मिल गया कुछ. भैया ad skip ad. मैं legit दिखा भी रही हूँ और never mind.
China, and Bukachu was one of those top on the list for a lot of people. One of the best Sentinel players, definitely the best Sentinel player in China, no doubt about that. Oh, there's a little bit of damage on the life.
A decent little early spam, but of course with the sky there, Nick is going to be able to put him back up to 100.
Don't tell me you're one of those people who are happy being single, lol. Yes, I am.
Leo's all on his own.
It needs to be good for at least one here, if not more. Paranoia goes across. Bukashu starting to scale forward. He's been spotted out now and will be overwhelmed. Spritzy1 able to find that kill.
Hey, what is this, yaar?
Trying to push forward. Will only be good for the single kill. Spritzy1 finds 3. Life gets another. And now it is just Happy Way.
Spike planted.
They're trying to clutch this out.
Slim Alec.
Solid and clean kill onto Bukashu. Gets rid of the raid boss, but there are still
Happy
plenty of
Wee.
characters to try to dispatch. As Trailblazer will have the spot out.
Happy
He's going to try to
Wee.
reposition or at least fake his way back into heaven.
Clutch, 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 clutch,
Heals
clutch,
again.
clutch.
Going through.
भाई नहीं.
Double swing ready from the
हो
one
गया
side.
खत्म.
Player at hell will be taking the fight and taking that kill. DRG.
कोई बात नहीं, मेरे को global
Gold
esports का match
pistols are
देखना है.
theirs. They hit double digits. XLG trailing by 7.
Full sense
I mean,
versus
this
G
round
हुआ
for me
था
is
ना?
just a great microcosm
कैसे?
of why DRG is so much better on this map. They're given the extra space. There's zero information about this, and they have a great little setup on the.
मैंने actually सबसे VCT देखा नहीं है पता है? Like कोई भी match नहीं. Last फिर मैंने starting का ही देखा था बस.
And then they're able to just turn on a dime and eliminate the
G versus
Once
Genji
that
था.
corner is clear, there's only one other place really that XLG can come from. Happy Way, Lysor are going to grab Sheriff. Sarago with another bandit.
He's considering this swing. Spot on the one. Does get some damage in. But again, the sky is there to nullify that. So armor lost. Looks like DRG were maybe anticipating a forced buy here, given that they all go for those full armors. There's no outlaw to be seen.
This is so good. Just a dive in, have the refract ready. You see more than you'd like to see, so you can do a quick pivot.
ये मैं नहीं देखा इतना अमेरिकाज और ये अपना एपैक का देखा है बस
Rest of his teammates quite far away.
बहुत rarely मतलब पहले एकदम पहले देखती थी मैं
tries to take that fight, gets the headshot through, but cannot confirm the kill on Bukashu.
क्योंकि तभी अमेरिकाज का इंतजार करते करते हो जाता था.
With a botch on the camera setup, but Z1 pushing forward, swinging the corner. Gorgeous headshot from Happyway, but he needs a hell of a lot more. He's able to find another. Nice one. Also getting involved, but Flexen hasn't lined up. The spray down is there. And with that final peek in, Nick will get them over the line, and this close, but not close enough. Would have been a massive potential swing for XLG, but DRG are now just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map.
Yeah, just a few little
kill cost
they like the idea
including
from WSLEO to push down towards sewers, you know, show something a little bit different than he did on the pistol, catch him a little bit off guard. You know, the 3-man flank, also not a bad idea here, puts the pressure on them, but DRG with those Spectres, just a little bit too much left in the tank there. Now you're coming to the full rifles as XLG can't make any more mistakes. And oh boy, that's light. He's taken care of, but still damage done.
Sprinting at him. Flexing as well, storming his way forward. Good spray and pray through this smoke, but not going to be rewarded.
Fidelity भी है ना?
Leo tucking over around to the corner. Shot does connect. Roger going to be taken out low.
हाँ है तभी तो मैच था उनका. अभी क्या?
Able to find 2, breaks his ankles on the drop down, but it doesn't really matter too much.
Short memory loss होने लग गया
Gets them
है
into a 2v1 as they look to get up to map
Happy
point.
V.
Swing at the corner and Happyway is not ready.
वे बोल रहे हो लोग मैं V बोल रही हूँ.
Full run of this map, and it feels like XLG. It's time to just focus up and get ready for fracture.
Yeah, the confidence in the comms are just flowing. When you're getting that opening kill with the Stinger, it's life as well. And then Flexen, great idea here.
चल क्या रहा है?
Up into heaven. It makes things so much more difficult for XLG, where they maybe had a shout into that. It's kind of stalled out that hit maybe, and then all of a sudden they give up that little bit of extra space. And
I got RGB hairs.
Going to work was Flexen from on high.
इसका ग्रे, इसका पिंक.
No other choice as XLG. No armor for Happyway, just a Guardian.
Drone going to be seeing plenty in mid.
Next है Fracture.
Flexen able to find him over there on the side.
Fracture अभी भी मैं pull में क्या?
He ends up getting picked, but Spirit Z1 and Bukashu both going to be eliminated, and Happyway finds another scale forward out of garage, rewarded with another kill.
I mean, I love Fracture,
signs
but
of life to be shown
ये
here.
नहीं, tournaments में नहीं.
Can drag this one back. He's got the ultimate. He can pick up the spike. And ult up immediately going to be invested off the back of that. Gets himself into a smoke, but it's a quick scale coming through. Has to now reposition. Tailwind forward. No man arriving on the site behind the box. Gun barrel. Not going to be spotted, and that's a confident swing from No Man. Exactly what you need to be seeing if XLG are going to try to get themselves back into this map.
Yeah, for sure. And
अब जाके जीते एक round.
There, no armor and a Guardian, and he hits 2 crazy good shots from a Link. You see it right here. One of them at least. Oh, the second just slamming through the wall. I mean, maybe it's about time something went XLG's way, I suppose, but gonna need a lot more of that because the economy's still not there to even get full rifles. Raga on a Spectre has his ult. WSLEO has the Hunter's Fury, getting close to the ult cycle for DRG. So this round, winnable for XLG. Just need to get there. Heads to struggles.
Fast lane out. Trip going to be cleared. Spirit Z1 able to just dive over the top.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Khatam. Both eliminated. Khatam. Snap back on the ultimate just there around the corner and already eating more damage. Hunter's Fury sending a desperate bid from WSLEO, but there hasn't even been a tap on this plant.
Oh.
Raga will be able to find one with the spray and pray. He'd been taken so low, so Nick immediately rewarded with it now.
तीन लोग हैं वे कैसा होगा खत्म
1v3 and Bukashu is on the alert. Dominance on Haven. DRG They take their map pick 13-4.
And they find their first win on the global stage as an organization. Congrats to them. Well earned. That was phenomenal stuff.
Now we get ready to go to Fracture. XLG's map pick. Their backs are against the wall. If they cannot close out that map, they will be eliminated from Masters London. Don't go
BTS
anywhere.
जैसे क्या दिख रहे हैं लोग? अरे भाई
What's up? What's up? Let's in here! Let's go in
ये रेसिस्ट क्या है इसमें? कुछ भी या कुछ भी कुछ भी कुछ भी just because they're Asians, they look like BTS. Sorry. BTS is a Korean band, not Chinese. मतलब मेरे को पता नहीं वो प्लेयर्स भी चाइनीज है या कोरियन है वैसे. If I'm not wrong, someone has उनके बैंड में वाइट या फिर ऐसा थोड़ा सा जिसके मतलब जैसे उसके बाल थे वैसे ही बट थोड़ा लॉन्ग है ना. मैंने देखा था. पिंक का हैव नो आइडिया किसी का पिंक है या नहीं. अरे सॉरी है. Second. यस बारिश हो रही है. लाइट ना जाए बस. What is my god? Thanks. Yeah, sure, whatever, bro. Yeah. अच्छा एक्सेल जी का मैप पिक है ये वाला फ्रैक्चर. ओह चाइना नंबर 3 और 2 का मैच था अभी. पैसिफिक 2 और 3 का मैच होगा. वाओ. तो मैंने पोल ही बंद कर दिया क्या भाई? भैया मैं ऐसा स्मार्ट छोड़ो, लाइक ही कर दो. नेक्स्ट मैच में अपन वो करेंगे. Oh my god.
Here with Nathan D of DRG. Congratulations, Nathan D. It seems like you guys did your homework on Haven. What about Fracture? Because you've been floating it instead of banning it.
天空之匣其实是我们其实有练过好几次的，我觉得效果还不错。然后他们选了一张未知的图，我觉得他们应该会感到会恐惧。
So for the fracture actives, we practiced several times before, so we are pretty
Imagine
confident
कि
with
you're
it.
traveling
But for
from
opponents, I think
राजधानी
fracture
and
is
सफर
an
में हम
unknown map
दोनों
for them
बिल्कुल
that
आमने
they
सामने
should be
बैठे
afraid
हैं
of.
due to my.
All right, sounds good. Good luck.
Welcome back. DRG win their first global map. Unfortunately, against one of their brothers,
I don't
XLG today.
want your number,
but they look
and I
absolutely
don't even
dominant on
want
Haven.
your
And like you were
insults.
saying, Minnie and Billy, that this team is one of the best at this map so far in Swiss.
Yeah, I think that they looked phenomenal. They did
मैंने
everything
किसी
that
को
I asked from them, and they looked
कभी
like they were
नंबर
extremely
या फिर
confident
इंस्टा के लिए
both
पूछा
on the
भी नहीं है और
map
आज
and
तक.
on the server. I'm hoping that momentum carries them forward and they get a little bit of confidence under them now. They are good when the theory is good. When they're aggressive together, when they're trapping, when they're understanding when to play for the retakes, this team can do well.
I mean, look at Nick, what a great performance. 18 and 6 and 270 ACS, I believe that was. But yeah, you kind of touched on the retakes there, Minnie. I think that we saw this in the very early start of the rounds, considering they started on this half. And it was really nice, right? I think the way in which DRG were able to retake these sites a lot of the time was with intention. It looked very coordinated. Not only that, you had a lot of individuals stepping up in those moments as well, including Vakasha, who we said to keep an eye out on in this series.
I do think XLG made a mistake in some of these post plants, though. As many times they're in advantages. Even here, like pushing into garage and as a protocol on their C side of the map, it just didn't look like it was coming together for XLG. I think that they clearly have structure and they think about these ideas, but some of them weren't landing at all. And the man on your screen here, Vukashu, he even won one of them by himself, looking very strong today, this man.
Yeah, this is the form we wanted to see from the B God himself the other day. We were talking about it, and he didn't show, but today he absolutely did. He looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more at ease, and definitely way more at home.
Yeah, and I'm hoping on Fracture he can do the similar kind of things. I think if they played the Haven a little bit like the Fracture in the sense that be strong side one side of the map, some of the trap setups, let Vukashu work the other side of the map, that can be very dangerous going into Fracture.
Definitely, and we do want to break that down. I'm also curious about what XLG is going to do to mental reset heading into map 2 with Coach Hoiva over with Genly.
Plan and good read on your opponents. It's just shots weren't really hitting for you guys. Would you say that was the
if you
case?
single or not, otherwise मैं जाऊँ.
I wouldn't say that was the
Feel
case.
free to go.
I think we started really well. We just had really bad post plans. That was the moment that turned up the game to the DRG's way. So now it's time to reset and be ready for the map 2.
Right, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Afford to be bad at. This is a map
Never
that is
forced
all
anyone
about
to
those
stay.
retakes and post plants, so I want to see that fine-tuned. Hopefully the theory is a little bit better there from XLG. I think Coach Hoya is right. It was all about those post plants early on.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying just now, and now they're going to have to mental reset. This is something that we were discussing at the start of the show today, that this is something that XLG needs to work on. We want to see a little bit more from Rarga as well. Now, going into Fracture, like Nathan was saying, he picked it because you know, they haven't really shown any of it at all over in China, so there might be some surprises coming in. But we know VCT China like to adapt styles from other regions or perhaps from EDG, one of the top teams over there. So I'm wondering who they'll be adopting from today, if at all.
I don't know about adopting styles from other regions when I think about the duelists that they play, because they've been so Waylay and Neon pilled. So I'm curious to see if that continues on this map. No, in fact, they're going to go for the Waylay in Phoenix, which we've highlighted.
Brother, you're literally throwing yourself
Phoenix orbs to set yourself up for success
in my chat.
Especially on a map such as Fracture.
Yeah, DRG haven't been playing this map at all. It's the first time we're going to see it. It's going to be very surprising. I think that
इसको high standards नहीं कहते, by the way.
They were
That's
going to
great
go
to
in
बोलते इसको.
aggressively with the double duelist. Fukashu one side of the map potentially, with them going in, and then on defense, similar thing. XOG, they're pretty good at this map domestically, but I will say that I don't like some of the theory in China. I think that
Anyway,
they don't
but
do
whatever.
a lot of the push acts on the defense that I like to see, and I think that that is the key thing I'm looking for in the defense. Are they going to be pushing out, or are they going to be bunkered up and just letting DRG
whatever
bring the game
makes
to
you
them?
sleep
Well,
at
let's see
night.
if DRG close it out. I'm definitely all eyes on Fukashu. Primi has even said he's afraid of him, so let's see what he's going to bring onto the server. Over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
I mean, with a performance like that from map one, can't really blame him. Fukashu certainly looking alive and well here today. XLG, and now the team on the back foot. They are the ones that need to find this win to push it to that third and final map of Split. Otherwise, we will be saying goodbye.
Yeah, and I really liked a lot of the Waylay stuff from Spirit Z1 as well. Doing a great job getting info, doing a lot of really smart things. But right around the corner there, XLG trying to hold the line.
Curveball not going to be connecting.
विक्की तो नाम रखा है बंदे ने अपना.
Push forward, finds that kill. Raga, however, from tower will be able to find one, but that's
Oh
saturated.
my god, another chaos round.
Trades coming back in as Nick lurking forward, front of Jen. The tap of the plans, a rush out of the smoke, and Happyway going to be taken down. He finds himself a second, and now it is all down to Lysor. Finds the first, looks for the seconds of damage going to be dealt, but he runs out of bullets, and Fukashu will be able to strike him down. 3 for 3 in pistols. DRG, they want this to end in a 2-0.
Again, it's that setup from Spirit Z1 to get that opening kill, and then Nick, the little reposition, the quick pivot on an O-Man. He has looked sharp today as well. DRG feeling it. The confidence is absolutely flowing. I agree. That was very, very good. The coordination for DRG here is so good. And again, you don't have any idea as XLG really what DRG is going to be bringing to the table. No buy-up to speak of at all for XLG, not even a bandit.
Yeah, can't try to go for it here. This defender's had a fracture. More often than not, you're going to get punished. A fairly empty B site. Quick rotation is going to be coming through from XLG. But the plant can come through.
They're just trying to thwart off any quick floods. Trailblazer does try to get some info. I just sees the edge of Fukashu. Oh no, wait, that was happening.
Silent right on the rope, and Happyway going to be down on arrival. Look at the try to get these picks, but Nick, doesn't matter what weapon he's got, it would seem the ghost in hand this time around. It's going to be good for another 2K. Swing out. Spitzy 1 will find Lysar. Flawless anti-eco for DRG to build up the economy.
They're just really, really steady right now.
Enemy down.
Hitting with the ghosts. Ooh. Even after the dink, able to get the aim settled in.
Let's go! Let's go!
And you can hear how fired up they are. Still a little bit away from some of these early ults for DRG though. So XLG pivotal round here.
I mean, they haven't really been playing Orb Collection. They've just been running into the site so far and just killing everyone.
Exactly.
Rock at the same time, pushing forward towards Tree. Smoke is there, but looks like DRG want this to be a pacey hit into the A site this time around. There's a cage going to be popped. The camera's still going to be situated there in the tripwire. Not yet cleared out on the site. Meanwhile, that double approach on the south side continues to come through. XLG looking to try to have DRG corralled, and in a happy way, that is a big win to be found as Life will get taken down by Fukashu. Quickly trades it back.
They've got to break through Flexen. Spirit Z1 here.
Nice util.
Spirits, one pushing
Oy.
forward. Is going to be the one coming away with both of those eliminations, and suddenly it's 2 players left. No man's been spotted.
Come on.
Just looking to try to swing out. Challenges with that Spectre, and he wins it. And that is a bonus conversion for DRG. A monstrous start to this map, and XLG once again reeling.
I don't mind at all what XLG tries to accomplish here in terms of, you know, getting those early aggressive flanks, trying to come from
मेरे
some
सारे
different angles.
prediction
They
गलत
just
आ रहे हैं.
can't
What
win
is
the
this?
battles. DRG is just better. It is coming down to shooting in some of these moments, whereas I thought on Haven it was a lot more of the macro ideas that DRG was excelling at. But here, that round right there, they knew exactly what they needed to do to DRG. Hold the line at A main.
अभी मैंने नो किया तो yes हो
You
गया.
have that round pretty well established because you have Vukashu still up at drop. You have that extra angle. If you can keep a third, that's just nigh unbeatable. So it's going to be Sheriff's for XLG in this one. Playing it pretty close to the vest. And DRG is curious about if there's going to be another push out. And they're going to be very aware that, you know, this could be a round absolutely where XLG just tries to group up and get aggro.
Raga out pretty wide here, but that second peek is a little bit delayed, so Vukashu's still able to come away with that kill, but now that he gets taken down, Flash is going to confirm that there's no presence out on this attacker spawn side. Weapon can be collected, so Leo able to get a Vandal. Love to pass that over to a teammate, though, but for now, we'll just be taking that rope across the north side. Hammer Flash blinded out, the double dive forward, the spot out, and quite a bit of damage there on the happy way, but he's still able to find light. Critical headshot. Cannot find the follow-up quite just yet. Backpedal into the Nightfall send, but it's going to be Nick now eliminated. No man finds Spirit C1. Flex in, cannot line it up. Happy way with the crouch, dodges the shots, but it's a MasterCard thrifty for XLG to get their first round win here on Fracture.
So this round to me kind of comes down to the fact that Vukashu is feeling it, and I get it, and he tries to go double down on that second kill. Sticks around just a little bit too long, and that opens up so much map space because then immediately WS Leo able to use his util to understand that there's no one in spawn. He can start leading that side of the map. They throw the Tejo drone over towards drop, towards radar. They know that's clear. They can immediately swing over, and they hold the line really, really nicely on site. So that right there, very good round from XLG in terms of using their util to get information and making plays off the back of it.
If they can spring back into the map from around like that, they're going to be right as rain, but still plenty of work to be done and plenty of economy to try to chew through from DRG. Should be able to piece together a majority of a buy if they should drop this one.
Hello EXCOP, what's up?
See them try to funnel an orb here into Life's hands to get that run it back going, but they were thwarted at the initial target over towards A main, so now they're just grouping up and kind of considering how they want to do this. XLG get confirmation there's still presence.
Flash out, Raga. Never trying to take this fight. Pop flash gonna be sent.
Nice.
He's gonna be good for one, but Vukashu just counter swinging in. Strikes him down, makes it a 1-for-1. So run it back gonna be gained in death. As WS Leo trying to maintain control of this position. Once again, see quite a bit of damage at the start, but it looks like DRG still wanting to try to end this at A. No consideration of a rotation towards B.
Just want to fight.
Gun here.
Let's blow
That's gonna be sent. Pop flash attempt there. WS Leo just trying to make a play, but it's gonna be no man. Top of rope, the top of rafter. Comes away with 2. Spotted on the gun barrel. He's able to backpedal fast enough. Now, how are you really meant to try to get this spike in play? Nick will just be given the opportunity to drift his way forward onto the site.
Oh my god.
Finds the opening kill. Happy way eliminated. Now a 2v2. The peek in. And he's got to get it all done. Armageddon forces him forward behind the box. 3 bullets remaining.
तू कैमरा के देख रहा है?
Now he's only got 1 shot. He's out around
Nice.
the corner. He locks in a 4K to get XLG their second round.
Yeah, this is a huge round for him. Able to lock that door down as the Tejo gives his cry when he gets those multi-kills. The 4K this time, beautifully played. Using that util really nicely on the door open. Kashu almost comes through with the heroics, but just gets put in a really awkward position because of the Armageddon. Really nicely thought out there by Nomad. I think DRG there. Look that crowd, my man. DRG there just got tunneled on that Cypher ult. It just felt like they really wanted to make sure that they could get that in play. I think it would have been better if they maybe left one player there at A main, threw a bit of a fake and rotated back the other direction, but just really wanted to use the neural theft. Time. Flash around the corner, nobody home. They're on a weaker buy. Couple rifles there from Kashu and Flexen.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. No Sky this time around.
Yeah, no one can heal that one.
Stealth Drone not going to see anything around halls. Curious if this means XLG will send another player back towards B, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, this is
I've got
good
your
patience
trail.
and good timing. Flexen watching the backside here.
Stream
The Seekers
attack
give away the script.
Yeah, great timing on this one. Cage pop door open. Seekers will just get cleared out. Still continuing to lead two players on that side, but now the rotation's starting to come in. Clear of that tripwire, the drift out. Light will lose his ultimate. Kashu's able to find Nomad. Leo, however, trying to set up for that flash. It takes him too long, and Flexen is able to collect one, but will get flushed out of the smoke. I know exactly. Now. Neural theft will have to be invested into this one, and Life's position completely and utterly given away. Tried to escape up the top of the rope, and he cannot. And XLG suddenly have marched their way back into this map, tying it up 3-3.
Yeah, this is just really solid defensive stuff from XLG. Playing their positions, for the most part, quite nicely. Love the patience there from Leo. Let the weakened Waylay go up and over the top. You got to worry about the
Ocean नहीं है भाई.
Not much that Spirit Z can do one above you anyway. And everybody just kind of doing their job. So, timeout for DRG. First one here of the match. The Coinbase win condition. I mean, I think I'd like to see them just work the map a little bit more. It's getting a little bit too predictable, and they had a good idea there. They had a moment where they waited the drone out from the Tejo, and then they were trying to push forward, but because there was that extra layer there with the Seekers from WSLEO, that really kind of just nullified any advantage they had in the information game, and then they just tried to force the issue. And I'd really like to see them spread the map a little bit more here. Plus, you have a couple ults you could really talk about coming into this next round. You're going to have the Convergent Pass. You're going to have the Orbital Strike. Two really big pieces of the puzzle on this attacker side.
Yeah, not only that, but yeah, like you said, play the map, rotate around, try to play that ult collection game, get life ult cycled up as quickly as you possibly can. We just saw the one committed in that last round. It didn't end up leading to much of anything. Needs to be able to find that impact there alongside Spirit Z1. For now, though, it is going to be Kashu leading the charge once again for the team. Saw the stat card there during the timeout break. Shows you how rough that opening performance was. But here today, Kashu, he is showing up. Can they separate themselves from XLG once again, or will XLG be able to gain the lead? Pressure going to be applied here. The flash going to be connected. The orbital strike going to be called in, but that one from the north side is a bit delayed. Salvo's going to be tempted. He's just trying to stick around and hold his own. Will only be good for the one kill. Thought for sure he would have just taken the exit down the rope. At the same time, though, here in the underpass, WSLEO has the jump on Flexen, who almost certainly felt like he was going to be favored 10 times out of 10 in that position.
मुझे split नहीं देखना है.
It's not committed to Kashu. Pushing forward is only going to be good for the one Happyway. Cleans it up. A 2v3 in this post plant now. Both players situated on the site. Double dash forward into the refract. Out of the open is Happyway! And Spirit Z1. He has them lined up. And he may have just rescued this round. The saturate dodge. The headshot connecting. It's Raga. Into the 1v1, but the time is going to be gone. The swing out, he will have the spray down, but there's just nothing more to be done. He has to accept his fate. The spike will go off, and DRG will regain the lead by 1.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for XLG. I think they played this really nicely, but again, the individual moments for DRG are shining. The fact that Life gets one in that position, really, really massive. But then you're able to clear Flexen out. A good understanding of where he's going to want to go, where he's going to want to position himself with that orbital strike, deal with it early. Saw that a little bit on Haven where towards the end of it, they were able to clear out a WS Leo at his Hunter's Fury because they overstacked the flank angle.
Disconnect हुआ उसका.
Well, we'll see. But anyway, DRG's players bailed him out. That's all there is to that round. They just had some huge clutch shots.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a big one to come away with. As we do have a quick little tech pause here. We'll just get everything taken care of. Obviously, time is gone. No way to really try to get that defuse going. But this has to be
Hi, Sataj. What's up?
a bit of a mental reset, I think, as well here for XLG. You're starting to run it back. You have a round like that get away from you. You know what you're capable of. This is your map pick. You played the closer series between the two teams in their opening series here at Masters London. You need to be able to just get that reset through, get focused back up, and get into the game because you know what you're capable of. You typically, when you're playing against each other regionally, come out on top of this matchup.
I agree, and I mean, I think this is a good opportunity to, strut your stuff as No Man, as the leader of this team, to really just say, hey guys, we're still in this. We made good, big picture plays. Let's tighten up the individual stuff a little bit, and we can get into this and get back into this, no problem.
Well, not too bad. We got through that one pretty quickly. Now we can get back into the action. As XLG, it's going to be a very mixed bag buy.
What the fuck, guys?
They try to make the final assessment, see what they want to land on. Just a bandit for WS Leo, as well as No Man rifles across the rest of the team. It's a triple dish approach from DRG. Looking to crunch their way forward into this A site, but for now, no contact to be found. Looking for that C's Molly. Practice ready, so just trying to scale forward, get a catch here. Here's Raga, but nothing to be found quite just yet. Some poke and bomb. The saturate going to be chucked in. Life looking for the reset to try to take down Raga on the other side, but he just cannot quite clean that up and flex in.
Exactly कैसे?
Takes out Lagsworth, swings the corner, and No Man, the timing is just so very tragic.
come back.
Go for the util. And in the end, what looked like it was going to be a very scrappy round, ends up being pretty damn clean for DRG.
Yeah, like the call for the timeout here to kind of spread the map a little bit, set up for that A crunch. Really nice job buying a little bit of time over at A main there. Life almost had to, almost just ended the round by himself effectively. Raga finally able to get the aim under control. Nick continues to just be sharp. Whenever you see him, he's just clicking heads. But again, it's the fact that they get through Dish relatively free, and they just swarm through and get the flanks. Yeah.
The frustration continuing to billow, and that means that it's going to be a timeout call now for XLG. So one apiece burnt so far on Fracture.
Will any player get 3 or more kills this round? Round 9,
another buy round. We'll take a look at the Coinbase win condition. But
पानी पीते रहना चाहिए. अरे मैं कॉफी पी रही थी अभी.
It's going to be a lot of half armors. And no ultimate behind this one unless Raga can get that early
time हो गया तो मैं जल्दी start करती हूँ.
Yeah, I mean, I think here as XLG, you're probably talking about some of the ideas we saw when they were able to get those successful crunches early, kind of disrupt DRG before they can get really settled in, get into those executes. That's the kind of big picture stuff I'd like to see, because even though they're sort of in the right place at the right time, you have to give up a lot of space over at Dish there, and then you're left where you're taking fights and it's even-ish, but that's not going to really do you well when a couple other players are on the other side of the map because of a type of default you're running. Now DRG just going to swing right over to the other side. Going to move Happyway and his util over to the front of A. Getting a little bit more proactive, our XLG.
Double Prowler immediately going to be used. Doesn't allow them to scale. The season's not in deep enough either. So once he just swings that corner, and he's just absolutely dead. Raga able to find a second. His Nick is going to be taken down. Life now trying to pile forward with that ult in play. But XLG are just shutting them down at every twist and turn. Life on the exit. And now the last one standing. XLG with the chance to make this flawless which will help them build up that economy.
No doubt about it. Great hold there by Rarga.
Cosplay का
Talking about another one of those players who we wanted to see have a glow up on the international stage. That one very clean. To be the 1v5 miracle from life. And there's Cypher util on his way in, so should be pretty challenging just to even get one. Maybe get the plant through.
Camera toggle. Well, these players getting closer and closer to Dish. He's losing his window of opportunity. Trying to even get the spike in play, but yeah, we'll swing the corner. It's going to be a flawless from XLG. After all, it's Happyway instantly has the shot, and XLG trying to fight their way right back into this map, just trailing by 1 now.
But I like a lot of the things that XLG's doing early in that round, sending out fact-finding missions around the map and able to win the contact fight. You know, after a lot of that util gets wasted by Nick, quite frankly, he's just not really able to find much off the back of it. The double prowler there, a little bit questionable, and like you said, sees misses, so. Teeing up Rarga nicely, who's now matched Bukashu in the kill department. The two superstars for their teams hitting heavy when they need to. And a couple sheriffs, just a guardian for Spirit Z1. Bukashu with the rifle. They're gonna try for 4-1 split, but
really fast rotation though from XLG. Camera cleared out, doesn't get the dart. No, it does actually get the dart through. Spirit Z1 having the drop down. Removes that. Trailblazer checking around Sands will be able to spot the 2 players out. Bukashu, that lone vandal in hand, arriving. Hits that drop. Nick is able to find 1, but the trade up is there. XLG looking good.
Hello, Pavanji. Welcome to the stream.
Nick is dead as well. The spike on the floor. Bukashu having to do an immense amount of work if they want to get back into this round.
Got the spike.
Weapon and the spike both do get recovered, and it looks like they're going to try to maybe re-clear back towards halls, or even maybe suddenly drift their way out of here. Or do they fight in the sands? This should be them dead. Open the door though, and never mind. They pick one apiece, they find their targets, and now the neural depth is invested. Themselves into a 2v2. The door opened up, 30 seconds remaining in this round.
30 seconds left.
No more. Bolts to try to work with here. Some shots fired out in Lysor, tagged to 65.
Weapon here.
They now have to be committed to this position. They just stack up. Setting up that high-low. Trying to make this nigh impossible for Flexin to break. The trip cleared, swings in, and he cannot find a single kill. XLG tie it up at 5-5.
Still, there was hope here for DRG. The surprise maneuver through the doors.
5-5 कर दिया इन लोगों ने. 6-6 होगा.
DRG has the neural theft. They know where the players are, and they just
कौन सा था? Close by है.
Make a noise over there so XLG can rotate into position to cut them off.
Here.
Just some head scratchers.
Here.
You're almost able to break through as DRG. Some opportunities.
वैसे favorite agent.
Fearlessly pushing forward that outlaw.
Glow Viper wina.
A little bit of spam out, but let's go ahead and listen to the DRG.
We go. 把声回来，故意的。好。一来开 break 中。Yeah break。开飞机吗？提吗？开！一大是可能有趣的。能提吗？他开大了，兄弟们。可以，我可以丢一眼，我可以丢打飞 C 行吗？来，发 C，Go， 转光。压出来了。
Spike down, attacker spawn.
有没有？我继续，可以来吗？兄弟们。OK。
Nick lit up, and it seems like DRG
Good
is still
fight
scratching
going.
their heads
Yep.
to figure out where they can take this spike.
Fine Viper.
The
Oh.
rotations from XLG have been on point. The Z1, the double entry forward, got the spot out here under this player, but Lysor is still able to win out that fight. The orbital strike is going to be committed into this round as DRG frantically wants to try to rescue it. Will set up life, drifting further
Viper
forward.
और मैं kind of same आँखें हैं, तो इसलिए मुझको Viper बहुत पसंद आई थी.
Tucks back in, no man is there. Has the kill, now the neural depth reveal going to be going through. Bukashu runs out of bullets and Flexin runs
Damn,
out
bro.
of life.
Comeback हो गया.
XLG back into the lead. With the potential to make this a 7-5 half.
They're doing such a nice job. Getting aggressive early with the outlaw. really nice thought out stuff, because then they have them corralled on the other side of the map, and it gets a little odd with some of the smokes and some other things, but you're in the right positions, you're able to execute, you're able to capitalize. That's exactly the kind of game planning you want to see from XLG, who's really showing they have much better macro ideas on this defender side of Fracture than they did on Haven.
DG Viper जैसे दिखती भी है.
Does have his ult. No man has an Armageddon.
मतलब
Too close. Maybe Spirit one gets into his. Lysor as well, one away from an orbital strike. So a lot of things that can swing one way or another based off a kill.
थोड़ा बहुत. मैं बाल लंबे कर लिए इसलिए अभी.
Z1 just frantically bouncing in the corner, will eventually get taken down as Hukachu warms up, clears out Lysor as well.
Planted the spike.
3v3 now into the post plant, all bolts exhausted. Double approach from tree side. Trailblazer as well as that stealth drone trying to spot out anything that they could possibly get. Molly at the ready, Flex could absolutely slip this approach to pop flash. Ensures that there's no one forward into the smoke. Nick able to find the one, but Braga then takes him down. Molly invested, the swing of the corner, and Flex just having to back away as Bukashu is trying to get himself into the tower. Knock themselves out, they're gonna double face forward into this one, and Bukashu eventually able to win this to take it into the 1v1. The swing of the corner.
Nice! Finally मेरा एक prediction right आया.
Gets that kill, and XLG, they rescue this half. They move up 7-5.
तो वाइपर का cosplay soon हो सकता है.
With how they're able to pilot this composition, use a lot of that information that they're
जब
able to
मैंने
gather.
time up हो गया था तो मैंने choose नहीं करा. But मैंने ये से करा था.
Takes him down while he's jumping around trying to change guns. Check the back corner there.
अरे यार जल्दी खत्म करो, मेरे को ची का मैच देखना है.
Mixed up on what they wanted to do in the heat of the moment at the end of that round. I think if they be a little bit more patient, flank out to the other side.
Yeah, feels like they should have split. Yep. So certainly some issues there, but as we go to the
Love भी
halftime
मस्त
break, let's
लगता
go ahead and hear
आपको.
from Nick in our HyperX player moment.
So are you supporting? I am supporting XLG, but I want DRG to win. तो 2-0 हो जाएगा. How many sheriff will purchase for the?
差别到非常多吧。我觉得主要还是差在一些个人临场上面的一个。
Will we see a successful 1v3 in second half? Yes.
对，就是感觉有点放不开，因为毕竟我们训练了那么久，努力那么久，只是为了，终究是为了一场世界赛嘛。所以我认为在世界上能够完美的展现自己，是一件非常非常重要的一件事情。
As a signal to just stand and wait, but now an ult of his own. Info there. Spirit Z1! A triple kill in this round. That double might just have given them another round. Sayonara again to try to clutch back, but the flash.
我觉得对，不只是我自己吧，我觉得每一个人都挺重要的。我觉得可能多少会有一点吧，但我认为其实这几天的训练的状况来讲，我认为我们其实整体其实是有的。
फर्स्ट मैप जीत गए ना वो तो अभी सेकंड वाला जीत जाएंगे तो जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा. हम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का मैच देख पाएंगे जल्दी.
不少国内的粉丝，就是非常多，我在台上都能听到台下的人在呐喊，然后我也挺感谢他们能够远道来这边支持我们吧。希望我们的下一场能够达到预期，然后不辜负他们的期待。
Into the second half we go. DRG starting off this map incredibly strong. That bonus conversion.
Why Omen, bro?
But in the end, it's XLG out in front. This is their map pick. This is their comfort by comparison. But now they need to close this out. All of the pistols have gone the way of DRG.
You feel like as XLG,
because
you put yourself in prime position, able to bounce back after that bonus, able to come through with a positive a defender side on Fracture. No easy feat for any team, no matter who you're going up against.
This is a sad agent
send this to split.
Women से sad कोई नहीं है.
Would be wonderful. Always great games you feel like on there.
Flex and Bukachu both playing forward into the smoke. The push coming through, and yes, says I can't move forward anymore. Pulled the trigger, and he's able to find that kill. Bukachu gets the other now.
इसने sheriff नहीं खरीदी. Oh my god.
But a player advantage is all of DRG. And that's on the south side of the B site. Consideration given for a push through that underpass. They They'll just drift their way forward, and that does have no man isolated. Curveball going to be sent in. They're able to find the kill. The defuse now tapped. Raga able to find one, but it's immediately dealt with. Leo on the follow-up, able to find one, but now needs to try to separate these kills, and he cannot. Perfect in the pistols. DRG, they take another, and they are one round away from tying it up.
Yeah, they're really ahead of the curve on these pistol rounds. Able to tuck a couple players into a smoke and catch XLG completely off guard. Flexen gets the kill onto Happyway. Then Bukashu going to work. A great flash there. No man all on his own. XLG expecting more players to be coming from the arcade side of the map, so they sent their 2 of the 3 up in that direction. It was just DRG coming from tree. Now Bukashu gonna grab an outlaw. Maybe? Yes.
This is one of those moments where I feel like you could see the force here. XLG just opting to stick with full classics. They want to try to go for a hasty hit towards A, but look at where all of DRG are at. 4 players, just Bukashu operating alone to the moment.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
To a crisp. Heal swiftly will come through from WS Leo. He's sparing their blushes there. They still need to try to fight their way forward.
Viper is
chemistry. Life is able to strike first. Lights are going to be taken down. Rocket on the dive in.
हाँ वो पता है मुझे.
But Happyway gets traded. Back out. Bukashu on arrival has the outlaw in hand, and he dispatches them. So 2 casualties suffered, but DRG, they win out the anti-eco and they tie it 7-7.
Okay, bye-bye.
They're just mirroring XLG the whole way here. Got the great crossfire set up. Oh, life. That looked like a juicy setup to get a multi-kill. Couldn't quite come through, and Mr. Reliable gonna hold the line there with the outlaw. Get 2 big ones. They are able to keep over 2 of those bulldogs plus the outlaw. All full shields though for XLG, as they did not buy up into that round at all, just classics. So they knew the score, they knew the situation. And DRG wants to start taking a little bit of space. They're getting pretty aggro.
Just relying on Bukashu to be able to hit these shots.
Yeah.
Peek into B. He needs to be headshots if he wants to take them down. Otherwise, he needs that 2-tap.
Same time,
curveball into the haunt. The swing out from this hall side, and that is going to be DRG delivering themselves on a silver platter. 2 players getting a kill apiece.
They are really winning their map pick.
Bukashu quickly arriving on the scene to try to shut this down. But no damage dealt. Stealth drone able to get the spot out. He's been revealed. He turns back. Able to find Happyway. I'm going to have to see that one in the replay for sure. But this is still an arduous task to try to get this bonus converted. Seven rounds remaining in this outlaw. Consideration on the molly, but Flexen pushing forward, finally able to get the spot on Lysor. He does connect with that shot, so we'll force an armor rebuy, but no bonus conversion to be found this time around. XLG holding their own. Get that lead back by 1.
I mean, I think the encouraging thing here for DRG is that they
are
aggressive in the early
ability deep है.
Just a little bit off. I don't. Sure. Why not? He's lucky he didn't die. I mean, the tracers, I suppose, but. Still incredible. He has incredible game sense, but you know, XLG just being patient. They're waiting for that push out. They're anticipating it, and DRG just kind of kept shift Wing the whole way through.
But वो right में कैसे जाता है?
XLG.
जी इसको भी deep है. इसको भी. LM and D and ये क्या control से?
Trailblazer to lead the way. Stim Beacon going to be chucked out as well. Raga.
पूरा team का ये
what the fuck? Let's see off to go. Well, it's just going to be the ping reveal. Flexen able to find himself a bullet between the eyes. Bukashu will be able to take down the enemy sky. So 4v4 with the double dash forward. Rocket trying to take that space, but Nick pushing forward to top gen. He's able to find that one kill. Bukashu still fighting, but his back is turned as he strafes out onto the site in Happyway. He takes that every single day of the week. Now Spirit Z1. Trying to the 1v2 clutch and the neural theft is going to be invested.
China वाले थोड़ा सा
as
antic
he gets
piece है.
revealed, he's trying to isolate it, swings forward, but he doesn't find the opening kill.
Bhai,
Happyway gets the eliminations, gets
we are
the
going
3K,
third map.
and XLG get up to 9.
The more I see of this comp from XLG, the more I really do like it. You know, a lot of teams kind of raise their eyebrows at the China region wanting to play the sky, but it gives you so much information on the map, and having the Taeho drone there too really does kind of make it easy for XLG to kind of pick the sites apart
These
one
are
by one.
normal, what do you mean the way the keyboard is oriented on the
He's
desk?
up to 21
The
kills.
closest keys.
He's given you a
नहीं,
shot
but मैं
into
यही
this
बोल
round
रही थी
as
कि
DRG.
किसी
But it's
कभी को किस कभी
the ability of
देखा नहीं है
XLG to
किसी
just
को ऐसा
slowly but surely on these executes,
इतना तो normally
identify a player,
keyboard
take 'em out,
placement है
find
भाई
the other, take 'em out. You know, if there's a weird lurk somewhere, they're able to react to it pretty
कैसे
quickly.
खेल रहा है देखो
A
ऐसे ही
little
से
bit cleaner, a little bit clearer. So DRG wants to take their final time out of the map and try to see if they can get into this and rectify it. It is not going to be easy. XLG so far has been pretty clean, pretty clinical, and it hasn't required too much in terms of spreading the map or running some weird stuff. They just come through there
मेरा भी
with a
ऐसे
simple
टेढ़ा ही
punch,
रहता था पहले
and now you're on a weird buy.
Pretty standard one, I think, for DRG. It's just the same with Vakashu having a Vandal. There's two ultimates on the other side that you have to be worried about, the convergent paths and the orbital strike. If you try to go for a pacey hit through halls, through arcade, wherever it may be, if you get hit by the convergent paths, an orbital strike is going to burn you to a crisp.
That goes there.
See if DRG are going to be able to successfully avoid those or bait those ultimates out.
There is one guy who has a parallel to
alongside the Vandal of Vakashu. Otherwise, it's Sheriff's abound for DRG.
Man, I think they want this orb, try to get it into life to get a run it back going, perhaps. Or they're just looking for a surprise. Trying to welcome
I have
XLG,
seen people
who's been pushing that
कि
B
वो
site,
अपने माउस
maybe
पे रखते
expecting
हैं
to
but
double down. But instead,
इतना
XLG is just looking for that early aggression again, being patient, just like we saw in the anti-bonus.
They're fully anticipating a south side crunch.
अच्छा never mind but
Trailblazer, though,
60% keyboard रहेगा तो why not
that will have XLG now starting to scale towards that site. Just
मेरा
Nick
तो अभी
nearby with
100%
the
keyboard
Sheriff.
shift करा है मैंने तो
Stealth drone will be sent out. Sky smokes, all three going to be committed. Not worried about that
इतना hard भी
disposition.
नहीं होगा
Nick just has to back away. Meanwhile, the three players will start working their way towards that attacker spawn. But Happyway gives it a consideration. He checks back. And just behind this tripwire, Widely will be able to keep these players contained. So Spike now in play. DRG, how do they remotely try to get themselves back into this one? Life is trying to find the catch. We'll be able to find one, but Lysor rebuilds that space, takes down two. The Vandal now
एकदम
lost.
crazy position रहती है keyboard
It's
की
just Nick and Flex that trying to see if they can get any sort of damage through.
मैंने कभी नहीं देखा भाई ये laters पे
This around here, it feels hopeless for DRG. No real way. They're trying to fight their way back into this one. Nick will just get flanked. Roger will take him down, and XLG will get themselves up to double digits. 3 more rounds to go to push us to a map 3.
Part of the problem that DRG is facing here is they do have to try to take contact fights at some point in time because they don't have that extra layer of information gathering because they've opted
भाई
for double duelists.
ये लोग map 3 तक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं
And if you're not given those opportunities, if XLG just kind of flips a coin and guesses correctly on which side of the map to go to that you're not, then when you're trying to make those push-outs like that, then you're going to have a tough time, especially with just the ecos in hand.
And now Vakashu has to go for Glass Cannon Guardian. Given that force in the previous round. Just critical disadvantages that could absolutely unfurl this for DRG.
There's no ability to confirm that Prowler here for DRG. They threw one through, they spam a little bit, and XLG just cuts sound.
Stone's made its way forward. Vakashu just tucking into the smoke. Trying to fish for anything that he can get, but it's going to be forced away by a salvo. Meanwhile, Raga diving up the top of sight. Convergent paths at the ready. Give it a consideration, but we'll just table that for now. With the plan, the Seekers now available. Considering that Trailblazer first and foremost, but can just stay put for now. Run it back. Gonna be sensed, didn't beacon down. Curveball out through the cage, but the stun is in. Life held it at bay in a happy way. Snaps him back. Flex in, gonna be tagged up. In fact, gonna be taken away.
DRG wins.
Will exit there, over towards safety.
Heavyweight
tries to hold the door. Nick will be able to find the one no man with a kill, and Raga joining in as well. Just locks them out, holds them in this spot. Bukashu upgrades his way to a vandal, but the time has just gotten away. There is no hope for this round. XLG will advance up to an 11th round win, 2 away from sending up to split.
And there's no money. No money at all for DRG going into the next one. And again, it's just so hard for DRG here because they're not able to confirm anything off that early prowler. They have to just kind of guess that maybe that was a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a ruse. Instead, again, XLG just slowly marching their way forward the rest of the way through. And then DRG just tries to brute force their way into the door to clear main, and XLG just holds the line. They've got the angles, they've got the crossfires.
They've got the ultimates as well. Didn't have to use that Seeker, didn't have to use the orbital strike. It's just Raga's invested 4 sheriffs and a stinger to try to get back into this, deny that map point away from XLG.
Same shape na joke na
It's a spot out just on the 1.
अरे brother, आपको spelling भी नहीं आती है, आप क्या लिख रहे हो? और आपको मोर बनना है.
So go the other way. Quick rotations though.
Seekers coming in, up and over the molly goes Raga. Dodging out that damage. The real
आपको मैंने stream पे देखा भी नहीं है मेरे कभी.
So Flexen is unable to capitalize off that
जो
one.
आपको मैं मोर बना दूँ.
Lights are able to find 2 kills as Bukashu and Light both get taken down. Just dead on the site, dead at arcade.
Love to see him make a pivot.
ऐसे ही आके आप बोल दो कि मोर बना दो, मोर बना दो, मोर बना दो.
But XLG still going to be feeling so very favored here. They'll continue to rescale forward. Orbital strike going to be coming in. Top of the rope there from Spirit Z1, and now he will fall. The cleanup is going to be swift and just. XLG. From a catastrophic start of this map to now map point. DRG need 5 in a row if they want to see overtime, if they want any hope of closing this at a 2-0.
बहाने बोलना चाहता है, बहाने.
Lysor saw one bullet tracer and immediately deleted somebody. Incredible. But yeah, again, the patience on display. There it is, right there.
Qualities नहीं दिख रही वैसे आप में mod बनने की.
Target to find.
That is the best target to find. I mean, he's got almost double the kills of Nick, who's second on the board for DRG here. Operator for life.
This needs the hit, and it does not. Raga just swings out, takes the fight, and absolutely knocks him out of the park. Convergent path now going to be set to a desperate bid. Refract out to safety. Saturate going to be there's that orbital strike. There's that wombo combo as Flexen will be able to
find 1 minute.
Heavyweight gets himself an elimination, finds the second as well, brings us back into the 2v2. Flexen unable to confirm the kill until just then.
Are you serious?
Andreas Leo does fall. Heavyweight take his weapon of choice. Now we'll just backpedal. Let's try to fake the footsteps. It does opt to rescale. Does he commit the neural theft? To try to clutch this out.
Duolingo पे English सीखो फिर mod पक्का ना.
To an end right here, right now.
Where is everyone hiding?
Sends it.
तो English सीखे कुछ भी सीखे वे कौन सी भी language सीखे but
takes the fight, but Bukashu will win it.
वो तो पक्का आपको फॉर्म बना के दूंगी एक वो फिल करना पड़ेगा फिर मैं डिसाइड करूंगी मॉड बनना है या नहीं बनाना है या नहीं बनना है.
DRG, but you do get that wombo combo to go. I mean, convergent paths hits basically everybody on XLG, and then the orbital strike. Yep.
तो ले गया भाई वो.
Sit there and watch it. Knock it out of the park.
यहाँ से come back कर रही है.
Normally I'd say just hold on to the neural theft, but these players today just seem to want to make the big ones. They want to go for it. Seen it with Bukashu too.
Yeah. Being a wedge. One touch away from having another online. Operator gets shifted over. Trying to watch that door.
Basically a job application for an unpaid internship. Now.
It looks like XLG. This is not poking
A
prod
firm
to them. They will look
contains
to
details.
Yeah, they're
ठीक
getting
है.
curious about
situational based क्योंकि
duelists are for DRG.
मुझे पता है मैं काफी years तक moderator थी.
Generally going to be on B, so you're
अभी भी
pretty
हूँ.
well aware of that, but they've been able to still
I
do a
just
good job of nullifying that cipher.
इतना ये नहीं
Using
करती
again
मैं.
this extra layer of drones. Happy wait. He's got some reinforcements.
Moderator की काम बहुत कुछ रहते हैं, खाली chat handle करना नहीं रहता.
Spirit Z1 backing away from the angle now. It's going to be Nick playing forward and clean.
बहुत सारे mods की salary मिलती है और DRG यहाँ से comeback कर दिया. Oh my god.
That should be more than enough for DRG to continue to run this back.
30
have to be a
seconds
2v5 as flash attempt can be sent. Spirit Z1 is dashing his way through the doors of curveball now to try to slow up this approach. And XLG are completely boxed in and locked out of the sight.
One enemy remaining.
नाम सुना है मैंने.
Arrives on the south side, finds Raga.
भाई back to back 3 rounds जीत गए ये लोग.
For XLG, they will have another buy.
तो इंटरव्यू क्या होता है, सिचुएशन बेस्ड ही रहता है मोस्टली among other things.
If you're Nick.
Oh man, disgusting.
That is corporate shit.
Oh, the follow-up after getting happy way, and then the wall bangs to finish what he started. I mean, XLG in a pretty nice position. They read the play, but
इधर rounds रहते हैं ना, इधर rounds नहीं रहते.
3 more, my friend.
किसी को ऐसे ही mod दे देते हैं ना तो वो औकात दिखा देते हैं अपनी.
Given consideration that Nightfall did not opt to send it out.
इसलिए तो ये सब चीज करनी पड़ती है.
Have that alongside the neural theft. Ready to go. Baseboard and oh god, flexing.
इसलिए मैं तो सबको बोल के रखती हूँ भाई, बिना फॉर्म बनाए किसी को mod नहीं बनाना.
Looking a little bit lucky.
इसमें अपना ही लॉस होता है. इनको पता नहीं लोग mod के लिए इतना पागल है क्या? पहले तो बहुत थे भाई. मुझसे ज़्यादा.
He will get taken down as happy way, just swoops forward and immediately destroys 2 players. Swing in the corner, Lyser finds Flexen, and now it is all on Nick.
Oh my god.
Gets the first the Nightfall across, able to connect onto just the one
भाई
player.
split हो रहा है क्या?
Double tuck into the corner, the heels coming through, making sure that Lysor is top back up.
यहाँ इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ है क्या?
This just looks nigh impossible.
मैं बता rही हूँ ना मैं.
In his face, Leo on the swing, gives him a freebie.
Bring them down.
And could that cost him everything?
Horn डाल दे, horn डाल दे, horn डाल दे, डाल.
Trip the scale forward from Happy Way. The 1-2 face, and he kept that separated. For Happy Way, coming alive alongside XLG.
Well played, bhai.
Just the distance.
Yeah, a really nice bounce back here for
इसने headshot नहीं मारा किसी को.
Really like a lot
So
of
no
the
choice
ideas
में.
in theory
Never mind.
Behind all of this dronage and information gathering that you have.
A map 3 to settle it all.
मैं बताती हूँ, मैं बोल रही हूँ ना कि मैंने ऐसा mod ही इतना experience gain कर लिया है ना, और इतना कुछ सीख लिया है ना. ये बता क्या है, कौन सी टी बता, ये ट्रिप वाली या मॉड वाली? मैंने तो ऐसा मॉड ही इतना ज़्यादा हिट खा लिया ना कि मेरे को आदत ही पड़ गई है अब. मेरे को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता कोई कुछ भी बोले. अरे बेसिकली मेरे फ्रेंड का बर्थडे था, राइट? तो उसने बताया था कि इसको 3 केक चाहिए, ऐसे ऐसे ऐसे. स्टोरी पे तो देख लिया होगा. तो 2 केक में और एक और दोस्त है जो यहीं पे रहती है नियर बाय, हम दोनों लेके जाने वाले थे. एंड वो कहीं बाहर थी और केक हमें लाइक नेक्स्ट डे निकलना है एंड हमारे पास अभी तक केक नहीं है, जब ऑर्डर भी नहीं दिया है केक। वी डोंट इवन नो कि जो केक उसको चाहिए वो बन के मिलेगा भी या नहीं। एंड बहुत सारा कांड हुआ। फिर मैंने उसको बोला कि देख भाई, तेरे को जब बनाया अभी कॉल करके केक शॉप में बता दे कि ऐसा ऐसा चाहिए हमें, रात तक मिल रहा है तो वेल एंड गुड, वरना सुबह सुबह दे दो। नहीं यार, मेरे को बस एक बारी मोर, अरे तुम वापस मोर बनने पे आ गए भाई। इट्स MOD नॉट MORE। ठीक है, अभी बस हो गया, शांत हो जाओ। तो ऐसा ऐसा उसको बताया। फिर उसने बोला कि ये ½ kg तो एटलीस्ट जाएगा, आपने जो जो डिज़ाइन बताया, ये कलर बताया, उसको तो इतना इतना लगेगा ही। आई वाज लाइक ठीक है, जैसे बन रहा है बना। तो ऐसा वो दोस्त ने भी बोल दिया उसको। उसको फोटो वगैरह भेज दिया है, उसने बोल दिया ठीक है कि रात को 9 बजे तक मिल जाएगा। तो फ्लेवर जो उसको बताया, ठीक है, वो उसने बिल पे ऐसा ऐसा लिख दिया 2x चॉकलेट सेलिब्रेशन, ठीक है। और वो तो उसने ग्रुप पे बिल डाल दिया, इतना इतना कॉन्ट्रो सबको देना है, इतना इतना बिल हुआ है। और जब पिक करने के लिए गई वो केक रात को, उसने मेरे को कॉल किया और बोलती है कि उन्होंने दोनों केक सेम टू सेम बनाया है। आवाज लगी तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो गया। फिर सेम टू सेम मतलब कि भाई जैसा हमने इंस को भेजा था वैसे ही बनाया केक। ए भाई मैच चालू हो जाएगा इधर, नीचे नहीं। तो हंसने लग के बोलती है कि अरे सेम मतलब वो सेम नहीं, सेम मतलब दोनों केक लाइक एक ही डिजाइन के 2 केक बनाए उसने। मतलब कि भाई ये क्या बात हुई, क्योंकि हमारा तो भाई एक बीच थीम का एक पूल पे काटना है उसको, वो वाला मैसेज वाला केक, एंड देन एक सनसेट वाला केक। अभी एंड पूरा लास्ट मोमेंट पे बोलती है कि भाई मेरे को वो एक्चुअली पिंक कलर में था, बोलती है कि मेरे को पिंक नहीं, मेरे को सनसेट कलर चाहिए, उसे ऑरेंज में चाहिए, ऐसा येलोइश ऑरेंज। लाइक भाई क्या ही है। और वो भी भाई उधर जाके भी विला इतना अंदर, वो क्या ही रास्ता भाई, रात में तो और खतरनाक रास्ता लगता है। स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ अभी तक। केक के ऊपर मैसेज वाले किसका आइडिया था? उसने ही भेजे थे सारे, इसका बर्थडे था। वो तो 1 kg का था और ऊपर से। एंड एक्चुअली जो सनसेट वाला केक था वो तो था ही नहीं वैसे तो, कुछ मतलब एक वाइट प्लेन केक था, उसके ऊपर सिर्फ 23 टाइम्स वाटर लिखा हुआ था और एक चेरी बनी हुई थी बस। जिसका बर्थडे था उसने भेजा था। ब्रदर अब मुझे बताओ, कोई ऐसा बोलता है क्या कि मेरे को 3 केक चाहिए अपने बर्थडे पे? ये एंड ऑनेस्टली भाई इतना मैं तो नहीं बोलूँगी, मैं नहीं चाहूँगी कि भाई मेरे फ्रेंड्स इतना ये करे। एक केक ला दो मेरी पसंद का, बस है। भाई जिसका बर्थडे था उसने डिमांड की, ये मैं पहले बार सुना। मोस्टली सरप्राइज होता है केक वगैरह एंड ऑल। तो लास्ट ईयर सरप्राइज हो गया था तो, और फिर कुछ चीज़ें भी हो गई थी। जस्ट टू गेट ओवर दैट थिंग्स एंड मेमोरी उसने ट्रिप प्लान करी ये वाली उसके बर्थडे के लिए। हाय सजेशन, व्हाट्सअप। स्टार्ट हो रहा है। एंड भाई मेरे बर्थडे पे भी मैं बोलती हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसा ऐसा केक चाहिए बिकॉज आई एम एलर्जिक टू फ्यू थिंग्स। तो मैं खुद ही जाती हूँ अपना केक चॉइस करने के लिए।
What are DRG going to play? They've been trying a few different compositions, and one of them is having Vukasu on the Vice. And that is an agent I've
केक उठा के लेके आ जाएंगे और मैं वो खा ही नहीं पाऊंगी, फिर क्या फायदा भाई?
So I'm not sure how to feel about that. I do like some of the setups he's running, but the Cypher seems to be more of that comfort. So I'm interested to see what they decide on that in the end.
Well, we were talking about Rarga's confidence coming in. It's looking a lot better, but now that we are on map 3, this is an elimination match. One of these teams will be going home after this final map of Split. So what happens now with Vukasu looking a lot more confident today? Raga finding his form, facing another Chinese team, but will he remember this confidence going into this map?
Being allergic and asking for a certain cake is different than asking for a cake that's designed according to you, and I politically like that.
I think that they're showing a lot better today, all of them both individually and as teams. So I'm hoping that this just comes onto the third. All bangers end on Split.
I think वो किसी फ्रेंड ने उसको भेजा हुआ था और उसको अच्छा लग गया तो उसने बोला कि मेरे को यही चाहिए। I wasn't actually counting on that cake, but किसी और ने वो केक की जिम्मेदारी ले ली तो I was like okay. मैंने भी बोला था लास्ट ईयर को कि मेरे को ऐसा ऐसा केक चाहिए, बट जैसा मेरे को चाहिए था और जो आउटलेट का क्या बोलते हैं, मेरे को ट्रस्ट है, लाइक आई कैन एक्चुअली ईट दैट केक, वो लोग वैसे नहीं बना के देते।
Or both of them to make everyone quiver a little bit in their boots, especially with Shanghai around the corner for champs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, is that it'd be nice to see these teams ramping up, getting more experience here, because at the end of the year,
ज़्यादा केक मत खाया करो, मोटी हो जाओगी, वैसे ही मोटी हो। भाई तू जाके इंग्लिश सीख ले, ठीक है? जिम की स्पेलिंग भी क्या लिखी है? स्कूल जाओ ब्रदर, स्कूल। मैं मोटी हूँ, पतली हूँ, जो भी है, I don't give a fuck। तू पहले इंग्लिश सीख ले जाके, जा स्कूल में एडमिशन फॉर्म भर, निकल इधर से। स्कूल नहीं तो छूतिया लग रहा है, पहले ही बता देती हूँ। ये जो मोर कर रहा था ना, उधर ही समझ गए सब कि तू कितना कूल है।
is actually
मॉड
a
बनना है ना
strength,
तुझे
and we
और
kind of have heard some of the players say that already, being looked at as the underdogs. They really need to go ahead and utilize that now.
हूँ मैं मोटी क्या कर लेगा पता
Exactly. Being one of the underdogs here, DRG is
नहीं जाऊंगी तेरा JYM वाला जिम में
haven't favored DRG coming into this, but I'm seeing a lot come through today. We were surprised by Lev as well. Most people were expecting NRG to come through on that, but Lev stepped through. So I think there's also a point when you have rematches over and over and over again. These teams know each other so well. The players know each other so well. Perhaps this is the split where DRG come back out
कबार
on
की
top.
स्पेलिंग भी नहीं आ रही है मेरे को तो भाई पूरा 2 मिनट लगा समझने में कि क्या लिखा है क्या ही स्पेलिंग है तू तो कूल है मैं कूल हूँ इसलिए मैं यहाँ और तू वहाँ बकवास कर रहा है
Some have missed Phoenix flashes here or there. Probably won't be playing the Phoenix this time around.
What did you say earlier? One of the early days. Oh, Phoenix not that hard to play.
If I'm not binding myself in my ranked games,
अगर तू मुझे मोटी बोल रहा है ना तो I'll take that as a compliment because I'm underweight.
Deservingly quite a lot actually in pro play. Surprisingly, they're just like us, Minnie. But No Man is also playing on this stage right now.
Compliment भी समझ में नहीं आएगा ना sorry. मैं इसको तारीफ समझूंगी by the way. हिंदी में बोल देती हूँ.
Yeah, for sure. And we heard Frankie speak to his partner earlier today, obviously cheering him on. And I think it's really nice to have that friends and family support
पापा के पैसे पे
on Masters
तू
London
तो उस पे भी नहीं उड़
stage.
सकता.
But as you mentioned, this man on your screen right now, No Man, he wants to be able to
Just
stay
saying
as long as he
this
can,
is
but
all
forget
by my
elimination
salary.
is on the line here.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about this guy.
Oh
is
sorry
the amount
English
of
समझे
energy
कि
he
नहीं
brings,
sorry my
the
bad
bravado,
again.
And I think that for this team, it's such a key.
ये मैंने
piece to
खुद
hide
कमा
that
के
energy
लिया हुआ है
coming
by
out.
the way.
We've seen sometimes, there might be players struggling a little bit or a little bit stressed, and if No Man is hyping up this team on this third map, even if they go behind a little bit,
मैं
I think
तो
that's
at
what
least
they're gonna need.
किसी के भी पैसे हो कुछ तो कर रही हूँ बकवास नहीं कर रही हूँ तेरे जैसे.
Leo a little bit earlier. This is a player he had his eye on. Is he meeting expectations, Minnie?
He had a very strong map, if I remember correctly.
तो भाई एटलीस्ट थोड़े पैसे डाले के स्कूल में या फिर कोई कोर्स में बोलना सीख लो ठीक है ना ही तू हिंदी बोल पा रहा है ना ही तू इंग्लिश बोल पा रहा है.
Unless Vukashu is on something weird like that Vice, split is mostly about sending it together and doing what
So yes, तो आप तो स्कूल में ही जाइए.
people's faces, doing those set
In short.
Yeah, we don't want to see any slow plays. We want to see a banger on split as we get the agent.
या तो घर में टॉयलेट होगा तो उधर जाके हगना प्लीज.
And again, not only do they have No Man on the team, they got Lysor. He's been there before.
Talking about flashes, it does seem like Life is going to be on that Phoenix once again. A little bit of a switch up here. I like it, but he's going to need to raise the performance for the last map. He didn't look extremely comfortable there. Hopefully, a little bit better here.
It a rage bit, whatever it is.
I think this is the big thing about this game. How are XLG going to get
उसको कुछ बोलने को नहीं मिल रहा था उसने केक सुन लिया बकवास करने चालू हो गया वापस. पहले तो मोर किया हुआ जा रहा था. बस एक बार मोर बनना है. स्पेलिंग तो सीख ले.
Clear identity for this team so far throughout this event. How much mid-aggression are they going to have to be able to take control of that space?
Well, we are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London. Is it DRG
जल्दी start
or
करो भाई
XLG?
मैच.
As we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Down to the wire, a final map to determine
जितनी
which
बकवास
one of
करनी
these two
करा
teams is going to be sticking around at Masters London and which one
मेरे को देखना है एक्चुअल में.
exit. DRG have not been able to find success.
कोई अनपढ़ गवार कितना गिर सकता है.
Long, not since the China Evolution series.
तो पहले से ही गिरा हुआ है.
Find it here today. Conquer their demons. Find another map win on a global stage.
But it's got to start with Life picking it up on the Phoenix in particular. Again, trying to find their identity into this new meta, into this map even. Like you said,
वेकेशन की
they haven't
इतनी
been able
थी.
to get a
अरे
win. They
बहुत
tried a bunch
कुछ
of
हुआ
different
भाई.
stuff, so back to the
बट
drawing
अभी
board again. Is it going to be enough?
मेरे को पॉइंट आउट नहीं करना था
decent
कहीं
on
मैं.
this map. They are going to make a slight change into No Man on the raise. Tucked in position, but all on his own is Life.
He needs to be good. For one, if not two, but the Trailblazer will lead the charge. Wide swing out and Heavyweight able to collect.
Basically, I was with the people. Oh no.
Line is in there and Flexen is able to find himself a second. But Raga
ये फ्लैश से हमेशा लोग फ्लैश हो जाते हैं.
Tag down the 22 HP, but the plant can come through.
हाँ मैं ये बोल रही थी कि मैं जिन लोग के साथ गई थी वो मेरे दोस्त नहीं थे again.
Let's screen side and a dink is going to be found. Lysor
उसने बस अपने जितने close friends थे उनको invite करा था.
Gets himself into a 1v1. He's only with 10 health. A deep pull back from Happyway in a reposition. Could rotate up the ramp if he wants. Kashu has to check every possible angle, and there you go. The approach now up into heaven.
किसी ने एक दूसरे से बात की है. ना कभी मिले थे हम.
Take him down. Finished the previous map for the 3K. Starts this one with the same. XLG will get their first pistol win on this attacker's side.
And it's just a rough setup this time. I mean,
I know, right? मेरे को बहुत अच्छे से experience है इसका. Because मेरा ऐसा था कि मेरे सारे फ्रेंड्स मेरे साथ हो, बट ऐसा नहीं होता भाई. मेरे स्कूल के टाइम पे होता था वो.
Part of it was they get a little help from WS Leo there with team flashes, and that tees up Flexen to at least get two. So if it isn't for that, I think that's a much cleaner round for XLG. All's well that ends well. Ash here confirming a little bit of presence. Pre-fire with the Marshal for No Man, but he's just gonna peel back after a little bit of a ding up. Healed up, no problem. And like trying to create a bit of a distraction on the other side. And
a Sheriff and two bandits here for DRG. There's very real chance to get some solid damage in.
मैं वापस से बोल रही हूँ, मैं किसी के भी पैसे से स्ट्रीम करूँ, कुछ भी करूँ, तू क्यों अपने यहाँ पे चुदवा रहा है? क्या तू वो कर सकता है? नहीं, तो मत चुदवा अपनी इधर. मुझे और मुंह खुलवाने के लिए मत लगाओ. अब मैं तुझे हाइड भी नहीं देने वाली हूँ. मुझे देखना कितना गिर सकता है तू.
All these weapons are out into the open. They'll have a nice headshot, but No Man will be able to shut him down. An XLG scrape by with a 2-0 start.
that's really good damage though. And getting some serious value out of this bandit. Oh, this one right here, great decision. Again, I like, we've seen this a couple times from both of these teams where they just let the diving duelist go past it. Just, you know, settle for at least getting one. And it's really effective. Flexen's gonna have his ult coming into this round. And only a couple Spectres, an Outlaw, a Stinger, a Sheriff for WS Leo. So the firepower severely weakened after the damage done in the previous round. Spam through. Leo does get the identification. Wall popped. Dash out. As Spirit Z1 only down to 4 HP though. Yeah, ripped to
rough
shreds.
way. Yeah, very rough way to try to start this off. Especially given that No Man still does have the paint shell, so if he puts it in the right position, initial burst, he'll just clean up the kill. The Prowler ringing out with that Outlaw. And you've still got 3 players susceptible to it.
Oh, it's Vice Util.
Up and over on the entry, Raga making his way forward. No Man able to still get on top of Nick. Barrel stops him in a happy way with that Outlaw in hand. Cleans up 2 kills. XLG
मम्मी का देखा है तूने?
wrapping this one up. A nice little bow on top. They look to convert this bonus, and I don't think that you can go for this if you're flexing in life.
I certainly don't think you should.
We'll just have to back away and allow for this one to go over. XLG, the best start really that they've had to a map so far.
Tension
find some
seeker
more weapon
रहेगा.
upgrades. They still do have that Stinger Inspector in hand. This round is absolutely over, and XLG are
एक और
looking
चीज बस लिख के
alive
दिखा
and
मेरे को.
well. They want to once again dispatch DRG, this time on the global stage.
Yep, they're getting the pickups too. So the economy is going to be flush coming out of this. Just, it looked like DRG had this round pretty well read, pretty well locked down. They've got the Vice util in the right spots, and it's just no man, fearless. Get on in there. Prowler, who cares? Nick isn't even looking at him. And then there's Happyway, who shows up to the party. Says, thank you very much. Thanks for the damage done. Oh boy. DRG players feeling that should have been theirs, and that might be a sign of things to come. Still gonna have that Outlaw to contend with. A couple players full armor, of course, because they're able to carry over from the previous round with the save, but they're only cleared by a Sheriff. Trying to bait a little bit for life here.
The ball out, make sure that there's no one scaled forward in the garage.
Went for a little bit of a trap play with the grab well.
That's an immense amount of util committed to this, just to try to maintain some control of that position. XLG will just pump the brakes, he'll keep it quiet, try to instill that doubt into DRG's heads.
I mean, the only thing XLG has had to commit so far in this round is the boombot. Prowler doesn't see anything. They're so patient, they're so aware. Life again in a one and done.
Now they can re-clear the Trailblazer there, they swing alongside it and Life gets tagged up. He's got the hot hands to try to get a heal, but yeah, I was gonna say have to commit this to try to hold the door. Will be able to find one. Roger gonna be dead on that entry. Straight back kill not yet found. Big haunt reveal, spotting out two, reposition to back sight. As Nick from up on the Raptors is able to find 2 kills with that Sheriff. Life gonna be good for 1 as well. The cleanup is there. Life, that is the exact kind of
Will the first kill be a headshot in
we
this
need to be seeing
round?
from this Phoenix as DRG get themselves on the board.
I mean, it's on a knife's edge. And you thought that maybe it would be the Phoenix burned alive. Instead, he escapes, gets a kill.
भाई ये लोग खत्म कर दो यार,
Absolutely
मजा
deadly
नहीं आ रहा है
today. He
मेरे
has
को.
been incredible. He's like plus 14 coming into this map. Yes, a lot of that was on Haven, but he still had a solid fracture.
I won't watch
He's going to need to continue with that, but it's more about the positioning there from Life, able to get out. This time a clear of the Prowler, trying to show a little bit of presence on the other side of the map while they scale forward here. Really close to Spirit Z1.
Raga, oh, the gun barrel's been seen. Spirit Z1 now, wanted to try to get that kill, he will. It's his first one on the board. Taking the exit down to the vents. Meanwhile, Life again, putting himself on a bit of an island in Happyway. Will be able to strike him down. A 1-for-1 at the end of it. And critical ultimates out of the hands of both teams.
Want to go over to the other side of the map.
Bring them down.
Try something a little bit different. No man could scoop up that orb, get the showstopper. That would be potentially pivotal. They're just going to scale up mid.
Slow walk up and flexing. He's now drifting quite far back. Will give up that space so Heaven can be taken relatively for free. Spitzy one starting to lean back, but decides to stick around a little bit longer on the A side. Nick now trying to dance around that poison orb. Will get struck down as Happyway once again starts to take over. Another 3K for him. The spike brought to bear. Reassessing the plant position. But a 2v4.
रिंजलर भाई,
really want to try to commit to this.
मैंने बोला, मेरे दोस्त ने मेरे को पहले ही पूछा था, बहुत पहले, जब ज़्यादा लोगों को किक के बारे में पता भी नहीं था. I said no.
I'm completely fine with using the pit here just to make sure. I mean, things can get so scrappy, so wild, especially with Bukashu still alive. We've seen what he can do. This team well aware of it. They've faced it many times. Better safe than sorry here. And what looked like it might be a bit of a rough start after losing Raga for free.
I'm telling Amdi knows that.
Able to win against Life this time. He isn't able to kind of hold
that friend is Amdi only.
At the door and make much of it. you need to give him a little bit of extra oomph behind some of those holds if you want him to be the one to be guarding the mains.
And given the way that Happyway's been, just killing everybody. Sure, commit the pit. He'll probably, almost assuredly get another one before the half is out. And that's going to be a timeout call
एक और
now
दोस्त
for
है
DRG.
उसने बोला था
Trailing by 3 rounds, trying to assess.
स्ट्रीमर ही है वो
They can really get themselves back into this. Economy is still in a decent position for them, but that's a lot more to be worried about on the other side, because XLG, they've got money, they've got plenty of ultimates on the upswing, as you can see in the Coinbase win condition.
I mean, what's crazy about this is 2 players on XLG don't even have a kill yet, and they're still up 4-1.
एक्चुअली वो स्ट्रीमर फ्रेंड ने बताया एंड अमदी भी दोस्ती है मेरा हम तीनों दोस्त हैं हम सब डिस्कस करते हैं सब डिस्कस करते हैं
They're both having pretty solid starts here. And that's a really good encouraging sign for XLG on top of having 4 rounds already on this attacker side.
Good, but it's not a good platform to build your audience.
So the util's getting placed exactly where it needs to. Those flashes are going in to assist for Happyway, Raga, etc. to come away with those kills. A lot to talk about here for DRG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to have to really be a little bit more, I think,
if I
considerate
shift
of
on
how you're
kick,
going to play those
मेरा
main
YouTube
angles.
bro
If
नहीं
you
होगा.
don't give those up for free, it seems to lead to potentially better results. I think a lot of talk has to be given over
Like
to
you
Life
have
to
to
make sure
think
that
कि तेरी audience कैसे बनेगी without streaming on YouTube.
Over on the garage side.
Separate time निकालना पड़ेगा समझ रहा है?
Completely other thoughts about this round.
The conversion path set out onto the site. The up and over from Raga.
And if you're starting from kick, like पूरा ही,
squad, but as those expire, they can start to scale forward, and Fluxen's going
then
to be
it is very hard.
Taking out the Astra denies the possibility. The Cosmic Divide coming through for a retake. Now instead going to have to heavily rely on Life.
Just what I think.
Leading the charge with this run it back. There's now that showstopper on the other side in the hands of No Man. The op looking for a scout. No one peeking the angles. Ult for Ult and Lysor, boosted up on top. Immediately gets the shutdown. The paranoia going to be sent through. 2 players going to be spotted there and having the showstopper still tabled for now. Turn to the flash, clear the haunt. As that's going to be Happyway holding things down at main. 3 kills found, technically on for an ace.
I'm streaming on YouTube and I'm watching this match on Twitch and we are discussing about kick. Wow.
Trying to find any value he can possibly get. Draws down with a sheriff, but he will fall. Happyway collects a 4K as XLG. They deny any access back into this map for DRG.
He is definitely the way right now for this XLG team.
1 enemy remaining.
Absolutely devastating, holding down the flanks.
He's 13-2.
Yeah. And a great play from Lysor. Again, not getting a kill because it's on the run it back, but he's stalling out. He's buying time. He's creating confusion and chaos there. That's going to tee Happyway up. It's a home run, too. Absolutely brilliant.
Happyway बोल रहा है.
Arga trying to be set up himself. A little shoulder peek.
Happyway sounds.
Can't find the shot in time. Just a refract back, and XLG gonna see that Phoenix and try something a little bit different. Looking for other things on the map right now. Looking to try to maybe get a little bit more information. No idea where the Vice setup is just yet. As we can see, it's at the front of A there. Now they're going to try to scale forward. Life in position. A little bit of a crunch.
Flash forward, and they're just going to run him down. No chance even trying to send out a curveball. Just overwhelmed so quickly. Spray and pray from Flex and maybe catching one there on the Happyway, but now control over the spend from Kashu watching on the other side, but it's just going to be a 1-2 pop as Raga will be able to win it out. Kashu just cannot play whack-a-mole well enough. And now the site taken, the op still in hand. This Cosmic Divide again having to be tabled.
30 seconds left.
They're shifting into position, but surely you just go for the save.
It should be. I mean, maybe you try to scoop up a gun here as Flexin, but even that's risky business.
Can work his way over to one. Will be able to have it. I think Spiritsy one just going to be looking for any kind of exits that he could possibly find. But even this is incredibly risky. If you lose this operator, you cannot buy another one. He's picking a corner. He's sending out a shot now. Okay, will be able to sprint away. Raga trying to chase in from behind. Get tucked around the corner, back into the defender's spawn. But Raga is out for blood. He wants to try to find this, take this out of their hands. The opening shot ends up missing. Raga able to find Flex, and he's able to find them all. A 4K for Raga and a massive critical overstep for DRG. They lose everything.
In the first 30 seconds. No.
Awful for DRG, to say the least. But I got to give XLG a ton of credit. They seem to just be a step ahead of DRG in a couple different ways.
Heaven was just a warm-up to XLG.
DRG can never even do anything about it. It's like the timings in DRG's heads aren't there. When that smoke goes down to cover up Mail, there should be a response from Life. There's nothing. But then the end of the round, they're just so desperate to pick up another rifle and try to go for something. It costs them everything.
Your fault.
And okay.
Here.
Now where has this come from? Yeah, screw the op, leave it on the floor. You don't need it. Just keep that Vandal in hand, keep tapping. Heads like that.
Oh, yes! Arey yaar.
Able to get the ace, but my God, what a time to come alive. From a questionable push to losing all their weapons to just saying, okay, I guess I'll carry.
It's just the contact fight here, and
ऐसा लग रहा है मैंने jinx कर दिया.
every single part of it. Oh,
क्या
what
shot
a tight
है?
angle he takes against Raga. That second one is
एक कर्सर
unbelievably
दिख रहा है क्या मेरा? नहीं ना.
in the final for
तो दिख
Life,
रहा है.
denying the ace, but at this point as DRG, you need everything you can get as clean as you can get it.
I mean, you also want those old churches on to Life because he's still 2 away from having the run
मैं
back.
कब खोलूँगा ऐसे जेट
But that
थप्पने
is a
में?
lifeline found for DRG to try to get themselves back into this. Trailblazer cleared.
भाई वालों को हाथ ही नहीं लगाया मैंने.
So many ults. You've got to find a way
वालों
to
के
get
पीछे
some
कोई
value
हाथ
here.
नहीं लगाया इसने दिन.
So much is great for retake is the thing for DRG. So they're happy to give up a little bit of space on this round. Try to play that.
भाई मेरे को Resident Evil खेलना है. कौन सा वाला खेलना चाहिए?
Into no man.
एक तो मेरे पास पड़ा हुआ है.
So XLG's answer to this is to try to take some mid space, see if they can find some picks.
GT1 now maybe starting to feel it a bit. Wants to check back around, re-clear this male position, but has to drift back away. Get the spot there on the Raga. He's looking for the entry, saturate. Not gonna be connected, the C's does, but he's only still able to find the one.
अरे 9
seconds now remaining.
सीधा.
Pack down, straight up into the face of Nick, but
अबे 9 में थोड़ी सेल लगी हट.
from backside is able to find that kill. Lysaur is the last one standing.
क्या हो गया इधर और?
Lives in heaven. DRG able to string together another round.
Nice stuff again from Spirit Z1. Able to just barely dodge that saturate. It looked like Nick again. Crazy good on the site there. Able to deny that. Timing with the blast packs into a drop down off the rope.
Starting to get the energy going here, starting to believe that they can run this one back. XLG, though, they want to try to ice the squad a little bit, so a timeout call. Take another look here at the Coinbase win condition. Happyway still very far out in front.
उसे start करो फिर मेरे पास.
To get a piece of the action.
Third part है.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, Happyway almost into another ult already. One away from another pit, so absolutely love
खेला
that
था
he
मैंने
whipped it.
शायद.
I think there's a few things for XLG that I'd like to see them be a little bit more proactive with the orb, sort of
बता दियो
collecting
रुकना.
and funneling into No Man or Raga, your choice. I'm fine with either. I think there's a few times where they missed opportunities to collect just a little bit extra in some of these rounds. Maybe you don't want to give the information away and you're already winning anyway, but maybe some slight macro things to tweak, but then also just making sure that you're
तू ही है वो, never
a
mind.
little bit more consistent. But DRG has learned their lessons. They're doing a good job
Revelations
now
कुछ
of
नाम है क्या उसका?
absorbing some of that early util pressure, backpedaling a bit, and setting up for a counter punch.
RE Rev 2.
That's kind of
Yes.
throwing XLG a little bit off guard.
Looks like a minor hiccup here. Uh-oh. Somebody spilled their drink.
Oh my god.
Well, that's a shame.
We really should get like the sippy cups for the players.
I think they have them.
Well, but it's not like, you know, really up there
sure.
very
You
tight.
mean like an actual
like
sippy
a
cup?
child's, like a
Or,
toddler's.
Yes, for a toddler. Yeah. That is correct. I think we should absolutely do that. Can we get Red Bull branded sippy cups for players?
Oh, turn it back on.
There you go.
I love that. That's great. The best reactions of our players.
Well, shouldn't be too long. Just get the desk wiped down. It's faster than a first hand warmer.
That's true. That's true.
At least I don't have to worry about that here at the moment.
That one was a little bit awkward.
Oh, I'm being told we have a replay of this as well.
Excellent.
Let's take a look.
Slow-mo. Right in the path of the high five.
Oh my god.
Well, unfortunately, we can't see the panic.
Hey,
so
cup holder look na ek.
Angel-esque reaction. We should just be moments away from getting back into this one, and hopefully for Lysor, he'll be able to recover.
It's going to be tough for him, you know. The mental maybe is a bit
शायद
now.
इतना delay में answer क्यों हुआ तेरा?
Who would have known? But all right, let's see what XLG took a timeout. Let's see
Ultra low
what the
latency
theory
की इज्जत
is
ही
going
नहीं
to be
है.
here. Early 4-1 split. This time on the other side of the map is Happy Way. A lot of really pressure up the ramp. Spirit Z up top, spotted.
Trying to get that free fire going. Roger still faces into this one, trying to set up for the saturate. Now no man to fill that space. Peeks in, was able to find the kill. Like a little exit line having to bound around the corner, gets himself over to the bedside as the Seeker's going to be let loose.
मेरा कौन सा account भाई?
Trying to continue to guide the team forward to success. Happy Way at the same time. Completely unanticipated in this position, and now that's more than enough for XLG to say, okay, let's backpedal, let's peel away and get ready to join in with the Viper on the other side, but they're still expecting this walk forward. And I gotta say, it's damn good for Vukashi to still be able to find a kill there.
That's great patience. Great understanding of
अरे
the
Steam
tendencies.
में नहीं है वो.
Happy Way has him lined up, and it's another massive
Offline.
round from him. 17
हमारे भाई साहब ने ले रखा
as
था.
XLG move up 7-3.
I know Happy Way has a tremendous round again. I
Lo
really
noni
want
bala
to give a shout out
das.
to the
So welcome
coach
to the
and the
stream.
IGL here. I think the idea to find ways to get Happy Way into a deeper lurk, creating a lot of that early A pressure with your duelists, and then that pause there, understanding that a lot of teams would react off of Happy Way getting that pick up at B Heaven and immediately try to make a pivot, and instead they take the pause. Beautiful, beautiful calling.
Still 4 ultimates to try to work with. Knives going to be invested immediately here from Spirit
चोरी
C1.
करनी है मेरे को हैं. Viral.
Try to make a go of this if you start
What the
flying
fuck?
for XLG to get more rounds from here. It's just not going to be looking great when you shift over to your own attacker side. Smoke
ये
out
क्या
3
fantasies
players
है
on
आपके?
this side of the map. There's Happy Way just scaling forward into this nebula. A little bit damage from the friendly fire, but he peeks out of the smoke and he's able to find one.
खुद गया वो.
Advantage now. Spirit C1 dropping in, and there's that second pit now blooming. Happy Way trying to make this unassailable. Shoot does have the steel card, and he's going to be investing that immediately. But there are shorties abound here. The push forward into the smoke. Spirit C1 still able to find the headshot. No man going to be taken down. He's looking for to the rescue. Leaps forward, takes Fukashi low. Happy Way at 7. Drifts over to backside. He can continue to just poke and prod this pit to maintain. Finds Fukashi and strikes him down. XLG up to 8, looking for a 9th.
A nice little shot there.
RP.
Great coordination here.
We
And
progression
Happy
आपकी. Which team will win this round? क्या चल रहा है वो क्या चल रहा है?
11 rounds.
19-4.
यही जीतेगा भाई.
He's barely died. He's been killing everyone.
It's incredible.
अरे XLG 8 पे XLG
One more
जीतेगी.
kill than everybody else on his team combined.
Bananas.
Toxin screen down.
He has done so much here, and now No Man seeing the economy of his opponents. The thing is they do have 3 players that bought the full armor, so the Outlaw can only find 2 targets. Does have the showstopper in the back pocket as well. Looking for that opportunity so far. Fukashu playing that elbow angle very tightly, although it has been identified. They ping it out, so they're pretty well aware. So what's going to be the response to deal with that? Do you want to use some of that Sky util to clear that angle? And you just got to worry about Spirit Z1 up in heaven. Oh,
okay.
No!
Oh, Fukashu goes fishing.
That's the showstopper gone.
Catches a big one. Refract back out. The wall popped. Thorns holding them in place for now. Kept Fielder on Araga, but it's a quick clear of that Trailblazer, just trying to disguise Spirit Z1's position. Will just be the full forces of XLG. Repositioning. TP out.
मैं खुद भी इतनी गर्म
for Lysor. I'm going to try to re-clear garage at the same time. Caesar's going to be lobbed in. Wsleo able to drop down.
तो एक पूरा मैच बाकी मेरे को अभी से इतनी गर्म लग रही है.
Try to deny this plan from coming through. It's 10 seconds remaining. They have to make a go of this. Smoke now.
Literally ऐसा लग रहा है कि भाई अरे इसका क्या कुछ डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया?
Finds a kill. Lysor now swooping forward. Finds one, but it's a push into the smoke. Fucking just absolutely gives up his life, but Lysor, the TV in the back. The wall kind of working against him. Still able to find the one. Has to try to split them, and he cannot. And DRG will scrape by with a 4th round win to close out this half. But that was so winnable for
अरे क्लिक नहीं हुआ था क्या?
Some individual mistakes.
सही तो प्रेडिक्ट किया था मैंने.
Absolute backbreaker to find that raise that early. But I really would have liked to have seen Rarga just tuck into the corner. The pushing this smoke, like you know they're going to be in there, and he gambles and he just isn't it.
Now rough mistake there for Rarga, but it's still a 4-round lead for XLG. DRG, we'll see if they can run this back after the halftime.
ओशन नहीं है भाई.
Here it's Spirit.
अरे भाई ऐड स्किप करवा दो कोई मेरे को. तूने तो कुमार मेथड का रील देखा क्या? नहीं. हेलो राज, व्हाट्स अप? How many kills will we finish this map? Currently has 19, तो भाई 20 हो जाएंगे. Will there be a drift during second half? Yes.
Back in we go. XLG out to a lead. DRG across this series overall have been clean in those pistols, and that's what they need to jumpstart their way back into this map. They do not want to go quietly into that good night. They want to be sticking around here at Masters London, to not be eliminated, to not be sent home early doors. We will see if they can make that happen, or if XLG will once again stand tall over this squad. Happy Way has been a blessing from a higher power for this squad so far. And now he moves over to the defender side, where he should be even more favored.
For sure, and in general, XLG pretty steady on their defender side. I'll say on split, it's not like it's super well favored compared to their attacker side, but it's good enough. And even going up against DRG, of course, different comps, but earlier in this stage, they were 6-6 on their defender side. So that would be good enough here to get them the win. get them the ability to continue on in the playoffs. This time, 2-3 setup. Gonna leave No Man pretty far back. Mostly Ghost. Lysor continues to stick with the classic. And just a little
एक आईडी कंप्लीट की तो दूसरी भी हायर्ड खाने के लिए लेके आ गया.
Being done here by Light.
Yes, once again, Light's trying to play on his own, make something happen. WSLEO back up map. It's swing in the corner, and Spirit Z1 able to find that kill, and WSLEO's quickly going to ball thereafter. DRG finding a clean start, not even a lick of damage. Suffered in life is able to find the backstep as well, catching Lightsor in transit. Happyway swing in the corner, still clean with it. Comes away with a kill. Sets up the snake bite. Swing in. Fukashu dead. He's got Nick as well.
Player standing.
And now he has to do it all. The 1v2, the ace clutch, and Life will shut him down. A solid effort, but DRG will take another pistol.
This is a creative pistol round. Again, I've overall been very, very impressed with DRG's prep in that regard, giving themselves huge advantages throughout a lot of this series. And this one, using Life to sell a fake up mid. Now, it isn't bid on super heavily by XLG, but there's a lot of confusion on site there between WSLEO and No Man on how to respond. Spirit Z1 gets in so deep before WSLEO even thinks about throwing a flash or anything, and then No Man just gets caught completely by surprise.
Minor investments, but also a heavy stack. Prowler going to be sent forward. It's going to be Raga. However, biting the dust first is Spirit Z1 will find one Lysor, just trying to make that shorty work, but to no avail. Barely any damage suffered as well. As Happyway, I mean, he continues to do just incredible work here for his team. Belter of a shot down. Will be able to collect that outlaw. And everyone is vulnerable to it, but he's just going to chuck it up the side of the map.
Fake these na to.
Not wanting that to be recoverable. How much more can he get?
You almost feel like he's good for 2.
Keep playing like this. Spirit Z1 going to be the player dialed in on the angle with that Bulldog. And yeah, we'll be able to find the headshot at 3K for the Jet, and DRG overall. A clean anti-eco now 2 rounds away, and if they can find another bonus conversion, then oh boy, this map, this series is back on the menu.
Oh, for sure. Able to fight back. XLG kind of gets what they want here, but there's enough util in DRG's back pocket that they can throw in, you know, the molly, the C's, everything to just slow that down so you can't get up close and personal. Some of those classics in the shorty. Full rifles. No outlaw to be carried over, but Life, one away. Really would like to get this orb. A little bit of denial. In fact, he's not going to commit to it. Paint shell's enough. Send Life into another direction. That would be such a critical ult here to get this bonus converted.
I have the spike.
Instead, he's just going to be locking down mid, watching the flank for his squad. Seems to be carrying over the idea from the pistol.
Because of this double stack in mid, it's only Raga playing on this position. Peeking down at the bottom of ramp, and he is quickly going to be overwhelmed. That aim punch coming through from the Spectre, and Nick is able to find the headshot on the back end of that one. Happyway now wanting to get rid of this potential flank, but knows that they are losing time on the site itself, so has to just cut tail, rotate around. Meanwhile, No Man will be able to intercept him. Gets that elimination back. Brings them into a 4v4.
There.
DRG now situated in the post plant. Paranoia going to be sent, Nick. And a backpedal. Should have had the vision there, but WSLEO still just a little bit faster on the draw. Is able to find that kill, but Pikashu still alive and well. Finds the kill. Lysor dead. Flexing out from main, trying to find that elimination, but Happyway comes in on the flank. Spirit Z1 now getting involved. This Happyway tries to bail him out again. And it's just enough. 2 players surviving. Significant damage suffered, but XLG will deny the bonus conversion as they go into the next round. Happyway will have another pit online already.
This is still way closer than you'd like as XLG. It took No Man winning a 1v1 against Life with a weaker gun. Get it the job done here to really give yourself a shout into this. But because you're able to, able to claim some of that space at Heaven and give Happyway some firing lines where he has been outrageous. I mean, 25 and 7 is filthy.
I mean, it's a carry performance. It's an insane carry performance. One that you don't typically get to witness too often. I mean, granted, we did have Kiko just a couple days ago in their opening series, nearly breaking the best of 3 single map kill record as well as the best of 3 record. But this is a critical moment here for DRG. A buy to be afforded. XLG, their economy, I mean, given how rough that was, getting willed away down to 2 players, it is going to be scrappy, so we'll have to see what they're able to piece together on this.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty curious here for DRG why they would want to take this timeout so early. There had to be something that really went wrong, either in the comms or in something they practiced that the coach was like, hey, we need to shore this up right now, feeling the pressure. Maybe just being like, hey, we need to make sure we're taking a little bit more Heaven control or something like that. You know, when we get that opening kill on Rarga, like that opens up that ramp for us, guys. That's a great opportunity to set up a really challenging post plant for XLG to dissect. Rarga's got a judge.
Brought back, invested early, Life storming his way up ramp. Rarga just trying to stick around, but he's just gonna get spammed out. That up and over comes through from the Jet. They get the spot, they get the spray. So far, they've only been able to get this Phoenix ult, but now they will have him dead. Here's Leo able to find that elimination. Trailblazer trying to scout around main. We'll be able to see the spot there on to Flexen. The reposition towards back sight. Spirit C1 maintains controlled screens. Nightfall going to be sent to main, but Happyway from on high still delivering. Oh my God. He takes Fukaku down to 10. He's going to try for it again, but shot's not quite ringing out. Whittling away at the magazine, needing to go for the reload. Fukaku now going to be found. Happyway gets rid of Flex in the jump out of the smoke, and the double face forward. And what a rescue of this round is XLG. They get the Phoenix ult out, they get the Nightfall, and they get up to double digits.
This is ridiculous work. WS Leo with the stinger too. Finding some big kills there as to deny that Heaven control. I think that's exactly what DRG was talking about in that timeout, and he's the one who shuts that down. And again, it's opening up that space for Happyway, who is so good right now. I don't even know what to do. I mean, I'm just watching him because he's gonna win you the game.
Yeah, this is a Happyway show. Yeah. We don't need to watch anybody else. Maybe Spirit with the Blades, because it's gonna be Papa who's going into this round. XLG, they are looking so very favored. As they're going to try to play in the mid, Happyway gives that consideration over to the pit. Just to not send it, though. And I mean, he's just hitting Fukaku through boxes. Again, Spirit C1, however, able to find a solid headshot. Rogger going to be taken down, paint shell layered in. Snowman tries to stem this tide in this approach into mid, and even more damage going to be found off the spam. Oh, solid, amazing shot from Life. Drifts into the vents. Gets the one-tap kill. Nomad now eliminated, and that's a weapon grabbed up for the Phoenix.
I mean, if I'm DRG, I'm going over to A. I'm like, I just saw the Viper up at B. I don't want any business. I don't want anything to do with that right now, but being patient. XLG also kind of thinking similar thoughts. They're actually already rotating in that direction, but the pause here from DRG, we saw something similar from XLG on the other side where, you know, able to get some damage done, and then they take a pause and it kind of baits their opponent into a bad rotation. Seemingly so far, they've done that. It's just,
bring them down.
Are they going to be able to suss this
मेहनत
out?
करने से अच्छा मैं यही से कर लेती
Go ahead,
हूँ.
Gamble into the right side. Blaze wall set up into the drop down. And XLG
30 seconds left.
now have to wonder, do we try to go for this? I mean, Happyway has been pounding, so you feel like he's going to be good for a couple. You know that a few of these players have been tagged. Do you want to give potential weapons over? Ult charge. Does DRG try to rally back into this?
I think I'd save.
इस गेम का नाम क्या है?
What they are going to do. So a
गेम
bit
का
of time
नाम
to
है
reassess, to
Valorant.
communicate with one another and figure out how you're going to shut things down for DRG, but same thing can be said. Game plan, ready to be situated for that next round, but they're going to be moving up to 7.
I mean, I think XLG there had some okay ideas. It's just they got overwhelmed And a really nice flash from Life this time to open up that vent. We just wait this one out. So, a great eco round. DRG keeping it close. It's just a matter of, can they muster a few more good rounds as we get the MasterCard Thrifty confirmed.
Yeah, MasterCard Thrifty to get within 3. Still winnable for either side.
Best to play as a team.
Weapons now back in a hand, and it's going to be rough around the edges for XLG. What a start and what a shot from Life.
तो मैंने ये मंथ का वो नहीं कर रहा है गिफ्टिंग.
Corsair is already dialed in perfectly for it. You see the frustration there on No Man's face, feeling like he should have been able to get out scot-free. Well set up from Happy Way, rotates back around towards Mail. I'm curious if he decides to go for this pit again. Didn't commit it in the previous round, and this time, yes, will try to go for the investment.
See if they want to challenge it. They're at least going to spam at it, but Happy Way, no fool. Those that don't really want to go walking out. So many teams will do this when you pop that pit from Mail. Try to spam you, try to catch you cheating. A little bit further forward. No Man reinforcing the pit here. Maybe this time, a little bit of test onto Lysor.
Given how many times Vukashi was able to kill him through smokes.
I know.
I would have been shaking in my boots if I was No Man trying to walk out like that. At the same time, though, Rarga able to take quite a bit of space over at A main, getting a ton of information, but still that double commitment, wanting to try to get this orb into the hands of WS Leos, now one away from having the Seekers online. Happy Way is going to be abandoning the pit, shifting his focus over towards the side itself, where Lysor is going to be under some pressure at backside. Curveball connecting in Happy Way, is able to find the first. Life eliminated, Spirit Z1 trying to scale forward, but will get shut down. No Man just gets the better of them. And
Oh, damn.
A flawless round for XLG to move back up by 4, 2 rounds to go. And they will eliminate DRG.
It's that proactive defense that you were talking about over on the other side of the map that allows the Happy Way the comfort to leave that pit a little bit earlier. Knows that WS Leo is going to be rotating in to fill that space behind him. Wins a big fight against Flexen in mid. And that just allows XLG to focus their fire at the front of B.
The team has finally overtaken him. 30 kills across the other 4 players. Happy Way there at 28.
What a stat.
Yeah, still just insane.
Hey, he is so fun to watch on this map, man. He is all over the place.
Look at that damage on the Spirit Z1.
Ooh, yeah.
6 health remaining.
Need that back.
That's huge. I mean, Lysor on his own there, able to thwart any kind of push. The isolated player just puffs up, makes himself look bigger than he is. Huge. But you know that Vents is clear off that haunt. Getting spammed. I think you're just going to try to rotate here through Vents, yeah?
I was going to say, if he just snake bite it out, got it deep enough. We'll just get the insta-give there onto the Spirit. Opts to hold it for now. Marga again, left alone. As a Trailblazer will look to try to clear back around through ramp.
They waited out.
Gonna push, get right in alongside this wall. Flexing around that corner. The swing, ready to come through. And Rarga will be able to get the adjustment. No one at the same time is able to find life. It's the approach. Looking to be shut down through Mail. Happy Way here at stairs. It's a belter of a shot from Vukashi. To find that shutdown.
GG's.
There's a hell of a lot more that needs to be done, and oh my god! What a shot from Nick. Time, however, it's nearly gone. It's 10 seconds.
Time nahi hai.
On their way over here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do this. They might just be giving match point.
Oh my god.
The interception, the panic, and
कितनी बार
DRG
छुदवाएगा अपनी?
scrambling to try to find an answer, but they run out of time, they run out of lives, and XLG are now up to match point.
I mean, Flexen there, just not expecting Rarga to be in that corner. It's like he turns and doesn't really register that he could be there, and Rarga has the benefit of having a rifle, whereas Flexen only has a sheriff. Wins that battle, and then they get caught. DRG trying to figure things out. They don't have the time, they don't have the luxury.
They don't have much of anything. Some half armors here. Obviously, I'm just going to be peeling back around the opposite side of the Cosmo Divide. Gets the spot out once it's in the pop flash. Once again, peeks in, but Lukaku up remains is going to be able to find that kill in a happy way, taken down. A 2 for 1.
Thorns are alive.
And for DRG, who can't be picky, they take that every day of the week. No man now making his exit to check in towards heaven and will regress back at garage. The paint shell available to try to delay. Run it back. Going to be committed first and foremost to jump out. Paint shell in reply. Curveball going to be connecting. He cannot regain his vision fast enough. Life is able to find the kill.
Gonna fall back here.
Raga now arrives. With Lukaku still on that flank, still on the approach. Swing on the back. They nearly line up for him, but it's only going to be a smattering of damage found. Barring the 1v4 from Lysor, it seems like DRG will continue to hang around a little bit longer. Just waiting if anyone will give him the freebie, give him the peek. The DRG can just stay statuesque, make their exit safely back through the garage. Hold on to these weapons that they so critically need. Lysor trying to scale forward, but it's a well-timed and well-read haunt. Sends the smoke, but there's a star set up. They'll get a little bit more out of them as far as the util is concerned.
Any player get 3 or more kills
backpedal away, but he's gonna be caught. Spike will take him down, but he gets life to boot, so some damage found, but DRG not quite done yet, but they need 4 more rounds to take this into overtime.
For sure. Whoa! That is crispy from Lukaku. Need a lot more of that, though. This is a great little round. You're able to sell a bit of a fake on the other side, create some space for yourself, keep XLG guessing. Now they're going to have the op in Rarga's hands along with that convergent path. So some opportunities here to really do some damage and end this series. Send XLG further forward. Lysor, statuesque, just going to be sitting behind that pillar as usual. WS Leo.
Gonna look to scale back over towards male side. Flash doesn't go deep enough to actually get the confirmation though. Pops it within the poison orb. Meanwhile, Prowler, similar scenes, not gonna be able to find the catch. Blinds out. Send one to the corner. He's trying to run this down before he loses his weapon, but he ends up losing his life. No man on the arrival around the back, however. Able to pinch in, finding one. Spirit C1 gonna be taken down on the side, but Lysor will quickly get traded out. The trade up is there. Paint shell committed. Life setting up the blaze wall, gets the heal going back through.
Spike planted.
Nightfall at the ready, immediately invested. Connection on the one, Rarga able to dodge that out, but needs a different weapon, still has that operator in hand. Life could potentially just be their demise playing from this top rafter position. The swing coming through, and Rarga's not looking for it. Staring over towards Ali, and now No Man has to back away. We'll go for the save, and DRG continue to hold on by a thread. 3 more rounds to go.
Really nice utilization of their ultimates here. Using that steel garden to clear that space up towards B Heaven. You know, force WS Leo to try and make a hero play. You hold firm, able to turn the flash well enough. Even though No Man able to do a little bit of damage. Still a shout here for DRG, just like there was towards the end of Fracture. Starting to claw back, but was that space created by XLG too much? Nice positioning there. Rarga was scoped in, so he couldn't even see what was going on up top, and XLG wants to take the timeout, wants to end this. Don't give them any more hope.
But you're also giving the opportunity for Nathan D to communicate with his team again. It's always a risk from these positions. Will it end up costing them? Will we see DRG continue to be able to persevere? Because the money at the moment, not good for XLG. Pulling off a Thripsy to end this series would be so damn impressive, but it also feels so very unlikely given the way the DRG have been able to play these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I also am a little bit kind of scratching my head with having that convergent paths and putting the op into Rarga's hands. I know you want to use that op to lock down some space, but there was a good opportunity maybe to close it out on that. Now you might have to wait, but they are going to put the Phantom into his hands. No Man going to be the good guy, give his gun over to your duelist. Let them try to do some damage. So mostly an eco. Half armor for Lysor. No man as well. Gonna scoop that up.
They can pull it off here. It'd be miraculous. 3 chances to try to close this out. DRG on the cusp of bringing this to overtime. London, do you want to see that OT come through? No? All right. Yeah, maybe they didn't hear me. That's all good.
XLG fans?
They might be. Could be the case.
Well, it's just a matter of if Vukashu or anybody kind of falls into this trap. Said they're going to try to scale off the orb. Spirit Z1 left on his own to watch this.
Raga going on a walkabout. Spirit Z1 just around that corner.
That's the Phantom. You're putting all your eggs in this Raga basket.
Able to find one. Tries to pop the dash. He cannot make it out to safety. Spirit Z1 quick to trade it back, and that's one of the weapons down. He wants to try to recollect this one, but Lysor, he puts himself out in the open. Takes an immense amount of damage, but Heavyweight peels back the pressure. His life will fall.
Now there's a chance.
A very real one.
Did Lysor not get the gun?
No, he didn't manage to find it, I don't think. Either way,
30
he
seconds
tops
left.
back up. Leo having the heals. Brings him back to full, but now they're gambling on the wrong side of the map and starting to get a read on that as there's 23 seconds remaining. And in transit, they can now grab that weapon. They're gonna have to try to play this one for the retake. Buxton waiting the opposite side. That ramp wall. They clear him, a paint shell available. He rebounds under the corner, no man could just flush him out. Instead, it's just leaping over towards heaven for that peak. Last pack down, 2 is demise. Spirit out from main, able to find one, the push forward. W is Leo able to find a kill before he gets taken down, but it's gonna be Spirit.
What the fuck?
Dominant gets himself an ace to keep DRG in this series.
This is a really nice recovery from DRG, finding the open space and then leaving. I love leaving Flexen up there at top heaven and get a pain point on this A site for them early in this half that they have now addressed. Able to give the information over. And Spirit Z1 gets the Blade Storm, gets the kills, and keeps DRG alive.
Flawlessly.
Another mid-fight potentially brewing, maybe. This time, though, Happyway actually just going to dump the Poison Cloud forward. DRG wants to get aggressive. They know that they've just cleared open vents with that haunt. So they've got an opportunity here. Again, 3 players over on B. I mean, XLG, this default, not really slowing DRG down at all. Happyway, they kept pushing him. Would need to go big. Of course, you got some util here. You've got the curveball to try to flash up if you want. Instead, I'm gonna try something different.
Kate Shell trying to hold them back. Paranoia as well, going to be layered in from Lysor. For now, the scale forward. Very slow on this approach. Seas won't find anything. That's a decent fan out on this B site. There's a no man poking and prodding, trying to confirm that kill, but just cannot get it through. Happyway now, the one lurking forward. Flexing again behind the box. There's a spot out. The quick turn and Happyway able to find that kill. Pops the vice wall, and he's just gonna go counter-rotating back through sewers. Once again, Happyway looking to deliver on a round win to bring this series to its conclusion. All of XLG getting clustered on that screen side. Convergent path is going to be sent in, but it's going to be Spirit Z1 again, able to strike for 2 kills. Raga and Lysor both going to be taken down. Spike having to be committed to. The plan coming in, but a timing from Happyway out of bounds, able to intercept life on that approach. And Vukashu and Nick now have to do it all. The face forward, the kill back. They do it again.
Unbelievable. It's map 3, it's split, you better believe. It's a banger. I thought Happyway with that kill might have done it. But Spirit Z1, he has been so good. And then of course, Vukashu, when you need him most, comes up with a crazy double.
Brother, are we going
Unreal
OT?
scenes here. And yes, the frustration palpable on the XLG side.
Another pit.
The final timeout call is not leading to anything but, like you say, another pit available life. Trying to get another run it back. Trailblazer forces Flexen quite far away.
I think they're really trying to get that paranoia out of Lysor, at least try to see if they can get a pick on him, but he hasn't been giving up anything. Credit where credit's due. Lysor's been a rock at that B main entrance. Once again, No Man has slotted inside of this pit to try to help out this top fragger. Curveball around the corner doesn't really do much other than just keep him pinned there. So that does open up a little bit extra space though, and
It is
WS
just Leo.
Yeah.
The wall raised, the call coming through. It's about to drop. Sending out the flash. Knows that they haven't gotten the full entry onto the site quite yet, and Nick is just backpedaling into that one.
Down A.
Maybe thinking that Spirits he wanted to force him away. Not the way the kill is going to be traded out. The spike now in play. But Rarga able to find Bukashu. One of the heroes of the previous round. They're trying to keep things going. DRG. Can they make it this close? Only to fall shy of the mark. Happyway wants to say yes. His life, the ult is lost. Spirits C1 is dead. And he's just nowhere nearby. Held at bay, pushed away. Life, he cannot find it.
GG's finally.
And XLG, they will persevere and send DRG home.
DRG gave it one hell of a run. Their map pick of Haven, tremendous. A falter on Fracture and just shy of the mark here on Split.
Oh, what?
So to DRG, they were able to find their first map win on a global stage. And perhaps for them, it's just going to have to be a step-by-step affair. We saw here what they're capable of. We saw how they managed to qualify to these global shows in this performance here today.
Oof, finally.
But XLG continue to be a step ahead, a cut above.
Yeah, this year for sure. The XLG players just a little bit better, but a lot of love being shown on stage there. Everybody knows how good they are and how important this match was. And a little bit of hope here for XLG to maybe do some more damage. We saw that their Lotus can challenge some of the best teams in the world. Whoever they face in the next round, we're gonna need to see even better.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck shutting down Happyway. That is a hard carry performance, and whatever they're paying him more. It's absolutely insane, generational, as you said.
अभी अपन गिफ्टिंग्स कर सकते हैं. Send. Yo. ये तो बहुत टाइम है मैच स्टार्ट होना नेक्स्ट बहुत टाइम तो नहीं है वैसे 10 तो हो जाता है हाँ 2 मिनट में हो रहा है नेक्स्ट do or die for global esports let's just hope for the best ड्रॉप मिला था न्यू पोल डाल रही हूँ मैं बहुत लंबा चौड़ा क्यों डाल रही हूँ मैं इतना क्या न्यू पोल अनाउंस हो गया क्या? ये ना भाई. हो गया. Yeah. भाई अगर तुम ये हरकत बंद नहीं करोगे तो मुझे हाइट देना पड़ेगा तुम्हें. Wait a minute, extra
A little bit of a talent reunion going on between Cruz and Frost. But Sliggy, you know, you're one of our favorite co-streamers over in Pacific. You've been watching all of this unfold over the last few years. And this is a huge story between Full Sends and Global Esports. Everyone kind of knows how close Frost and Cruz are back from Talon. Frost was essentially a mentor for Cruz.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of took him under his wings. And you can see they're very, very close. They watch some games later with each other once they're both qualified. And it's always like mind games of these two. Frost always talks about it with like the map veto and like, oh, he got his best maps on this one. So I'm very excited to see how that's actually going to turn out.
Now, you started the whole Paper X train together with Mini, but this year you've been kind of high on Full Sense.
Yeah, I've been pretty high on Full Sense. Honestly, I thought they were going to do this at the beginning and kickoff, but they just needed a bit of time, maybe get Cruz actually back in there.
Yeah.
Hasn't been the best performance, I would say, at the moment. I'm expecting a little better from them. So yeah, we'll see. It's a slow start right now.
Oh, definitely. In fact, let's recap a little bit on what happened last time for Global Esports when they played just the other day.
Yeah, last time it was extremely close game with Lev. Honestly, I think Global should have taken that series 2-0, and they lost a little bit of energy going into that third. But yeah, I think that for it to be that close to a team that has already qualified, that's a good sign for Global. It's just whether they're going to be able to continue that momentum or this weird regional matchup where there's a lot of mind games going on, whether they stumble today.
Yeah, I think for Global, it was clear that they could make adaptations. It just wasn't quite happening quick enough. And as Minnie said, now that we've seen Lev go on and have that 2-0 throughout this Swiss stage, you're almost looking at Global Esports and thinking it's unfortunate that they weren't able to close that out. But against a tough opponent, it was fair enough that it went to all 3 maps at least.
They lost a lot of pistols as well. That doesn't help.
They were definitely really upset about that. And in Full Sense, you know, this team, the last time they played against Global Esports, they won 2-0. They looked absolutely on fire there. And speaking of the mind games, Cruz picked into Split, expecting Frost to be prepared and strong on Split, and expecting him to almost like take a seat back because he thought they wouldn't expect
Yeah, it's like an interesting thing where like if you're really good at a map and you don't expect your opponent to pick it necessarily, then they might not practice so much that week. So that's the level of mind games we're talking about here. As Cruz is like, they're good at this map, but I know they're not going to practice because they don't expect us to pick it, which is the crazy, like, I don't know how to get into these heads of these two, to be honest. Like, they're on a different level.
Yeah, definitely. They know each other so well, and when that happens, it's almost like if you see Bambino and Big Time get together. I'm sure there's like a whole nother level of twitting there. Now, of course, we just had to send Jen down to chat with both Frost and Cruz to see what the vibes are like leading into this match.
Here with Cruz and Frost before today's matchup. Now, Cruz, first things first, how did you guys process the last game against Foot and walk in here with confidence today?
We just forgot what happened 2 days ago. It didn't happen.
Is that a good thing, Frost, in your opinion?
Short-term memory is a very good thing.
How'd you prep the GE boys against Full Sense?
Didn't have to. We knew it was going to go to the same map, so.
Anything you would like to say to that?
Didn't prep as well.
Surely you did, but you know, it's gonna be an emotional day for you too. So anything you'd like to say to each other?
I still don't know how you won in Ho Chi Minh. I don't think it's going to happen today also.
Ooh.
We'll see.
All right, we'll see.
I love the banter. Actually, when Full Sense lost, Cruz did stick around to watch what happened with Global Esports, and then he rode home with Global Esports, knowing that they were going to be opponents today. So they're really close. Like I said, these guys are almost like they're ex-teammates. They are mentors for each other. They look up to each other. Cruz has often given Frost a lot of credit for teaching him a lot of his coaching style, which we can see lend into how Full Sense is playing. Now, Global Esports gave us our first 3 maps here at Masters London, and it was a bit of a heartbreaker, like you said, against Lev. It was really close. We saw them crumble a little bit, but we have to give a lot of credit to Yudotan.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he was a player that I didn't, you know, on this team, he wasn't the initial player that I would go towards, but he passed the eye test a little bit, and then coming into this event, he stepped up his performance. He surprised me with how good he was in that series. Every single map, he was just dominating.
Start kar do yaar.
Part of it is getting him off of the Neon, to be honest with you. I was looking at his Neon, it's roughly like a 0.9 rating. You look at him on a Jet, it's like a 1.1. It's like a 0.2 rating difference. Then we're getting him on a bit on the Chamber as well. I just think like getting him off the Neon, honestly, is just great for him. So I think the nerf in terms of the teams that benefited and players, he's up there.
Yeah, I think the way that he performed, especially on that last map slip, you're almost kicking yourselves for not being able to close it out, especially given the individual performance he had. I mean, even just the movement on the Raze, I think, has been really impressing me, especially here on the global stage.
Which is so funny because we're watching stage 1, or just VCT Pacific in general. Yudotan isn't usually the loudest one on that team in terms of stats. It's usually Padman, especially this year, especially against big teams like PaperX. But the other day, I think we needed to send out the cat signal because he was missing.
I think for Patman, yes,
जो
he
भूख
did have
लग
a
रही
rough
है
performance
और
the other day,
ये
but
लोग
I think the strength that he's offering this team is the amount of flexibility.
इंटरव्यू खेल रहे हैं.
That's maybe what's costing them here, especially in that first series, because they are expecting him to flex across so many different agents, Minnie.
Yeah, like there, he's on the waylay with an operator. That's not something I expect to see from Patman. I think it's really difficult when you're expecting this guy to go across a lot of different things. I hope that he's not going into his own head at all about this, and he's the Patman that I was watching in Pacific today.
He was sticking around with his refract a lot as well, and then getting util dumped a little bit. I felt like he felt a little bit uneasy, and I kind of wanted him to maybe not make as many plays as he was like trying to make, and just let the game come to him.
You think he was like trying too hard to be the star player?
I really did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has been guilty of this, and usually it pays off, but when you're on the global stage outside of your region, things do change a little bit here. Now, guys, I really love Apple crumble, but I don't like seeing a Pacific team crumble. And to be quite frank, that's what happened with Full Sense just the other day. This was so uncharacteristic. This was a team we were hyping up so hard coming into this event, and they were not playing like themselves at all.
We say this, but of course we saw that Full Sense roster kind of crumble when they were on the grand finals against PRX back in Pacific. And I think we have to bear in mind that this was a team that hadn't lost a single map in Pacific up until that grand final against PRX. And I'm worrying that that might carry into the rest of this event for them.
Yeah, I'm really worried about them on the big stages right now. It hasn't looked great for them at all. I'm hoping that they can go back and just get that confidence together. I hope IGL Cruz is able to just build up their spirits a little bit today, because they're going to need it.
I looked at the stats, and there's 4 of them in the bottom 10 right now in terms of stats, so it's not great. It's not looking good. Yeah, I want to see a little bit more confidence, a little bit more team play. I would love Killua to kind of go with the group a lot and actually help his team out. I felt like he was very individual with a lot of his fade util.
Yeah, I think that he's so integral to the success of this team. We talk about Jit Boys as a second duelist, of course, Premium, but Killua is really huge as their flash agent there. Now, it's time for the 1v1 showdown in our skirmish side select. And today we've got a duel between Primi and Crystal. Let's see how this goes. Okay, I see they're pretty locked in. They used to send in their coach, T-Love, to do all of these skirmishes. And this time, they're locking in. They need Primi to...
Well, he's diffing the operator, so that's a good sign.
A good one.
I think you should deserve to get diffed if you're buying the operator in the skirmish, in my opinion.
Dude, we got to ban it these days, surely. We have to ban
it's not
it.
fair.
Yeah.
Oh, surely it doesn't 5-0 him, though. Sure.
Oh my god!
I mean, that kind of sets the tone. I don't think Primi was in the bottom 10 of the stats. I think he might be the one that is actually a little bit more up there.
He was the one that was above them all for sure.
I think he was the person last time when they won 2-0 against Global. He was just Primiing them the entire time. So today, maybe we need that little bit of Primi action.
Oh, we definitely need it from Full Sense. Anyway, we were talking about the map, the mind games. Let's see what Frost and Cruz have landed on.
Alright, welcome guys. Today we're gonna do G vs FS map veto. So FS won the skirmish and they're picking their side.
Team B.
Team B. Alright, then G bans the first map.
I'm not gonna do it to you. Ban Lotus.
Lotus. Alright. Then FS bans.
Ascent.
Ascent is banned as well. And GE picks the first map.
Split.
Oh.
Alright. And the side for split, please.
Defense.
Okay, then your map pick.
Breeze.
Breeze.
Oh,
And the side for Breeze.
nice.
Attack.
Attack. We have Fracture, Haven, and Pearl left. GE bans first.
They're trying to... I ban Fracture.
Fracture is banned. We have Haven and Pearl
I
left,
see.
and you guys are banning.
We ban Haven.
Alright, the sider is Pearl, and GE picks the side.
Pick attack.
Okay, so quick recap. We start the split, FS defense. Then we have Breeze, GE attacks, and if we have Pearl, GE attacks. Everything correct? Alright, good luck guys.
ठीक है अटैक ही है भाई.
I'm sure there are a lot more mind games going on, but friendly ones, and Cruz has learned a little bit from the last times he did a map veto, Sliggy.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was like he kind of at least acted like he was expecting the split, but then there was like a pause after, so I'm not entirely sure he thought that the split was actually going to come in. I love their faces after delivering the map picks, though. That was good, because they picked the opposites, right?
Yeah, the interesting thing is the last time they played, it was Full Sense picking the opposite map. It's like they picked each other's opposite maps, so the mind games already are going in crazy.
Well, the last time they faced off, Full Sense won 2-0, but we know Frost knows Cruz so well, and he can possibly outread him and possibly outdo Primi. We'll have to wait and see who's going to stay in the game for London. We have high expectations from global esports, the misfits of Pacific, with everything to prove.
솔직히 부담감이 없을 수는 없고 부담감이 있긴 한데 프로게이머로서 가장 보람되는 순간 사람들이 되게 많은 경기장에서 게임을 한다는 게 그래도 최대한 게임에 집중하고
We've been calling him Yudo-tan the whole game. We might have to change it to Himdo-tan. The guy is just taken over.
실수 안 하려고 노력하면은 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아서
ห้ามแพ้แล้วเพราะเราไม่มีโอกาสแล้วมีโอกาสแค่รอบสุดท้ายครับผมคือว่าเราต้องแก้ข้อผิดพลาดอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็ขอให้สนุกครับผม
당연히 풀센서면 떠오르는 게
Primi.
It's Primi.
The best player at this tournament.
저번에 호치민에서도 풀센서를 상대했을 때 프리미가 되게 압도적인 경기력으로 저희를 그냥 삭삭 해버려서 이번에는 똑같은 실수를 반복하지 않으려고 저희가
จะเจอใครก็ได้หมดเลยครับไม่กลัวก็คือทำของผมให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็โฟกัสไปเรื่อยๆครับผมก็คือชิลๆเลยครับ
풀센스 이번 런던에서는 조심해야 될 거야
ครั้งนี้นะรอดูผมได้เลย It's the Primi Show Birth
Real bad boy man a G to the end.
G! It's globally hot versus Full Sense!
Gal in the front going on extra. Some of them come, some of them X up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
Welcome to VCT Pacific! Oh wait, no, is the very first time Pacific has sent 3 Southeast Asian teams to the global stage. It's not just Paper Rex this time around. And the world needs to see what these 2 teams can bring to the table. Now we got Sliggy here at the desk with us. You've been pretty hyped about Full Sense. How are you feeling about them today?
Oh, after what I saw last time, I need a good start here. I need to see a pistol. I really want them to take this first map.
Yeah, I echo that completely. I think that Full Sense are probably going to come in. I think that they're going to have a game plan. They're going to set out those first 5 rounds, and that's what I saw last time when they played Split. There are some very weird tactics going on early on the Split. It looked like they had massive reads, and those mind games were in full effect.
We just saw Primi mention it was Primi time in that promo. We need to see Primi time in the server here today. Let's not forget, Full Sense were the roster that sent PRX down to that lower bracket regionally when we consider how they performed back in Pacific. They need to be able to blow out against Global Esports today if they want to progress through this Masters London.
But Coach Frost is part of this team in a weird way. He has been part of the process of putting this Full Sense core together. He brought Primi in, he looked for Killua, he knows them so well. So when you have 2 teams who can read each other like this, it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top.
And not only that, when you consider Global Esports, we kind of hinted at it earlier on, they managed to push Lev to 3 maps. So yes, you have that familiarity. You also have Global Esports that have gone away and probably prepped coming into today. We've spoken about how great they are when it comes to those anti-strats.
I think for me, Global Esports obviously look like they're in better form, but for me, it's about whether Full Sense build up the confidence. The fact that they're playing against people that they know, I think, is an advantage for them because they're not going to be as scared on the stage today. And I hope that if they do win today, that they don't go back to what we saw last time they played.
That's like the one benefit of having the regional matchups. If you have a team that is like a little scared and you go, you're like, oh, we've beaten this team before, we can do this, and then you get that momentum going forward. So yeah, I'm hoping for a lot better from Full Sense.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we're finally seeing all the matches today go the distance because they know each other so well. They're so much more comfortable facing each other. They know all the tells, all the reasons. At this point, it's trying to outsmart each other and playing their best game. Now, we have some players here who are here for the very first time on a global stage. The first time we're having a full Thai squad in years. We also have our sole Australian representative in the form of Autumn coming to the stage. He was formerly from CN, so we're seeing a lot of players come back together on the stage.
I think you mentioned something really important here, a lot of young players. We used to bring up the narrative of this young player is crumbling a little bit, and then it didn't happen for a long time, but now we're starting to see it again. So I'm excited again to see if it just continues throughout the whole of this event.
The interesting thing to me is that Patman is literally a tournament winner. He won that Toronto trophy, and I saw a little bit of doubt in his play last time. I think that he said that he's got the ego now to play at this tournament the way that he should, but maybe Sliggy pointing out that at times a little bit too much. So I need to see a more balanced Pat today for Global Esports to take this victory.
Yeah, that's right. And with this agent comp coming out right now, I mean, at this point, they already know each other's game. I think it makes a huge difference if Primi steps up. I think, is it fair to say, in terms of firepower, Full Sense is definitely on top?
I mean, normally.
Yes.
Normally, yes. But here, maybe, oh, who knows?
We will have to wait and see. All right, to kick off VCT Pacific, it's not Seth, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much,
Clinton?
Victoria. Yeah, indeed. We've got our own paper thing here at least. Look, it's a pleasure to get to see these Pacific teams down on our stage here in London, but a shame that for one of them, it will be the last. Full Sense versus GE. And Tom, in terms of this matchup, it seems like Sliggy's lost a little bit of his confidence in Full Sense, but he wants to see them come out with a strong start. Hard to know, though, which map could favor which team, considering how the veto went last time they played.
Yeah, the fact they've come in and picked each other's choice, it kind of tells you the game of chess that's being played. Maybe both teams trying to switch up the veto and ending in the same place, at least for the first couple of maps, which, of course, last time out, Full Sense won both. The wall up, over the wall, already looking to try and make that fast play into the A site. With a very late lurk that will eventually come in from Crystal, a post plant looks very likely indeed.
My God, oh
sure,
my God,
no
oh my God, oh my God,
when
oh
that
my
comes
God.
in, Full Sense are already scaling down that ramp. Primi's found his first. The Sage Wall still in play means Crystal's going to take a while, and this pace from Full Sense is causing problems. Unoton has fallen at the hands of Primi. Everyone from GE has. Now with Javi down, Crystal breaks through that wall at last. the spike being tapped.
एक HP मार दे.
The Crystal expects, he's done a
मार दे.
wonderful job already. Stuck down. Find anymore. A Red Bull clutch from the man who was late to the party.
Thinking back to the last series as well, that first map was where Crystal was incredible. Like, he started the series off with a bang, and I think it's going to be very important that that's the same case, because I was already getting flashbacks to the last time these teams play, where Primi just goes, oh yeah, I'm better than these guys. I'm just going to run around and just rack them. So to shut that down early. It's also worth noting as well that although GE are coming in with, I think, the exact same comp they ran last time, it is a change-up for FullSense. They brought in the Sage. They moved Jit Boys off of that secondary duelist. I think he was on the Raze last time out. So clearly, even though they didn't pick this map, FullSense still expected it to come through.
Well, defense pushes on both sides, and now they've got the reward. Autumn surrounded and dealt with. It's at least a Marshall picked up for the defensive side. But other than that, the chances of anything going their way here seem very, very slim. GE won't spread themselves too thin. Playing with those two on the site, regardless of who's taking the fights. Crystal's just clearing out B main, and they look to take these fights together and on range. Should make it very hard for FullSense to get anything. But Primi having the chance to one-shot headshot, it definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for GE, a little bit more dangerous, because with their investment, you're at least losing something even if a player goes down. There's the first to be lost. It's only a stinger. It gets worse from here on out.
Yeah, I think that was just an attempt to maybe catch an all ball too. But in this case, the rest just going to be going down to the spike, not really given any opportunities. And I think that's the right call to make. Be the next round where FullSense come in with the buy, and I think it is a very interesting talking point going back to this matchup from last time out. Obviously, it was a very, very close match towards the end of the Pacific stage, and especially on this map in particular. It does, well, even on Breeze, I think going into Breeze, there was a lot who would have thought the GE were favored, but it just came down to some of that individual mechanics. Someone like Primi being able to take over rounds they had no right winning. I think overall, my sort of thought process is that GE might be a better team. It's just if he's going to run Riot once again as one of the most mechanically gifted players we have in the scene right now. And in fact, some people putting him all the way at the top.
Bonus hai apna.
Hope he wants a chance of really claiming that title. Have to make it further than this. A victory over GE needed. The start not looking good. GE make it to the B site, fight through the smoke, land the opening pick, and avoid going any further. There was a mistake if they kept stepping forward, but now the walls blocked Primi off.
Spike planted.
Hi, Balai Disha, welcome to the stream.
I will say is rarely cleared, but he's about to walk
I'm
right
good, how
into
about
Jit
you?
Boys. Now they know. The element of surprise no longer there. The poison orb put in a very unusual position, but that has garnered GE flank control. They'll keep B main. For FullSense to fight through, especially with the time where it's at, they've decided that they're just going to save. A 5v4 full save.
It's the time and having an operator with no shields. Like, it basically would just be like, okay, is someone going to give Primi a fight, or are we just going to hold on to that gun into the next round? And for GE economically, this is maybe the best start you could ever hope for. You win the first 3 rounds, and the only players you're actually going to lose are ones that still have weaker weapons and are going to go hunting, going to go running in to try and remove some of the weaponry on the other side. And there you go. Harvey takes a kill and even gets away with the gun. This is a great round for GE.
Yeah, I mean, that really was the cherry on top at the end for GE. A 3-0 start usually means that you're going to run away with the half. Obviously, for FullSense, still saving weapons. They'll be able to buy up. They'll be able to fight for this round, but not in a very convincing way. I mean, even now, you're taking a look. If they play with those rifles, you're going to have 2 players without shields.
I don't think I ever see people really do it.
Hey, actually playing without shields?
I think maybe you have like Vukash who does it every once in a while, where he's like the hero who just has a rifle with no shields, but especially like there's a decent chance that somebody on the other side has an outlaw. They don't, but just having the confidence in
confidence देखो भाई
that's a great start. Already eliminating the lurker on that A side of the map, it means that the amount of control is already gone and the pace needs to be picked up now from GE.
They walled off the side where there was only 1 player. Instead, they fight towards the numbers, but it's worked out at least to start. Lua will contain that space, has help if needed from Leviathan down below. But in the end, they have to give up heaven. GE Again, running into the numbers there, they've gotten very lucky with that pick through the smoke. They've spotted Leviathan up close as well, and all the while, Patman was working the control. He'll fall, but ZOTAC keeping it competitive, rolling in their favor, and with a res there, man advantage now locked in for GE. The pick is needed for Full Sense, and that was a chance. Without it being found, they have to hope that someone on GE is going to step out of line, give them a way back into this site.
Already pushing back towards the spawn, but Harvey's actually the one to be caught. And now stuck in the corner is Crystal, but again, he seems to be on fire at the moment. Cruz doesn't even know that there's a wraparound coming in from behind. His position seeming dead to rights, and it will be an easy kill in the end for ZOTAC. 4-0 up. That risky purchase alongside the saved weaponry hasn't paid off. And again, we're seeing a great attack side half coming out from GE, which, think back to the game versus Leviathan, it was exactly the same. Their attack side was great.
Well, they did. They just played into the hands of Full Sense there. We had one player grabbing the pick outside of A. B site much more heavily reinforced. 2 players in heaven, 1 on the B site, 1 in vents, ready to strike. GE, they play mid because they lose their flank. They push forward. The Coinbase win condition for Full Sense was having the players in the right position at the right time, and they got unlucky to lose one to a spam. I'll give them that for sure. But GE finding a 4-0 leg up, stealing that round out in the end, dealing with the save with 4 players, grabbing an upgraded weapon as well. The credits are in a fantastic position for the attack side, and for Full Sense, they're pretty much faced into an eco. This is going to go from bad to worse for the defensive side coming out of this pause. And at that stage, you're 5-0 down with GE being able to buy and buy and buy as you win rounds. This half is getting out of control.
Yeah, you can kind of understand as well why this map was actually picked out by GE. The last time they lost it was 13-11. And it was a 7-5 defense coming out for Full Sense. So right now, they are already on the back burner, on the back foot. Of course, we don't expect the game to be identical within its scorelines, but I don't think they're going to be over the moon with the way that this has started. You can see Autumn going straight in for that outlaw. You can understand why. A chance for potential freebies. And the only real danger in that round, well, I feel like I'm being a dead horse. It's Primi again.
So far it has been Primi. I think he's got the same kills as the rest of the team combined. A lot of it coming from the pistol. It's been quiet on the defensive side for the first 4 rounds, but it's not likely to get any better here. A couple of kills from Primi could certainly help the situation. GE are stepping in to his turf. Here we go. Blade Storm. Oh, he's gone in!
Nice.
A bold play indeed. He thought he could isolate the outlaw up close, but there was more than enough backup there for GE.
I think they were very ready for that. After the last round push-up,
outlaw,
where Autumn gets caught alone and they have to try and react to it, they have 2 players supporting him, ready for the swing. And after they've pulled the rotation all the way over to the A site, they now walk into a site that only has Jit Boys in it. Now, he does still have a full belt of utility, but it's how much you really want to invest going into this round. There's the wall. So they are going to have to break that immediately. That will sound the alarm for the rest of the defenders.
Still another slow.
I don't think that slow actually stopped them at all. I think it was a little bit shallow.
Yeah, it let them out of the choke. So they're able to fight around the side. That works out for Jit Boys, okay. Trading here is fine, and now it's looking even better. Another found by Cruz, and no! In the blink of an eye, Full Sense have full control! This round shouldn't have even been close, Tom, but this is the light in the dark for the defensive side.
He did buy enough time, but I'm surprised because it seemed like he didn't. A MasterCard thrifty is the way that Full Sense get onto the board. And I'm not sure if what was said in the pause is Cruz as the IGL, you need to hit some headshots, but I'm not sure this was the round they even expected to break back. Just those quick rotations eventually coming through. And then just everybody on their side landed their shots. Finally, Full Sense have made it onto the board, and, well, they get a huge economic boost. That operator is going to be back in the hands of Primi. And we see if GE have a response.
Yeah, we thought Primi, with his Blade Storm, would have been the main reason they won the round. And he did leave ZOTAC down to 1 hit by the Sheriff, which meant he couldn't fire his showstopper, so the impact was there. But it was everybody else. Great defense by Jit Boys as well, buying that extra time, as you said. first round found, but it means nothing unless we can back it up with another. As we said, GE, they're going to be buying and buying again. The defensive side needs to have a lot of solutions up their sleeve. Last round worked. This one, it's a start from Primi. Javi down and out of the round right away, but they're fleeing. The spike's being taken to the other side of the map. Not a ton of control there for GE, but from what we can see at Full Sense, they've left the B side open, taking B main instead. I thought Autumn would take a bit longer before showing his hand.
Not particularly pretty. The mid-ball buying time having to be broken. One of the new factors that G have to deal with. The timing not working out for Cruz, though. Crystal able to turn things back again. The positioning, though, from Leviathan is perfect. And although we saw a big clutch in round number 1 from Crystal, this one definitely feels an awful lot tougher. And although their credits are still in an okay position, it's whether or not he wants to gamble the gun here.
Well, I don't think he gets a choice. There's a fight coming his way. He's just about made it around, but now they've seen him. Now they know exactly where Crystal is. And saving this weapon with 15 seconds on the clock and plenty more after it ticks away. And they're slowing him so he can't even make it out. A fight is needed, and it's won by Crystal. 7-1 right now, popping the reload and ready for another fight, but I don't think they'll throw their operator at this one. If he tucks in, that weapon is going to be his for the next round, saving not just the gun, but his KD as well, making it look a little better. But 4-2, Full Sense are definitely climbing back into this, despite a bit more of a blow being dealt there than it looked like.
Yeah, I think Crystal will actually be very happy with that. You get to keep your weapon. Credits-wise, you're in a pretty good position to still buy into this round, and you've reduced the economy of your opponents without really having to move. I will say, I think that's going to be one of the easier kills for Primi today. I think also it becomes a bit awkward because we know that G love to have that sort of sage wall to section off one of the angles when pushing in towards the A site. Maybe they're going to pick up the pace a little bit here. We've already seen that operator push down mid instead. And although they've sent it early, if they go walking back, they might end up in a bit of trouble. This is a dirty angle from Primi.
No, it's going to be given up now. And for GE, let's take a listen in with their comms in this round.
Just jump pick first. Might be picking. You don't stay first.
I don't see. Go prowler. They smoke.
Oh, maybe not up here. Maybe not up here.
Okay.
Hey, they're rotating.
Jet B heaven, Jet B heaven.
Go now, Saba. Go now, Saba.
Jet B heaven, guys. Target towards ramp.
Guys, you need to move fast. They will.
Ready, I will run and I will ulti side, okay?
Yep.
The gas is coming down.
They walled something, guys. I don't know what.
They walled like heaven.
I need to smoke city. I'm smoking city now. Go. I smoke elbow, I mean. It covers elbow.
Cruz.
They're waiting for the Nightfall to come in. That's going to reveal Kahlua for sure, but he's got support, and that slow buys all the time Full Sense need. No chance for G to scale on the back of the ultimate. 30 seconds now to make it to the site. They've got to up the pace. They thought they'd find an easier A site, less heavily defended, but they were dead wrong, and now they're just dead! Chip Boys locking down heaven, and it is a clean and clinical round from Full Sense.
That was all him as well. Like, they go rotating into a site that ultimately is the less heavier stacked of the two. Again, another round that you can basically put down to his utility. The wall blocking up top, the slow, forcing them into an awkward position, and then even just breaking a gap in the walls and spamming shots into the faces of opponents. It's compositional change for Jit Boys is putting him right at the top of the board alongside Primi, and you could already see the G having to take a pause, maybe to adapt to that one agent change.
Well, they made the call there. We heard it in the listen-in, the rotation back to the A site. They saw the rotates to B. They thought it was going to be more heavily defended, but man, when they hit into that A site, the slow, as soon as Nightfall comes in, stops the play. And any idea, any notion of walking into A, which already Kahlua was on site, Jit Boys was in heaven. It was going to be a tough fight anyways, but now it became impossible. And the change of direction just led them right into the rotates of Full Sense, right into Jit Boys, who, yeah, I mean, that first shot through the wall was a little ridiculous. I don't think he had any intention of killing someone with it. But they created the opportunities, capitalized on them, and now GE with a 4-0 start. They crushed the economy of Full Sense as well. That should have been 5-0, but they find themselves contested very early on.
Yeah, that round 5 might come back to bite them. Of course, that was one of the issues it felt like G had on their own defensive side in this map, was sometimes playing ahead of a lot of that Sage utility. I think that's what Jitboys is doing excellently. He is just using that utility to create awkward scenarios, and that looked panicky from G. And again, when it's your map choice, even if both of you are happy to play it, you don't want to be looking panicky from a 4-0 up position.
Orb up from Cruz. He's going to stick around. There's no free passage for GE. But they are looking to fight for this. The only problem is, look at Full Sense's setup. It's not like you just have one player up in heaven. No, we've got three. Two ready to fight, and one holding a Paranoia. The second that they step into Cruz angle, Paranoia is coming. Well, not when he stood there, but when he stood here.
If you want to know how confident they are in Jitboy's Sage, he is solo A, they have 3 heaven, and then they have 1 operator on the B side, and instead, it seems like they've got the perfect read. G walking straight into a stacked up heaven, and that's where they might be sent fairly soon. This time, it's Kahlua, who's just destroyed them on entry. That wasn't an eco, that was a full buy investment, and they have just been slaughtered.
Again, for GE, when it comes to that moment where they want to pull the trigger, where they want to blitz in, there's always something waiting on the other side. Last round and in a couple, it's been the slow for Full Sense. It's been the wall from Sage, but this time around, it's the Paranoia held by Leviathan for quite a while. And from the get-go, Full Sense knew what they were facing into, that GE wanted to fight for mid. They might not go for those kind of battles again. Neck and neck. They've stopped GE from pushing up to a fight that seemed possible to avoid. And up on top of the wall, I think Jitboys got spotted. Okay, there's the pick for Patman, for GE.
Yeah, I think as well, Patman has the read that, okay, if Jitboys is here, no one else is. He immediately TPs up. Cruz under pressure, but Kahlua already getting rid of Autumn. Autumn's been having a rough time so far, but Patman's impact in this round cannot be understated. Getting rid of the man atop the wall, taking over the spawn control and still battling for it. It does, however, send them towards Primi. Now Patman's been dealt with as well. Kahlua on another. It is everybody stepping up for Full Sense, and all that is left is Yudotan facing off against his rival duelist, and he will manage to win. That leaf gets in the plant. His opponent starting to wrap around from heaven. It's a little bit disjointed, but it's not going to work out. I think he hit the headshot through the wall, but Kahlua survives on 25 HP.
Couple really big rounds from Kahlua as well, and Full Sense showing up across the board. It was a very slow start to this defensive side, but they very much figured it out now, and you can see GE struggling to come up with solutions. Again, we've seen those A hits. They've tried to push and pull the rotates. They've tried to fight for mid, and even in this round, they successfully fight for mid. They shut down Jitboys, who's been a problem for their attack side pace, but it's not enough. 1 round in the lead. The first to hit 5 is Full Sense, and GE, even after the timeout, it's the same old story.
Early mid control going to be challenged for by either side. They've been changing the setup on the defense almost every single round. Whenever you're trying to predict or counter what they're doing, it has been different. Primi's been everywhere. Jitboy's been everywhere. They are swapping spots, and right place, right time. Almost gets caught by his own teammate. But the heal's there for Primi to be right back up. That control has been taken, but more so just as a protocol for GE, just to remove the eyes on that side. But when they still have Jitboys peeking, and now what? That operator they saw moments ago, it's sat on A.
This Paranoia has caused issues for GE before. Once this wall comes in, it could do again, but the TP to backside from Patman has made them reconsider. Leviathan just backs out. They're going to give them the plant, and that's very dangerous in this round. The Viper's Pit will make this a very tough retake. Again, this is the pit we're seeing most often put in, and coming from spawn is almost impossible. They do have the man advantage. GE have the terrain on their side.
Another heal for Primi. He's going to have taken well over 200 damage in this round, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing, still kicking. They even have a res available on either side, Showstopper as well, if necessary. And it might just be Patman already cleared. They're going to need someone to step up on the G side, and it is Unatom, but he's eliminated eventually. Back down to just one. Primi to try and turn it, and he's managed to get rid of Autumn. But that time is now ticking. Surely too far gone, and Harvey has him covered. Sure, Full Sense hit fight first, but GE fight right back.
Yeah, it was the decision to give up that B site to let the pick go down, but I thought Full Sense might have the leg up with that pick right there. Catching the flank, dealing with a lot of the win condition for this GE side, but Unatom right here, more than worth his salt. A double just made sure that the pick couldn't be pushed from both sides. Bought that little bit of extra time, and well, time was of the essence in the end. 10 rounds in, and we're neck and neck. Full Sense, they fought their way back, but now GE have a solution.
अबे कुछ भी भाई.
Or a bit more. Well, that's the res gone.
Oh dear.
हो गया, खत्म.
This is what happened last time. This was the guy that is going to end up on the most wanted list for GE fans, because Primi just seems to have a vendetta against them. A headshot through, he's coming over the top. Autumn just about dodges the bullet, but there's a second player right alongside him. And while Crystal, he might have the spike planted, but that was the only silver lining in this round. Full Sense will take the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, this was just Primi's round from the get-go. Ridiculous kill to open us up. Then Patman tries to recover lost ground, flank the up. Nope, he's looking at you. You're gone as well.
So fast.
And even in the end on the site, he's the one jumping in, firing the up, so they think, oh, I'll swing out and deal with him then while he's cocking that bolt back. But he's got 3 teammates swinging alongside him. Very nice stuff for Full Sense. Again, this team, ridiculous.
I don't even think he shot at the guy that was shooting.
No.
He just picked an angle.
Yikes.
That's one way to get around on the board. And to get the lead as well. 1 round left to play for in this half. Full Sense looked like they weren't even going to get started, but somehow they could be leaving with the lead.
Well, you can see the difference. Them versus their regional rivals. Against people that, if you look at the coaching staff, they probably even called family at the time. They are feeling comfortable. Trades back immediately. It's turned into a game of deathmatch in middle. And while Cruz has gone unchecked, just hiding, lurking within the darkness, and everything's coming up for Full Sense in this moment. Harvey does have a res available, but who is an option to even res? It's whether or not he can even get out of this position.
I don't think maybe he can, and he can heal himself back up as well. Still, the res won't be possible there, but I think they're going for it in B main.
He's going for a jumping kill.
So we end up back into a 3v3. That's a little bit of a mistake from Full Sense. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. They've still got Primi holding the cross, but the first shot doesn't land. He's a little late on the second as well. They've made it through. They've avoided the main danger, at least for now, but Primi's waiting for another chance. He misses a second time. This could be the downfall of him. The shorty's out though. Primi survives that little bit longer. He's going for a long-range shorty kill, knowing that Crystal is already tagged. And 20 seconds as he swaps over to the rifle, Crystal flees. A plant will be found
मर
here.
जाएगा भाई.
The position that Crystal decides to play from will be everything.
Yeah, he now needs
Spike planted.
to outmaneuver Primi. He's not going to beat him on reaction time, and the problem is he's so low on HP that it just has to be that he picks the right spot. And he is quick enough on the trigger. The problem is, for Crystal, there's not a great place to stand. He's picked a bit of an off-angle corner, but again, timing is everything. Like Primi could have gone in any direction, and it just depends if he looks at the right way. But Primi not checking initially, but then will turn back around from 4-0 down. Full Sense are going to turn this half into a victory, and just like last time, they go in 7-5.
Now we thought that GE would be 5-0 up. They end on that scoreline, end on 5 for Full Sense. This has got to feel remarkable. They were shut out consistently. And closing it out with a Red Bull clutch as well to have a 2-round lead. Now they move to their attack side. Confidence at an all-time high for this squad. And Primi, well, he is certainly leading the charge. 17-5. GE have got some ground to make up when we come back in here from what should have been a commanding lead. And Well, it's been great to see them down on this stage here at Masters London. They brought some fans with them. In fact, I've heard Frankie is standing by with Autumn's parents.
If you thought it was hard being a fan of these players, imagine being a parent. Tanya, you were basically giving me commentary during that round. You watch all of your son's games. What are your thoughts on the half so far?
We do watch every game. We've never missed one since he was in India, China, and now Pacific. Look, I think they can come back. Yeah.
Wayne, what do you think? Do you believe in your son?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and I believe in GE. So they'll come back second half.
Yeah, and there's nothing like having the belief of your parents. I mean, it must be a big thing, Autumn, knowing that your parents are watching on the sidelines, right? I wish I could talk to you about this, but I'm going to talk to you, Tanya, instead. What did you say to your son before this game?
Just go for it. I know he'll bring it like he always does, and I believe in him. We believe in him and GE.
I know you do, but finally, for you, Wayne, what's it like seeing your son on an international stage again?
Nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking. I think we're all racked with nerves right now. Let's get into the second half.
Well, it might be GE's pick, but it might as well be Full Sense's. In this veto, Tom, I don't think there's a clear winner or loser. That's decided on the server. And for Full Sense, after the first couple of rounds, it was looking like a clear decision, a clear-cut series, but they have fought their way, not back into the map, but into the lead.
I think you could just look at the sort of body language of the Full Sense players in comparison to their first game, and it's a completely different thing. It's like, we know these guys. Look at the coach is just smiling. Cruz is just having a great time. He was singing halfway through that game. It just has a different feel when they play against that regional rival. One, as it was, I think Sliggy was saying it, they've beaten before. It's just a different ball game altogether. And for GE, well, losing 7 of the last 8 rounds, sure, they're going to feel comfortable going into Breeze. This is another map that you go back to Pacific and they've been fantastic on. But I'm now starting to almost look at the man. Can they beat the players on the other side? Is the map almost irrelevant?
That's exactly it. It's a big confidence builder playing against the regional matchup. Playing on familiar turf, even so far from home. GE on the defense now. It was a stellar start. That stellar start's all that really remains from that first half. 4-0 to 7-5. The pistol could put them right back within punching distance. Full Sense have found control of the A site. And a plant even coming in for Heaven as well. They've got so much control, so why not late flank as well from Leviathan? This could be a problem for GE. They're only now making it to screens.
That's the scary thing, is they were looking for this, but it's been so far behind that I think Autumn is checking it instead, though. Their opponents have got aggressive, even still trading evenly. But now Autumn has to sort of either make a decision to try and check for that flank. It's clear that it's in their mind, but timing is the main thing. The second he drops down is a problem, but while he does, he's caught out Primi. Even still, though, Leviathan has been holding on to this upper spot, but Autumn will hit this shot anyway. It's another pistol under the belt of GE, and maybe they'll have a strong start to this second half as well.
Oh, that might help the nerves down there in the audience, maybe even on the stage as well.
Players कोई भी हो.
Needed for GE to keep this competitive in the early days of half number 2. And they've done a wonderful job. As you said, that flank looked like it was going to be the end of the round. But it's the fact that Autumn finds the kill on the player down below, saving the round. And then as soon as the smoke blooms and the plant is for Heaven, you kind of know what you're facing off against. So they group up and take the fight together. Much needed pistol secured. And this should be the easy work, but Full Sense were doing decent. In fact, they found their first round on a buy that was not pretty. There was a couple of pistols and a blade storm that only was there for damage. But now they're on the attack. This is where the pistols can group up, can be very scary. For now, at least, it's farming those orbs up. If you can have the res online for your first full buy, that's going to be a huge safety net for you. They've decided against pushing all the way around to A. 110. A little bit of mid-control for them, but I like what GE are doing here, Tom. It's so passive from this squad. They've walled off B Heaven, and now they're just playing as many ranged fights as they can.
There.
Now, they have invested heavily Sure, it's SMGs on a couple, but there's no pistols. There's no one that you go, okay, if they go down, they've not invested as many credits into this, so... If you're a G fan, you want to keep this nice and clean. Crystal looking to get up close, of course. Getting towards that Nightfall would be nice, and already it's going to get rid of Primi. I think that second orb is being taken, so you mentioned it. They've gone all the way back around the world. It's only going to be the one in the end. Yeah, Boys has got about... I was going to say as close. He has got it. He's got his ult online.
He got 2 orbs, he got a kill, and then ended up going down. Look, that is about as good of a round for an eco as you're usually going to hope for. Kills don't often come your way. The only one landed on the important man. So a success for the attack side in terms of their goals in the previous round. But again, this is where it matters. This is where you have to convert. And for a second there, I saw the op on the attack side, no shields on Cruz, and I was wondering what we were doing, but he's gone for the rifle.
Again, early slow. Knowing that there's weaker weapons, they want to try and deny that control. I like the re-pressure, but there was a player waiting further back with a paranoia on the attack, just to make sure that his teammates were covered. And has been spotted. Autumn, one of the rifles, under serious pressure. You're just going to have to try and play within the utility, and after you get seized, there's nowhere to go. They even expect Yudoton flanking. Of course, risks are going to be taken in this sort of round, and well, a rifle left behind, but they will hold on strong.
Yeah, nicely done by Full Sense. No res needed in this round as
I know what
they get out of there with a lot still on the table, but when you look at what they were up against, but G had 2 Bulldogs, and then it went to SMGs. I think it's certainly a forgivable round for the defensive side. Usually we see players, or teams even, coming into this bonus round with like 3, maybe 4 rifles. I'm not even talking Bulldogs, I'm talking Phantoms, Vandals, but they went for that lighter buy so that this round could be theirs. Both teams getting out of this early half kind of what they want. A 2-1 as expected. The res online for Full Sense, the economy decent for G, as they now get a really strong full buy. Everything that they want is in play. But a win for Full Sense here just really gives them the chance to skyrocket into the lead on this attack side. To hit that double digits.
The spams from Boys have been on, and I think Primi was even thinking about going through the Viper utility, but once you get an opener like that, there really isn't a need to. You know that G are going to have to try and switch up their positioning. Wall being broken. And just look at the full gamble. You can understand it from Global Esports. Like you're in a position where if you try and spread out across the map, the chance of victory is low. But also, the chance of you losing all your weaponry is very, very high. Whereas in this standpoint, either you get a full stack, or you keep your guns. Well, that's the hope, at least. And Cruz is trying to sell a ruse, not realizing that, of course, there's not going to be anybody on this B site anyway. But of course, they've got to be as diligent as ever. And that 9th round is all but guaranteed.
Oh, they're giving Primi the wall. The timing on that was nice, so he can jump up and take early heaven fights, but again, no one's there. We saw this very similar scenario unfold earlier where Full Sense were on the defensive side. They called for that 4-man save. They only got out with 3 of the rifles. And G having to do the same thing. They put all their eggs in one basket after losing the opening fight. And again, kind of an unlucky fight for Yudoton to just get spammed through the smoke like that. And that's enough for them to say, hey, listen, let's not throw the weapons at a negative win rate round. Let's instead save it up for this next and give Full Sense that 9-7. Because you lose that 4v5 retake, like we said, Eco next, Full Sense on 10. And then things get very, very spooky.
Oh, also, then all the ultimates start coming online as well. So it genuinely does just get into that almost domino effect. The worry, though, is that Full Sense have now built up a pretty hefty economy in the first few rounds of this half, and we get to really see that true combo breaker to what was that streak. Sure, the pistol and second round felt like it could be a bit of a momentum shift, but right back on the horse go Full Sense. And sure, when we look back to the last time these two teams played, Split was their choice, but if you pick this as global esports, the expectation is you take it home.
G have changed up the setup now. 2 players waiting on A, a high-low in play as well. Yudaton and Javi are going to wait for contact and hope to take them down. You've got good utility to fire in for slowing them down as well. Obviously, the entire utility belt of Sage. Yudaton with the nade as well. But this high-low setup does have weaknesses. The rifle for Javi, but Yudaton only has that Sheriff. Late round, full sense do come towards him, but the shots don't land, at least not to start. Yudaton's down. Javi taking a lot of damage. He's not put the wall just yet. I think they're going to try to fight this on ramp. No, in fact, wall goes down a little later. Just waiting for the utility to come through. Spam's back have done a ton.
Yeah, if anything, it feels like an advantage at this stage, and with how much spam damage there's been, you can understand now the hesitation for Full Sense to push into this. You've seen a snake bite, you've seen the slows. Now you've even heard a haunt. You know there's 3 players on this A side of the map, while still having that man advantage. That's the thing. Like, you look at Patman's position and it's great, but he has to get, not even maybe just 1, even 2. If he doesn't get Jit Boys, there's a res. So it really is. He has to just go ham here, and they already know he's there. Primi sent him first, head ripped off, and now the rest are just scrambling to try and get into position.
God, they've cleared the site, not even a shot fired towards Primi. They know that they've got control. Plant needs to come through, and it will. Going towards default, Heaven control held to allow that to happen.
Spike planted.
And again, GE now facing into a 2v5. Well, they saved in the 4v5 when money was low. Now money's a little bit better than it was by a couple hundred credits. And they're in a 2v5. The call is to save. But this time, Full Sense say, you know what, we've got a little bit of extra cash in the bank, and we've got a couple orbs missing as well. So why not send out at least crews to try to catch them? Kahlua wants to get in on the action as well. So there's no way to get out of this A site now, and the walls will slowly close in on them. Crystal's already down. They know exactly where the last man is, and Autumn's on 10. For Full Sense, they reach the same. 10 rounds and done flawlessly. These last couple have looked clean as well.
Yeah, it was just the realization. And as I said, it put Patman in a horrible position where it is basically like, it almost felt like he either needed to get to one of them being Jit Boys, or he needed just almost to get everybody. And instead, it's just Primi running around the corner and getting his 20th kill of the map. Having a fantastic game, but it's not just been him. Killua's been fantastic. Jit Boy is like, I think his stats are almost misleading. The amount of impact he's had with that Sage has been impressive, and considering, I almost feel like that was them picking it up to do what GE were trying to do, and they've been doing it better. 10-7, and the way that they just got slaughtered in that round is rough. Losing a lot of those openers, having to try and take risks. And well, for Full Sense, considering they have lost both pistols, even losing a bonus round, and they still sit 3 rounds in the lead, this is going to have to be one hell of a speech coming out from Frost to install some faith, because right now I'm not on board that they're going to turn this around.
Well, yeah, it's been 6-0 in the early halves put together. 7 rounds for GE. At this point, you need a miracle to turn this around. And for Full Sense, it's not just the fact that they're 3 rounds ahead. It's not just the fact that their economy is absolutely stacked. It's the fact that the last couple of rounds have not been small mistakes from GE winning or losing it. It's been Full Sense dominating them.
Yeah.
There's times where they run at them. Again, since the start of the half, basically, we've been like, well, at least if the initial fight goes bad, they've got that res to work with. They even farmed the orbs early for that purpose. They haven't needed it.
Okay. Yudaton with the operator. An opportunity, but I'm just thinking back to the last series he had. He was impressive. Luckily, Crystal,
good season.
He's done well, but Primi is just better at this point. And there is that res. We said it. It's been waiting there for a long time. Cruz maybe even was willing to take the risk just to be the one to try and Norbs and Primi. It does just feel like he goes into a match versus G and just goes, I know I'm going to do well. Like, every fight he's taking, squeaky clean. And for the remaining 3, again, a mass deficit. There hasn't been a retake that's been even throughout this game.
Well, so far there hasn't been a retake from GE. They've been saving every time.
There have been plants.
There have, yeah. Not even a shot fired afterwards most of the time. And for GE, look, your flank's just been spotted. It's a 5v3. I hate to say it, but we might have to save again. And it looks like they're making the same call. Fleeing once more. It's not a good look. We've had pauses with no changes. We've had the defensive side having to call for 4 versus 5, 2 versus 5, and now a 3 versus 5 save. This time at least they're allowed to carry their weapons forward, because I think it took Full Sense a while to realize, wait, they're actually not going for this.
It has been half of saves, which, considering this is elimination on the line, a chance for Full Sense to do the double over GE. Student maybe becoming the master. And to be honest, at this point, I want to see some life in global esports. These rounds have been too comfortable. Like, the lowest credit player, I think, has 7,200 credits over on the Full Sense side, which is because no one is dying. Like, that's the point where we're at. It's not even, can G win a round? It's, can they get some kills? At least there's no res online this time, but Primy's one away from the Blade Storm. The ult's, in fact, more stacked towards G for now. They do still have the operator in play. It has to be now, though.
I mean, Primy just being alive scares me more than most players with their Blade Storm. In Full Sense, looking to chip away at some mid-control. Crystal's the man standing on that line. They take a very big blow to start this off. As shields all come back on, Rez is there for, or Rez Heal is there for him as well. And it's a good job, otherwise he would already be out of this round. He's been tagged up heavily. Decay fading on Full Sense as they wait out in mid. They got pushed back. The ult comes through, and they're happy to just sit and wait, assuming that GE will close in on the flank, will push forward, but 30 seconds on the clock, it's time to make a move now.
But that is the one good thing, is that ult saved a lot of additional time. Primy looks almost ready and set to try and just make a play through this smoke. There's somebody on the other side ready and waiting, just watching for him, but again they get both kills! They're running out of a smoke, and it just still looks so easy. 15 seconds, Autumn has to try and hold the line, but that 1-2 punch of Jitboys and Primy is just unstoppable. 2 standing. At this point, I almost want to see them go for it just so they don't save again. I don't want to say the word.
This could be a save call. Oh!
No, never mind.
Gracious. Well, Unitan's shown them the up. They're not going to let him away with that. Primy running it down, loses his life. But in the meantime, Full Sense have cast a wide net, mid and flank covered here towards A main. Unitan has at least one more fight in him if he wants to get out with this operator. At least it seems like it.
It feels like the most exciting part of the round is whether or not the G player gets to save.
That's been most of the round.
It's so depressing. Like, Unitan, there's also just an aspect of, do they care if he saves the gun? They've had so many buys in a row at this point.
And looking.
They're going to try and take the gun out of his hand. Consolation frag, maybe? No. 12-7. 5 in a row now for Full Sense. And honestly, the only surprising thing that's happened in this round is that Primy did actually die.
Remember when this started? It was 3 kills for Primy in the pistol. Crystal bounced right back with his own, won the pistol out, and we thought, okay, Primy has some competition. Nope. No, he doesn't. There's no one else fighting for that title here today, at least not on map number 1. 5 chances for Full Sense to close a game out that at the start it looked like they didn't even turn up to play. This has been one hell of a turnaround from this squad, losing both pistols and a streak of rounds in the first half. And yet here they are, conceding next to nothing afterwards.
Oh, his teammates left. They initially set up with 2 players. In fact, the 2 most expensive weapons were at this corner. There's the Prowler, there's the response. It looked like he should have... How's Cruz alive? He's being healed back up. I was so confused. It must have been a leg shot. Patman trying to be the hero. Push into the spawn, Audacious. 3v3 is maybe the best scenario we've seen in a long time. The TP behind, it's aggressive from Patman. Finally, someone stepping up for Global. Jitboys to try and close out what would be an almost perfect half. But he's got to try and go around the wall. They know exactly where he is. Slow's thrown out, needs an isolated fight, and finally GE have found something. an 8th round onto the board after a massive hiatus.
He's so unlucky not to get away with that. Somehow hit the leg, and sure, Cruz fell in the end. This is it. It was the paranoia and the TP catching both players. That's what gave them the way back in. And for GE, they need to do it 4 more times. The team that, didn't they say 4 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken?
Here.
Well, if it wasn't 4 in a row, it was 4 out of 5, looking at that timeline. This is the second round that they've found outside of the starts to a half. There's still plenty of work to be done. I like the boost from Jip Boys here. Haven't tried it so far. Crystal's not going to fall for that one.
Well, good teammate to shoot it, but yeah, I think maybe realizing that something's up, and Harvey now sat on the wall of his own. His teammate likely to be the first point of contact, the Prowler. Give them information that somebody's there, but they were almost trying to bait the deeper player. Might not get caught. The Primi operator, not something we've seen so much from on the attack. It might just throw a spanner into the works.
Udaton's not in the best position to use this op. Going back up through vents would be a death sentence, and they know that they're there now, but Crystal can't get out of this corner. The shoulder landed the double. Cruz and Kahlua stood right beside each other. Wrong place, wrong time. And GE, man advantage to work with. They've slowed the play. Patman's in danger, but he's gotten out unscathed.
Down A.
Well, for now.
Oh, okay. A warning shot from Leviathan. It almost cost him his life. Primi holding the angle. There's not a lot of time left. And almost manages to find something through. Instead, he's quickly found a double and somehow made this one a reality. Autumn rotating from the other side of the map. He'll have himself a post plant once again. Autumn to try and keep them alive, and Primi to do what he's been doing throughout the entirety of the map. Looking for the man up top. The timing slightly away from him. Would have to listen for the drop anyway, so that might just give him an opportunity to re-clear while that time ticks away. His opponent just waiting for him to give an angle, waiting for him to make a mistake, but Premier is just sitting in this corner, using the time to his advantage, not expecting his opponent to push his utility, but once again, Autumn is there to save the day. GE live to fight once more, but they still need 3 more.
It's a narrow margin, but GE just about make it through. Small heartbeat visible from this squad, but think about this round. Patman getting away with 1 down below, and the double that came through from Udaton. The fact that it ends up in a 1v1, it's definitely still a worrying factor, with 3 more in a row needed. And Primi on 27 and 10. It does feel like it's just a matter of time before GE slip.
Yeah, the good thing though for GE is the more rounds that go by, even if they're close, even if it's clutching, even if it feels like maybe it should be going the other way, the more that go by, the more the pressure will mount onto ForSense. They've been laughing, jovial, feeling confident. GE are now starting to win a couple of rounds back. Res for either side, a lot of ults.
Shadows traveling.
Building up for ForSense to play with. And after what has been a lot of A hits in a row, it seems like they're going for B.
Yeah, the B play going through. Late lurk attempted by Cruz, wants to get into that pit, and he's chosen his time just right. Those players in main don't need to push out anymore. They want to rely on this space taken by Cruz. He's used the pit as a smoke to cross into vents. That's a big problem now. ForSense are going to re-gear up for this A hit. And on GE, you have to know it's a possibility. You can see how cautious they're being in re-clearing into heaven. They're even putting the boombot through. Don't think it's going to make it to clear Cruz, though. They could see where it went, but if that information has slipped by, they're in big trouble, and indeed it has. Udaton's being caught completely unaware. Jip Boys sees them on the backside. They know exactly where they are. And moments later, the round is done. 13-9. Full Send started slow in both halves. But my God, they showed up in the buy rounds.
Yeah, in the buy rounds, it really just felt like they ran away with it. Primi doing it in style once again, and it's safe to say GE need to reset after the break.
He's hunting down that title.
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
Yo, Balakrishna Teja.
Folding in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Live stream. क्या? Yeah, PM. Valorant live streaming over. I'm doing watch party. Not actually playing. Hi Sadeep, what's up? Watch party over? No, first map done. After 3 minutes, second map will start. Is this map be close to 39 or closer? Yes. फिर कौन सा है मैप अब इसमें भी? Yes. अरे ब्रीज है अभी. Fuck. I'm good. How are you, Sudeep? डिनर करना है मेरे को. Second. ओके जब तक दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है जो 5 पेंडिंग थे वो कर लेते हैं गिफ्टिंग्स अनाउंस हो गया है Oh damn nice. Now you guys can watch my members only vlogs.
บอยมี IQ Play ที่สูงครับแล้วก็น้องชอบเล่นเศษชอบพวกเล่นตัวที่ใช้สกิลเยอะๆอะไรครับแล้วก็น้องฉลาดครับก็เลยให้น้องเล่นตัวเศษครับผม
Simply just because Jit Boys has such high IQ, he's a great Sage player, and this character, this agent, really is just really suitable for him. So yeah, that's why I made the decision.
Great call and thank you.
Welcome back. It definitely was a great call by Full Sense with the new comp looking really good. Still winning split against Global Esports. We're seeing a very different Full Sense come in today. This is the Full Sense we wanted to see against Foot. This was the Primi we wanted to see pop off against Foot. So it's crazy it's happening now against their brothers on the other side of Global Esports.
Sad I can't even
Mini,
use any membership on the phone.
About the mind
You
games
can,
between
I
these two teams,
think so.
we are really not exaggerating when we say these two teams, Cruz and Frost, know each other so well, and you can see the mind games come through even in round one.
You can't
yeah, it started off right off the bat. It almost looked like Global knew that Full Sense was playing the Sage somehow and decided to do an interesting strategy where like they basically ended up walling over it.
Yeah, in fact, let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment. It was so good, we had to show you guys.
Yeah, so here we see Crystal throwing a little bit of a fake towards the B side of the map, making noise there, and baiting out the Sage wall from Full Sense on the A side of the map. We see it there, and then you see Full Sense's rotation across. Beautiful call here from Global, and then Global on the other side are going to use the fact that they got the Sage themselves to wall boost over. And then they get the A site completely for free. Red carpet site for them. The mind games came in early. But what really impressed me was that Full Sense, despite going down, despite not having momentum into this game,
हाँ तभी मैं सोचूं मेरे को भी नहीं दिख रहा है.
I thought that with the lack of confidence we saw in the last game, I thought that going 4-0 down would have been a death sentence for them. But good to see that they picked it up afterwards.
And I think it's unfortunate if you're Global Esports because you could see those really good ideas coming out on the pistol rounds. Obviously, an improvement from what we saw previously. And as you mentioned, Minnie, being able to get that kind of lead in the beginning, but Full Sense just finding this unleashed confidence, I think.
Yeah, and
totally
changed.
Yeah, I need to add more.
Leading up into this Masters London event, and then he did really show up the other day, but today, with this op, I think he held on his op for so many rounds, just destroying people.
10 rounds he had the operator throughout this game, which is kind of crazy, and I think I agree. We've been waiting to see Primi time. He said it himself throughout that trailer as well, and I think that the fact that he bought that operator from round 3, I believe it was, glass cannon operator, no shields, just shows the confidence that they're having, which is what we asked for from them coming into today.
Yeah, Full Sense couldn't, Global couldn't get a sense for the puzzle that Full Sense had. It was either go to the Sage on one side or Premi on the other, and they couldn't figure out what to do there. So great game plan here from Full Sense.
Yeah, and the man who ended up coaching Cruz was Frost. In fact, let's see what Frost had to say about all that.
Here with Frost of GE. Frost started out as 4-0, couldn't quite close it out. Do you guys feel like you were giving Primi too much respect, or was it the comp change from Full Sense?
I don't actually think it was any of those. I think it's a byproduct of us thinking maybe that our individual skill is going to win us the game in rounds, and we're also not listening to each other when we communicate. There was a lot of fumbles with someone says something and then somebody does something else, so it's just unlucky.
Right, hopefully things get better. Thank you so much. And back to the game we go.
I mean, unlucky is one way to put it, which is Frost's favorite way to put it. But global sports is always looking their strongest when they are sticking to the plan. You cannot play separately when you're going against a team like Full Sense, where you have so many cracked aimers. You cannot win that alone.
Yeah, I think that what Frost is saying may be correct, but I do think that the fact that Premi is there and the Sage is there, it's a lot harder to deal with those things once the operator is online and the Sage tool is online. I think that some of that nerves, some of the not listening, that happens when game plans break down a little bit. So I do think there is a combination of things there.
And it's almost worrying because we are on the global stage and fundamentals slipping away like
Guys,
that. And in a very important match too, let's not forget the loser here will be eliminated from Masters London, not being able to continue through this Swiss or even make it to playoffs. And I think it's worrying now because of course we're going on to Breeze. We're going on to Full Sense's map pick here in this BO3. And let's not forget, Full Sense dominated GE last time they played on this map specifically.
They have two very different approaches to this map. You can see it here in their comps with Double Senti versus
Oh, no, they changed.
Oh, they
Gpay
changed it, yes.
taking off of Neon duty. He has not been good on the Neon in this tournament. Their solution is, Gpay, let's just play the Sage. Interesting idea. The Sage is designed to slow down the opponent, and Gpay did look good on their last map. A similar strategy, perhaps, of do you want to go into the Sage, or are you going to go into Primi? If Primi can get that up online early, that is another chess match for Global to figure out here.
Well, Big Time must be so delighted right now. When he was with us during that Full Sense match, he was raving, hyping up the Sage on these maps. So this is going to be really exciting going through, and we can see that Full Sense is on an absolute momentum right now. This is an elimination match, though. Can Global Esports bring it to a series as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom?
Well, now it becomes real. You heard from Frost, they just got a bit unlucky. Well, one more time they can get unlucky, and that will be it. Out of the contention for playoffs, out of the run here in London. And for GE, it starts on the attack side. I do like the changes from Full Sense, though. That Neon was not working, and now it's on GE to make it work with Yudotan, who had a bit of a tough previous map.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has a tough map quite often when he plays against Full Sense, but we'll have to see if that's a running theme. Already, though, a better start. Pistol round, Primi to trade. Lure waiting on the angle, but it's Primi once again, a one-man army that somehow still seems to be alive, but they are trading out everybody else. They just can't kill Primi. It's been the issue throughout the entirety of this so far. And now the rotation looks to come in from Cruz. Crystal again in a pistol round clutch to try and bring it home. And of course, who else but Primi will be the one to take the pistol for Full Sense.
I've always found it a cop-out, man, when we look at teams and someone goes, that's the guy, you know? There's so much more going on behind the scenes to make things work. But with Primi, I got nothing, man. He is just unbelievable every time he's tested. He comes in like he's been studying all week for it. That's a 4K, one-upping his opening pistol in this series. And finding the win this time around. I guess this was what was missing. He has to kill the vast majority of the team, not just most.
It must be funny to coach a player like Primi, because it almost feels like half of what he's doing is just off feeling. So you don't want to tell him not to do the things he's doing, especially when he gets away with it as much as he does. 4-0 up already. If the first map wasn't already his playground, then well, there's his fifth kill. He wasn't happy that he didn't get the ace in the last one, so he's going to kick things off onto Autumn, who is, of course, the player that was probably most dangerous in one, having that headhunter.
Now, if Primi keeps this up, we're going into the bonus round with a Blade Storm.
I like how you said if.
Yeah, there's always a chance. I saw him have like a single bad round on the last map, so.
Did you? I didn't spot that one.
It was where he only killed one person.
Ah, okay. Only,
it was a very weak performance. A Sage Wall going in, a minute or so left on the clock. This has gone up just as GE round the corner. That might run that clock down a little more, but will at least give an orb over to Crystal. And as they chip away at that wall, it's very obvious to Full Sense where the play is coming through. Chance for the Blade Storm. For Primi, Gpay has taken all of his kills, but there it is, Yudotan left it.
What the?
Oh, come on, he's Primi! It's only the second round, man. Take it easy.
It's like watching someone making a montage. Like, genuinely, it's like they're the guys who used to do like 360 no-scope montages, except he's just doing it on the master stage. It's just filthy. Like, it's got to be so depressing being on the other side and watching that guy have so much fun.
Oh, it's disgusting.
At your expense. 2-0, 2 rounds in. Something tells me Primy's not slowing down. And hey, you guess what? Crazy, he has got his Blade Storm.
Yeah, 7 kills will do that for you.
The thing is, their buy in this round isn't good. It's a very, very weak bonus round. But I'm still nervous.
A little bit less nervous now, but Primy's still drawing breath. Luckily, he's on the wrong side of the map. The hit should be coming in elsewhere. Bit of mid-aggression coming out of Full Sense, though. Patman isolated for the time being. They can't swing deep into him, though. Yudaton is further back. And now rotating in his Autumn as well. So there's backup as they look to finish their dinner. Very nicely done by GE.
Autumn he can
And now all we have to do is avoid Primy getting an ace. Has an updraft to go over this wall. It's exactly what he goes for. There's the first. I'm already a little bit worried. But now, please just take the shot. Please just take the shot, Autumn. Thank you. Thank you, because that could have gotten out of control.
They were waiting to make sure that Crystal could get the plant. It's actually very clever. I understand why we're all just panicking, going like, we don't want to do that just because if he turns around and just takes your head off, you're going to look like a fool. But that's actually very clever orb management from Global Esports.
Yeah, very nicely done. I just think letting Primy live an extra second. There might be more orbs found, but it might be for him.
But also, all jokes aside, if you play that scared against him, you've already lost the game.
100%, 100%. They did the right thing. It just made me very, very nervous.
You're clenched.
A 2-1. Early half goes the way that you think it should. And now GE. Hunter's Fury online. Crystal sends in the drone right away. That could be go time for it. Mid-split, though, from GE. Already with so much control. They should be aware of this on the other side, but with a Sage Wall blocking them off, those players on site are completely isolated. A wall of their own has bought them a bit more time, a bit more space to fight from. Now their teammates start to get an angle, but the orb goes up. Jip Boys good onto Yudaton, but the Hunter's Fury causing all those problems in that little laneway. It's cleared out a lot of space. I thought maybe they wouldn't expect Cruz, but they dealt with him as well. GE. Now everybody's coming from this little choke point. It should be easy to keep them at bay. And with this late play by Autumn, it certainly will be.
He's had a decent start to this one, and at this stage, that operator walking back through, not really worth throwing it away. Well, for Global Esports, already having that decent recovery still. I don't think they're going to be getting that operator out of his hands. I like, though, that we are seeing like just slightly more direct plays. I think using that Hunter's Fury, which they managed to gather up in the previous round to just get them the entry in towards the site. And then also just having that very deep post plant onto B. Good execution from the side of Global Esports. And economically, it is actually going to put the defensive side in a bit of an awkward position.
One enemy remaining.
Obviously talking about how they're going to buy up around this. It's not an easy decision. There's so many things going for them. Having a res to bring a player back online. Obviously the ult brought through. They can afford the rifle on Kahlua, but it would be such a mixed buy that I think they're doing the right thing. Primy can play Bladestorm next round if needed. Everyone else capable of a full buy with minimal investments. Kahlua, instead of going for the rifle, goes for the Guardian to make sure next round can still look proper. That does mean that what should be an easy convert for GE is on the cards. Nice start by Patman, but the trades come in quickly. All they need to do on GE side now is finish into that A site, grab the plant, and keep those fights nice and ranged. The only player that can really take him in those duels will be Primy, and he's miles away. And a res online too.
Whether or not, again, they want to throw anything into this one. Autumn, again, his positioning has been perfect over the last couple of rounds. Immediate trade when his teammate goes down in the form of Patman. Catching players as they look to lurk. And once again, Primy has been completely nullified. Hasn't had any impact over the last couple of rounds because he's just not been in the right place at the right time. GE have done well to avoid him, of course. They want to try and remove this gun, and they will do. 4 players standing for Global Esports. Operator out of the round. In full sense, they'll be coming up with a purchase, but I'm assuming it will have to be the Blade Storm to pad the gap.
Yeah, definitely appears to be the case. Now, look, lead taken by GE when Primmy's 9-2. Second death being in the save. They've done a great job of avoiding him in these last couple of rounds, not giving him the chances to find those early fights. And now removing the op as well, as you said, has to be the Blade Storm for the next. There's not much you can do about Primmy in terms of stopping him from having a good game, but if you can keep avoiding him like that, it means you're playing into the Sage, which, for full sense, hasn't worked so far. 2-0 up, and then a streak from GE. The control lost early. As we get into this, they'll be discussing their Coinbase win condition for round 6.
Well, that is the interesting thing. You look over the last 3 months, and this has not been a particularly good map for full sense. They've struggled. I think it was in the group stage versus T1 and had a couple of hefty defeats after they played GE. But the one victory they do have in the last 3 months is versus GE. So it was clearly one that, again, they felt like was a good counter in this matchup, maybe rather than having their own strengths. I also want to see more from Jitboys in this game, because I think on the last map, on Split, he was fantastic with how he played a lot of that Sage utility. I think on Breeze, it really does come down more to the timing. Obviously, a lot more avenues, a lot more space to try and fight around that utility. It's not quite as close quarters as the previous map. I think this will be much more of a true test of what their coach was saying about his sort of intelligence on this agent.
Well, full sense, after the pause, Primmy pops the ult, follows the drone down on mid. Door's going to be opened by it, and he slips through. It's a nice cloak and dagger play.
Nice.
Away with it too, but they've caught Kahlua trying to contain that space on mid. With him falling,
expect it.
This is the only thing. Door about to open. The wall's just gone down. Patman's even looking the wrong way. It's all down to timing on that mid-fight. Autumn is taking down Leviathan, though. And on the B side, there's a big threat. Jitboys and Cruz, though, seem to be dealing with it. Jitboys up on top of the wall. Oh, it's a nasty angle, and he's got another from there. Crystal left alone to take down 3. Spam decent, but he won't get to fire that shock dart. The Blade Storm finally comes through in full sense. It leveled the playing field.
Well, yeah, question answered. Slightly different way to what I was expecting, with the slows being a huge part of the game plan. But this is something we've seen across quite a few regions, just having those boosts in awkward positions that can make it easier to find a lot of those opening kills. And of course, again, this just comes down to having that orb management, wanting Cruz to have that ultimate coming up a little bit sooner. The fact is, though, I think at least in middle, like what we saw from...
He shot you, but killed me.
That was unlucky. But from Patman, it seemed like they're definitely aware of some of the tricks. Like when that drone went through, he was actually still spamming towards the door for a little bit. So I don't think they were caught off guard by that, but just I think they were caught off guard instead by Jitboys.
It seems like GE might want to go for a more direct play when we get back into the game. But after full sense being able to fight their way back into that previous round, Jitboys having a lot of success on the Sage. It's going to be an annoying wall to think about now when the push comes to shove in the B play. And I like the idea, like I said, from full sense, sending the drone out, having Primmy take the space on the back of it. Put them in a really nice spot to fight for mid late. Little unlucky to lose Kahlua the way that they did. He was obviously supposed to be point of contact, checking for exactly when Primmy can come back out and take those fights with the Blade Storm. And because of winning that round, full sense come back into this with an operator online. And Primmy with that op, it's such a nightmare for GE early on. You almost have to play direct because you want to use your utility to get around every angle. If you don't, you're probably using a player, sending them back to the spectator screen to trade out for the space. Primmy's been unreal so far. Like that first map was lights out. He started this one with style on the Outlaw, and now sitting 10-2, the ops back in his hands.
Yeah, I'd say in a lot of buy rounds, though, the man to watch has been Autumn. I think his lurk plays and positioning have made things a little bit more difficult. They're going to come in with 4 ultimates as well on the global esports side, so a chance for them to build into a half that has looked good for them. It's worth mentioning as well, it was their defense last time that they struggled on, so already looking more competent, and this A site seemingly going to go under their control with a Viper's Pit as well within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, Viper's pit isn't even covering off the spike. It's just covering that left side, making this much more difficult to get back onto site. You have to push left. You have to push exactly where GE are waiting for the battle. Paranoia is good to start. Reveal doesn't catch Happy, and now Autumn's able to step into the duel. The trade out decent though. Full Sense now pick up the pace and the way back through, trading as they go, but the pit is the danger. The problem is that the plant is not inside it. At least an orb to work with and a snake bite sent in would change the game, but there's none to work with anymore. Time ticking fast enough. If they can keep those players away from the spike, a swing out from Uniton's, give it a chance. The Cruise might have ended at time though, a little bit too low. He's got to run for the hills.
Yeah, nice post plan in the end. I think that Full Sense did well eventually to sort of clear out everything, like get rid of the pit. But the fact was, it was just the amount of time that was fought. Like having this deep wall initially that needs to be broken, having a couple of players on contact, and then all the while still having those players ready in the post. And all the shot was needed was just to deny the diffuser. And Crystal does exactly what was necessary. 4 of the last 5 rounds now going the way of global esports. And you also have to bear in mind, they still haven't really used the ults. They just used the Viper's Pit in the previous. Everything else is still available.
Mid-fight for GE, same thing for Full Sense. Paranoia is primed and ready. This is going to be a big swing off contact. And that contact's about to come through. Maybe now it's a little bit closer than expected. They are right at the door. No time for Paranoia anymore. Drones already spotted.
Down mid.
He only wanted to take down the man in the drone, and instead, he got the whole pack. Uniton is the last man standing, and not for long. Great round from Leviathan. Yes, he threw his life away for it, but he got more than enough value out of that situation.
Oh, I think that was probably as much of a shock for him as it was for everybody else, but Autumn not connecting and then everybody else just not quite quick enough on the reaction. A disturbance in their play and very quick reactions, 4-4. Scoreline equalized once again, but the problem is, with how close some of these rounds have been, GE just don't have the economy. Yeah, sure, they still have those ultimates, or at least a few of them to play with. But they don't have any guns other than a singular Guardian.
Full Sense still primed for an aggressive spot, and I like that they've given it up after a couple of seconds. This was the danger, right? If those pistols just come swinging out. Now Kahlua is in danger. Rifle picked up. Jip Boys. Oh, it's nice. 2 taken down. Uniton, the main one. That's the ult gone out of the round. Leviathan, though, doesn't expect the late flank to be coming up right behind him. So Patman gets a freebie. It's a round from Full Sense where they're up against next to nothing. They go pushing. They give aggressive fights. GE, and well, the round's not lost just yet, especially not with Primi sitting on the site. But he's in a very uncomfortable spot with this operator.
Yeah, Dash is about to go, but speaking of uncomfortable, the plant position open to main. Cruz has been making this push a couple of times, so much so that all of the how is he still alive? He should have been dead to rights, but the pistol of Patman not so kind. Back to a 2v2 scenario. Hunter's Fury available, but you don't finish this man off, and he will punish you for it. Crystal left in a clutch. Hunter's Fury in a 1v2 would be a gamble. He'd need one of these kills first, and any sort of cross could be his instant demise. A shock dart would be enough, but it's not quite gone anywhere near. And Cruz, a big round from him individually. G had so much promise with the low buy, but it's Full Sense to come out on top.
I really want the replay to be 10 different angles of Primi just dancing around every shot fired his way. It's a Pulp Fiction scene in the making, and it is what ends up winning them this round. The tags were found, one more shot was needed, and then when they go back to finish off their meal
as well.
He is there to punish them. That's got to be tough for GE. A chance to take the lead here, and instead, Full Sense. Now 3 out of the last 4 rounds going their way. GE, this time it's a full buy though.
Yeah.
They made the last one competitive. There's at least a silver lining there.
It just has to do damage mentally. Like you're getting in positions where you can win these rounds, and then just a few things going wrong. The contact play, but this time Autumn's won the fight. And An important man down. Kalua's gone as well. Taken full mid control. If they go towards the B site, it would be the more stacked up. But if they do their due diligence properly, they may just find an open site.
There.
The stun's gone through, and Jit Boys got curious. Down and out. Cruz. Yeah, good work to find one, but I don't think they're going to go push it into the pit anymore. Spike will just flee to the A site. And Cruz, putting his pit into this round, gets nothing for it. Crossing on mid, gets caught and dealt with. GE right back to winning ways, 5-5.
Yeah, I think again, Autumn managing to win that fight into middle. Deleting the danger man, and then any reaction, just very quick. Yudotan starting to really build into this map as well. You mentioned it at a quiet first one, but when you go back to their match versus Leviathan, he was a huge factor. Especially on Fracture. And with Pearl, the next map in the series, a map where global esports have looked phenomenal. Oh, this battle. Oh, dear. Yudotan trying to just get information. He's been eliminated immediately.
They saw the orb on mid here as well. No more noise outside B. Now it's time to connect the dots, and with that kill from Patman, Jit Boys knows exactly what's coming his way. The res might not get a chance to be used, but that's such a good bait. Jit Boys uses his teammate's TP as a distraction and grabs himself one, back for another, and he's not stopped yet. Sure, Crystal takes that kill, but he's left to 56 HP, and Primi almost takes down the op, and in fact, he'll wish he did. It looked for a second like Jit Boys had done enough, but GE again fight back, this time for the lead.
I really am enjoying what I'm seeing from Autumn. I think one of the criticism, and it's something you'll hear a lot from like the fan side of things, is like, are they scared of playing against Primi? And we've seen over the last, I don't want to say 6 rounds, that Autumn is absolutely not. He's taken that fight head on. He is jumping into angles. He's swinging into the battles versus Primi. And if I'm looking at a lot of the deaths I think Primi has, it probably comes from the hands of Autumn. 6-5. GE, after losing the pistol, now look to do the same that their opponents did to them. A climb back with the potential for a victory in the half. Bladestorm online, weaponry for the rest. But definitely still an advantage for GE.
That reveal's going to be broken, surely? No, in fact, it's just left. Yudotan had already made it past. It gave some false security to those defenders. They didn't think that much space had already been taken, but it's how quick Yudotan can be with his own wall to cover him. They've made it to the A site. Yudotan's got another on back, and now Full Sense stalled out completely. They still have that res to work with. With the Viper wall up, that's exactly what they're going to go for. Leviathan comes back into the round. Primi finds one, but Yudotan is third. With 3 more on offer, he's looking to find
okay,
4K
never mind.
for Yudotan, a man who had a bit of a slower start. Well, he showed up just in time. The lead is for GE at the half.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those games where it felt like GE needed to build up a little bit of momentum. And I think that Yudotan has definitely been the player to watch over the last couple of rounds. Him and Autumn have been impressive. The question is, are they going to be able to build into something? Either way, let's check in with the HyperX player moment and Yudotan.
안녕하세요. 저는 글로벌 e스포츠에서 활동하고 있는 유도탄이라고 합니다. 되게 이길 수
Well, the resurgence from global esports was there in the end. They have managed to find themselves a 2-round lead. Now we go to their defensive side, Tom. Where are your thoughts at? We've seen new ideas from Full Sense, but when it comes to GE, are you expecting this defensive side to stand up? Are we going to Pearl?
But that's the interesting thing. Like you look at the change of composition, and I feel like that Sage, okay, it gives you a little bit more of an avenue to maybe just section off some angles in your post plant, but it should have helped a lot more on the defense. Well, realistically, the Full Sense defense wasn't fantastic, and last time out, their attack was what was phenomenal. So losing the Neon, I don't know if it'll necessarily help them as much in this half, and I think for GE, sure, they had a really rough time last time out, but I think they're already looking a lot better than they did the last time they played this series.
Well, it seems like a third map could be on the horizon, but that's not our choice. That choice belongs to Full Sense and to Global Esports. For 7 rounds in that first half, it was Full Sense finding the pistol, but still trailing by 2. Now, the next pistol underway. Primi has been the star of the show pretty consistently when it comes to these. A 4K to kick us off in the previous pistol. At least for now, he'll avoid the fight.
They're going over, trying to do it again. But in fact, it's only the one player that's made it over. The rest are wrapping back around.
Nice.
Even still, though, Harvey has got away with a kill. Onto Leviathan. Gives them the man advantage. Their opponents ducking in towards main just to try and have some semblance of space. They haven't been able to put pressure in onto the backside. Of course, that Sage Wall was used in towards middle. The re-aggression from Jitboys being attempted instead, though it is Primi once again. It was 4 kills in the last. There's an opportunity for that again. Him and Jitboys looking to do it, but already onto the defusal. Patman sticks it to half. They now just need to clean up those remaining couple of kills, and in fact, they're not in the right position to deny this. GE can't just defuse in front of them.
Let's
they will take
fucking
home an
go.
8th round, and even though everybody falls, it means nothing.
I'd love to see a telestrator from Mini on that one. Let me tell you, that was a strange pistol. 4 players on the site, but as the spike is being planted, they send two players back around towards double doors. And that could be an okay play, but look where the spike is planted.
Not wide enough.
There's no way that you can deny that. The whole reason that they got it to half and stopped was they're waiting for the swing from main. They're thinking someone's got to be coming, right? No, the whole squad was double doors. I don't know if they thought it would be a slower pace retake, but that was a complete misread. In Full Sense, losing out on that round. I've come into this with, I mean, a bit of a investment. There's an outlaw for Primi. Everyone else rocking the pistols. Still some decent amount of credits on Primi because he was gifted that weapon. Crew's a good teammate.
I think he also just understands what the win condition of this round is. As many of us do at this point.
Spike planted.
How many can he get? How much damage can he do? Looking across, there's only one player that can actually survive a shot from this outlaw. And with him having full shields, he can survive a little bit more than they can. A jump up, swing out. I think he's been spotted and he's been tagged up. 10 HP. Hit by that outlaw. Surely at this point there is no more damage to be done. It's at least a pistol kill coming up for Jitboys, but considering the post-spawn and the investment from the other side, G handled that well.
Good amount of kills for Crystal. I think the defuse as well. Unless they're planning to give that away. So we're going to be making strides towards having that Hunter's Fury online very early on. And 9-5 scoreline for GE. Look how this started again. This has been a godsend for this squad. Remember, losing out on this map means that they'll no longer be facing elimination. They'll be tasting it. But each round here a step closer to a decider, to seeing that Pearl for Full Sense. They're the ones that have to show us that they picked this map for a reason. As we said last time around, it was GE who decided to fight here, and based on what I'm seeing, looks like they're pretty happy to see this battleground again.
Yeah, I'm yet to see a reason why either side has opted to pick the opponent's choice. Adaptations not working so much. Primi's just going to try and pressure through, and he's been dealt with because of it. An aggressive push through, but because Jitboys was able to get the res, he's going to bring back Leviathan. Of course, still some weaker weaponry in this round for the side of Global, but those two snipers, let's just say they can't be faced.
They're also most definitely not a surprise factor. They had the outlaw in the previous round. One was dropped on the floor when they faced off against some pistols. You know that they're going to have at least one here, if not both. So Full Sense play this very passive. Nobody is peeking. The Sage Wall is up to stop the push through.
G going for exits though.
And that's exactly it. G have acknowledged that they don't have any chances to really deal any death blows on the run back into sight, so instead they sit outside, starting out nicely with one. Full Sense have found a safe little cubby to hide away in, or so they think. Great work to make this costly, and it almost got worse.
Yeah, they'll keep one rifle, they'll take down 3 players, considering that a res was also committed into that round from the side of Full Sense, I think that GE can be quite happy with the amount of damage that they've done. They're going to be able to come up with a full buy of their own for the next round, although the ultimates are not quite there. A fair few of them are coming online. We now look towards Full Sense once more. Is this going to be a momentum shift, or if they lose this round, are they going to be in a bit more trouble?
Well, Full Sense are gearing up for a full-on A hit right away. Swinging into the angle and getting out of there was Autumn. He spotted one. Not a whole lot of information to work with. It's not going to drag the rotates just yet, but G have just pushed up in B main. Full Sense need to pick up the pace now as their back is wide open. Primi. Oh, he's gotten him again through the wall, but Crystal's made it away. He should be dead to rights.
Yeah, even still, with the two aggressive positions, Reed was there, the TP even paranoid off so that Autumn couldn't get anything. Full Sense have done well to get in a post plant without really taking too much damage for it. And you can even see some of the hesitance on that flank coming through from Yudotan. He's on a long rotation back, maybe hoping that they start looking back in the other direction, but instead Killer was found a couple. Trade immediate from Autumn. This fight could be everything, and Leviathan will win it. That final trap play is a bit underwhelming in the end for the remaining couple. They were almost waiting for that. That was meant to be the moment the round flipped, but instead that time has gone. The remaining couple of players will flee to survive, and Full Sense are going to turn it into a couple round streak.
Oh, it's very much not over yet for GE. They even get out of that round with more HP than their opponents. They were so close to taking it across the line. But this kill is what changed it. He said it could be everything, and it was. Leviathan keeping a foothold for them in main, avoiding that flank that you saw even for a moment he was caught off guard by it. The timing, it took so long to come in that they started to think it wasn't a possibility. Picking that up puts them within 2. Buy for GE is not great. Chances looking fantastic for Full Sense. They've given a gap in the wall. This is a sneaky play. They've been conditioning GE, and this time the wall is that little bit further. They slip through it and move to the B site, catching the rotations, leaving Javi completely isolated. The wall doesn't last a second, and Javi lasts even less. Oh, Crystal! He's given them a chance. A 3v3 now from a round that looked lost moments ago. G are back in contention. And I like that Autumn's not taking more fights, but a kill there would have given them favor.
At least they managed to keep the players with the weaponry, but Primi's timing here could be everything. One player looking away, the drone being sent through, and that one's for free. And he's not being greedy with it either. We talk about this man and his ability to run it down to disrespect opponents, but in this case, he knows how important these rounds are. They're not in a massive lead, but in the round, they most certainly are. Patman to try and face versus 3 for him. Credits actually very low. A purchase into the next round might be difficult, but there is no weapon to be saved. Full Sense, they're starting to climb on the attack.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row now. That pistol round, the only thing that's keeping GE up there in the lead. When it comes to buy rounds, thinking back to the previous map, it was all about Full Sense until right at the very end. In the final hour, GE showed up, but it was too little, too late.
There you are.
We're not quite at the point where that's on our minds again, but after this investment, if things go badly, maybe we will be. Autumn's denied any further control here with the op. Nice slow right off rip.
I was going to say, I wonder if after this one it might be a pause. I was starting to question if it would already be the case. Maybe waiting for the operator to be in hand for Autumn, but it hasn't found the impact they desired. Heavy A presence from the operator, the Sage there as well. A lot of an almost 1-2 punch, the potential to aggress and then the potential to delay. Instead, they're really going to need that delay because already a multitude of players looking to try and split through in towards this A site.
Tags already. They know where Autumn is, they know where Happy is, but dealing with them is a completely different story. Autumn's found himself an easy peasy pickup, and then Crystal and Javi show up as well. Last player known to be in main, steps even heard now. Confirmation, and they've got him boxed in. Kahlua saving this weapon. is what's on his mind, but he doesn't know how tough of a task that's going to be. 35 seconds on the clock, 5 players alive for G.
30 seconds
Who, to be
left.
fair, don't really want to lose too many more. This being a clean round would help them out a ton, and the high-low setup in play guarantees it. Double digits now for Global Esports with a flawless round.
Yeah, I think, again, just excellently played by the 2 defenders of that A side. Their job was basically just survive
don't
as long
mind
as
me आज
possible.
मैं on camera
And
dinner करने वाली
I
हूँ.
think Handy not only having the wall initially that creates a pretty awkward angle to run through, but then the slows, and by the time his teammates arrive, it's almost just that little bit too easy. 10-8. A break back for Global Esports, still 2 in the lead, but it's not alarm bells just yet for the attack side. Although this one is their credits on the line, seeming like they might just be going for an all-in on B. They are not sending anyone anywhere else on the map.
No backup plan this time. In they go. The pressure onto GE. Patman's already tanked 2 shots from the Hunter's Fury, but Unitron lined them up without even realizing. Oh, Autumn's desperately low. The HP traded, but if Leviathan gets greedy, he's going to be in big trouble. They're all here, and the shock darts landed onto Primi. A big pickup, not just to remove that player, but to buy that little bit of extra time now as they look for the plant. Leviathan knows there's an op on the other side, but they don't seem to care. They're swinging into it. They're looking for the fight up against Autumn. Confidence on display. So close to finding the pickup, and in fact, Leviathan so close in the end, but not quite close enough. 11 rounds for GE by the narrowest of margins.
He only had 1 bullet left. if he had landed that, it would have been one of the craziest clutches of all time. And he still seems to be laughing away, but that is seemingly a death blow.
120 दिया था भाई इसको भी.
11-8. And for the attack side, it leaves them with very little to play with. It's a death ball once again. All 5 players in towards this A site. Primi leading the charge with the Blade Storm. Already an opener under his belt. I'm not sure this is the moment you'd want an Odin in the hands of Crystal. A man flying through the air would be scary. Already, they're going to invest that Viper's Pit, but they've lost a couple on the other side with spams.
The stun's gone in. No one following it up just yet, but that tag, that's crucial. He's dead to rights. Cruz had no chance anymore, and the Blade Storm won't last long. Leviathan, almost the hero of the previous round, but he hasn't got it in him again. 12 now for Global Esports. It's overtime or all the way to Pearl.
Yeah, they've looked a lot more confident on this map. I think across the board, Yudotan has had his moments, no doubt. It's in a lot from Autumn all the way through the map. Crystal as well. And on the other side of things, there was a hot start from Primi, but the moments have now been few and far between. 4 rounds in a row needed. Well, they're coming in with a res, but they used a lot of their ultimates over the last couple of rounds. The Hunter's Fury that seemingly didn't do too much. The Blade Storm in the last. Already.
Put the silencer on this time.
It does help. It does help. They're going to try this again. It has just been all in plays.
Well, that wall's not lasting long. But Full Sense don't intend to just go sprinting through. They've avoided the spam early on. Broken the Sage wall already. Not a bad start to the attack side. Now they've fully cleared out middle. The one thing they don't know is that GE have taken all this space on B. Full control of B main. And all from behind, but Cruz has caught Patman. Even with all that B information, they go for aggro on mid. And that's why the crunch has at least traded it out.
It's taken out. Their Viper as well. Crossing into this site now becomes so much more difficult. Instead, they have to fight it. They have to go aggressively. Primi's going to be brought back, and he just about survives the shock dart. It's not quite going to finish him off. However, Yudotan on the flank will looking for a little bit more overdrive. Maybe to close out this map. Only one standing, and GE are not done yet. They may have have lost their map choice, but now they've won their opponents.
They lost their map choice 13-9. Anything you can do, we can do better. They take this 13-8 for Global Esports. The regional matchup proves to be in their favor on map number 2. And now we go all the way to Pearl. We'll find out how this story ends and who's going back to Pacific a little early after the break.
Okay guys, I'm gonna end the stream here because I want to have my dinner. It's already 12:30. So thank you so much for joining the stream. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow with the same watch party stream. Depends on what I play. Okay, otherwise we'll play Valo or we'll play some other game or we'll continue Subnautica. Then bye, take care. Thank you so much for joining this stream. I hope you guys liked watch partying with me, even though first मैं तो भाई पूरा ये हो गया था. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Bye, take care, see ya, good night, bye.
Thank you.